Welcome to the North Andover School Committee meeting of August 4th, 2020. It is now 6 o'clock. My name is Helen Picard. I'm chair of this meeting, and I will call this meeting to order. I'd like us to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. There will be a lot of different voices saying a lot of different things, and it will be nice for all of us to start with our voices together. There's a flag behind me if you're at your computer, and there's a flag in the room if you are at the central office. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Are you in the meeting on there?
No.
I'm not in the meeting here.
I'm not in the meeting.
So I want to start by the meeting by thanking so many people for their input to this process that we are completing together as a community. People have provided a tremendous amount of thought, kindness, and generosity towards all the people who are working in this: parents, students, teachers, administrators, volunteers, community members, and we are very, very thankful to have your input and to have your support. Our first agenda item is public comment, but before I do that, I have a letter from the North Andover Teachers Association that I'm going to read to you all. This letter was submitted today at 3:14 in the afternoon, and the signatories are Lisa Razanen, NATO President, resident of North Andover, Ryan Landry, NATO President, resident of Reading, and Bill Brady, NATO President, resident of Haybrook. I quote, "Dear Chair Picard and members of the North Andover School Committee, as the leadership of the North Andover Teachers Association, we are writing on behalf of North Andover educators who want nothing more than to return to their classrooms and be with their students to provide them the best education possible. That same concern for our students' well-being and education, which pushes us to return to the physical building, however, is also pulling us to educate them remotely for the present. Current scientific data and public health guidelines inform us that it is not feasible to return without potentially, even probably, infecting members of our community, students, parents, grandparents, and other family members, and teachers alike. In the last week, we reached out to teachers, teaching assistants, and nurses in the district to ask them about reopening school. With almost 3/4 of the staff responding, the majority believe that the only safe way to begin the year is the remote model. Combined, the signatories to this letter have 4 children that attend public school, and each of us has a spouse who works full-time. We are in the same circumstances as many of the families who we realize will have to adjust schedules as the district transitions through the different models this year. First and foremost, however, we must focus on the health and safety of our students and staff. We agree with the majority of our members who, at the present time, affirm that remote learning is the only safe way to open school. The worst result would be for the district to begin in hybrid format and have to retreat to full online learning because of COVID-19 illnesses to students and staff. We are deeply committed to returning to in-person learning, but only when it is safe for students and teachers to do so. PPE and social distancing alone will not suffice. In order for us to reopen safely, we need you, the North Andover School Committee, to commit to a well-planned out and deliberate phased-in approach that gradually increases the number of people in our buildings over time in a phase-in that is buttressed by a commitment fulfilled before students and staff enter the buildings that you will make critical infrastructure improvements. Most importantly, the district needs to ensure that all who enter the buildings are adequately protected by improved airflow and filtration. We do not want to be a district where a student or staff member becomes ill when exposed to the coronavirus, or in the worst case scenario, dies. Since June, our members have worked diligently to prepare for the upcoming school year. Teachers, teaching assistants, nurses, custodians, and secretaries have worked collaboratively to learn new technology, create safe protocols, reorganize classrooms, and enhanced curriculum, to name a few. Staff has worked with the administration during the Summer Institute and now in school-based focus groups to create the draft for all three phases, and will continue to vet and improve the models as the situation at hand continues to evolve. Our dedicated staff has done this all with the students' best interest in mind and will continue to be advocates for building a respectful community and our raised values. We ask that you listen to the experience, knowledge, and expertise of these educators who are committed to what is best for students and staff of North Andover. Also before we begin public comment, which will be the mainstay of this meeting, I wanted to see if Dr. Gilligan had any opening words to share with the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everyone for being part of this discussion tonight. I think it would have been inconceivable for any of us a year ago to imagine that we'd be sitting here tonight facing this level of unprecedented crisis in our country and our schools. I want to take a moment to say how impressed and grateful I am for the hard work and dedication, collaborative spirit of our teachers, our parents, our school committee, and folks across the entire community for their input, which we sought. By staying flexible and open-minded, we've been working cohesively towards a common goal to find the best possible solutions to serve the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of students, teachers, and parents. As we explore our available options, we are continuing to closely monitor public health data, as well as learn from what's happening in other districts around the state and country. We recognize the complexity and enormity of the challenge for both schools and families, and we all understand that there are no easy solutions to a crisis of this magnitude. But I'm confident that by continuing to work together, focusing on the common goals of health, safety, and education for our kids, setting realistic expectations, that we will do well here in North Andover to get through this together.
Thank you, Dr. Gilligan. So before we begin our public comment reading and phone calls, I just want to reread what's on our agenda every time about public comment and remind us what we're here for. Public comment is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between the citizens and the school committee. It is a citizen's opportunity to express his or her opinion on issues of school committee business. The committee may respond to a public comment by taking it under consideration when deliberating on an agenda item or referring the item to the administration for appropriate action or response. Public comment shall be, generally it's for a period of 15 to 25 minutes, with speakers being allowed 3 minutes to present their materials. And this is referenced in the school committee policy concerning public participation at school committee meetings and public comments. And I realized I neglected to read into the start of the meeting the executive order from our governor. So I'll do that now, and I'll ask your pardon that I did not read this earlier into the comments. This open meeting of the North Andover School Committee is being conducted remotely, consistent with the Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of coronavirus 19. In order to mitigate transmission of COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of the public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will include public comment received via email and through invitations by telephone to this meeting. For this meeting, the North Andover School Committee is convening by video conference. as posted on the town's website identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and some attendees are participating by video conference. We're now turning to the first item on the agenda, but before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I, the chair, will introduce each speaker into the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage, please do so through the chair by taking care to identify yourself. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call. We do not currently have any votes on the agenda, but I do want to have a verbal verification of the members in the room, and I will ask Dr. Gilligan to introduce and get verbal verification of all those on staff on the phone. So, starting with Mr. Teresi, are you present?
I am present, Ms. Picard.
Thank you. And Mr. McDevitt?
I'm present as well.
Thank you. Ms. Mabley?
I am here.
Thank you. And Ms. Lynch?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gilligan, can you please introduce your folks?
Dr. Mealy, Assistant Superintendent, is present in the room. Marcy Bacuzzi, Executive Director for Special Education. Are you here, Marcy?
I'm here.
Outstanding. All right. Lorene Marks, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. Lorene?
Yes, I'm here.
Outstanding. Cheryl Barzak, Nurse Administrator for the School District of North Andover.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Michael Grant, Director of Technology.
I am here.
Thank you, Michael. And I also have listening on the call, I believe tonight, Brian LaGrasse, Director of Public Health for the Town of North Andover.
I am here.
Thank you. Did I
Thank
miss
you.
anyone? No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to let the public know, we had tremendous response to our offer of public comment. We received at least 120 comments via the Google form. We received at least 20 comments via email, and we have at least 4 people who request to join the meeting by telephone. We tried to sort those comments by general topic, and what my hope is that we will start with the telephone comments. Those folks will have 3 minutes to make their comment. I'm looking for my phone so I can find my timer for 3 minutes. And I may not be successful, so I may need to ask somebody else with a phone to help with the timing. And I've asked school committee members to help read those public comments. What we'll do after we receive the phone comments is we will have a reading of some number of comments by committee members who are reading from the documents that we have. And then we will pause and we will give the administration time to provide some feedback, some information, some response. And we'll do that for as long as it seems reasonable and the will of the committee to do so. Does anybody have any questions about that? And I'll do that by roll call. Mr. McDevitt, any questions?
No questions.
Or concerns or comments? All set?
The only
Mr.
question,
Teresi?
just a quick question. Our student representatives, were they on the list to be called in?
So our student representatives were invited to make a public comment, and they will be on, and they did not choose to make a public comment tonight, but they will be on our agenda on August 10th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for asking about that. Student voice is very important to us. Mr. Teresi, questions, comments, concerns?
Not at this time. Well, a lot of questions, a lot of comments, a lot of concerns, but not this time.
But not at the process of public comment. Okay. Ms. Lynch?
Nope.
Thank you, Ms. Mably.
All set, thank you.
Okay. So our first, as I said, we have 4 people who want to call in. And our first person who wants to call in is Mr. Pat McGravy. So I'm going to be inviting him by telephone call. When he comes in, is there someone who is able to set a 3-minute timer for us?
I can do that.
Thank you, Mr. McDevitt. So when we get to the 3 minutes, we will ask the caller to stop and hang up the phone. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. McGravy. You have joined the meeting of the North Andover School Committee, and we invite you to make your public comment. Mr. McDevitt is timing the comment, and at 3 minutes, we will ask you to please stop and hang up your phone.
Thank you very much. This is Pat McGravy from the North Andover Middle School, 8B Civics. I'm going to start my letter. Dear Chairperson Picard and the North Andover School Committee, I have presented multiple times to you about curriculum, field trips, discipline policy, among other things in my 24 years in the school system. However, this statement has been quite difficult to craft as it includes topics that I never thought I would have to discuss in this context, which includes pandemic, disease, death, and sickness. Let me first start out by saying I love this community, from the students to the parents to administration to the school committee, as well as many other town officials. I also want to state that Dr. Gilligan and his administrative team, including my principal, George Gonsalves, have been charged with creating something unprecedented in the history of education. In my humble opinion, I believe that we should start the year as a learning community remotely for the safety of students, their families, and all staff members. And thinking about all these return plans, including live, remote, and hybrid, it made me think of my 10th grade economics class and the concept of cost-benefit analysis. Based on the hybrid plan draft released last week, I noticed that I would see each of my civics students who selected the hybrid plan live for 2 35-minute sessions a week and remotely for the remainder of the time. I would also need to travel to all of my classes for safety reasons. If I am reading this correctly, I would need to leave a class, walk to the next one, set up my computer each time, take attendance, and start the lesson for each class. If I'm being generous, that would shrink the instruction time down to 25 minutes for a total of 50 minutes a week. As a result, my students and I would assume all the risk associated with being in school cost for a total reward of 50 minutes of class time benefit for the week. Now, I'm not an economist, but the risk does not seem to be worth the reward. Many people may be thinking right now, why remote, as the experience may not have been successful last spring within your household? As a parent of a 5th grader and a 3rd grader, I fully empathize, as my boys had very little live learning and seemed to be doing busy work for their days of remote learning. This needs to stop. And as a school system, we must dedicate our energy towards creating remote learning that is live, engaging, and challenging for all of our students. This is possible and must be a huge part of teaching and learning as we face a possible spike in COVID numbers in Massachusetts. I miss my students terribly, but want all of them and their families healthy. I have been working this summer on my 2nd year of a civics pilot and have been converting a lot of live lessons to remote versions that are engaging, challenging, and provide an opportunity for my students and I to connect with one another in a successful learning community. While I would much rather be in room C106, I feel excited about what we can accomplish remotely for all of our students. So my time's up.
Thank you, Mr. McGravy. Before you hang up the phone, can you please tell us your town of residence?
Yeah, Melrose, Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you please exit the
All right.
meeting?
Thank you very much, I will.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you.
So our next call-in request comes from Erin Mary Ackerman. So I will call her, and Mr. McDevitt, if you can reset the timer, that will be helpful to us.
I did. I started once I finished the name.
Hello?
Hi, this is Erin Mary Ackerman.
Hi, Erin. Mary, welcome to the North Andover School Committee meeting of August 4th. We've called to invite you to give your public comment. You have 3 minutes to do so. We have a member of the committee who has a 3-minute timer. When you hear that timer, if you could please end your comments and hang up. Before you begin, however, can you please give us your residential address?
Did you say my address?
Yes, please.
16 Brightwood Avenue.
Thank you. And please begin your comment.
Good evening, School Committee and Chair Picard. I watched with great interest the meeting held on Thursday, July 30th, and I wanted to thank you all for what seems like a thankless Herculean effort with the guarantee that no one will be fully satisfied with your solution. So please remember that this pandemic is not your fault, and you are doing your best to manage the hands that you've been dealt. And please also remember that self-care is important and valid during such difficult work. As a parent of 2 in the public school system, I have been saying since March that it is not very likely that I will send my children back to school before a vaccine. So my questions pertain to the Remote Learning Academy, now known as the Online Learning Academy as of an email this week, portion of the Return to School plan. As taking a fully remote option is the first decision in the calendar a parent must make based on the district guidelines, I would invite you to please give priority to questions regarding the OLA. My questions are as follows. Are students in the OLA considered North Andover Public Schools students, and will they receive the same rights and privileges as the students attending the in-person/hybrid plan for school year 2020-2021? Will students in the OLA be allowed to participate in extracurricular activities like their classmates, i.e. sports, clubs, prom, etc.? Will these students in the OLA be eligible for graduation honors alongside their in-person classmates, including GPA considerations and scholarships? Will remote students be able to take AP classes? Will GPAs be weighted the same for these students? Are their classes leveled? Does the North Andover Public School District lose funding for students in the OLA as per the state's plan? That's the first question. The second question, why is the OLA separate from the curriculum the in-person students will take? Is there a way to allow for a fully remote opt-in version of the North Andover curriculum that is not a separate curriculum? Is it possible to make the OLA opt-in or out at the half-year mark or between the trimesters? Is it possible to extend the deadline for the opt-in until the beginning of the school year so that parents can assess the ever-changing pandemic? Can the deadline be extended from its current very early commitment? Is it possible to delay the start of the school year by providing enrichment activities so the plans for all models can be further evaluated, hybrid, remote, online learning? And in the spirit of the school committee and education, I asked my children if they had any questions for the school committee. And very interestingly enough, they said, for folks who do go back hybrid, what's the penalty or the discipline strategy for violators of the mask protocol? So that's from the mouth babes. Thank you very much for your kind attention to these issues, and that's everything.
Thank you very much, Erin Mary. And if you would please hang up the phone now, we would appreciate that. So our next public comment is from Sarah and Steve Smith.
Excuse me, Mrs. Picard, Chairwoman
Yes.
Picard. I'd just like to say I did get a notification that a number of places in town are having difficulty with the streaming, I think because of the storm. So can you just confirm that this is being recorded for us? Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up from the telephone booth, so.
Yes, this meeting is being recorded. That is one of the things that we're supposed to say at the beginning of the meeting, and please turn off your devices, except for Mr. McDevitt, who needs to keep this on not silent. Don't have to turn off your devices, just silence them. Okay, so I'm going to invite Sarah and Steve Smith into the meeting.
on hold with more than 4 people, please mute your phone.
Hello, I'm looking for Sarah Smith. Are you in the meeting?
Yes, this is Stephen Smith.
Steve Smith. Okay, welcome to the meeting, Stephen Smith. Please identify yourself and your residence, and then you will we'll begin your public comment, and you will have 3 minutes to do so.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Stephen Smith, 755 Winter Street. I have a child in both elementary and middle school here in North Andover. Forgive me if some of this is repetitive from what some other people have said, but our feed was cutting in and out, so I'm not quite sure what has been mentioned and how often. First, as with so many of us, my number one concern is for the health and safety of the children and the teachers in this community. Secondly, I'm concerned that we as parents will be asked to decide between the hybrid model or this online learning academy without having the second option fully explained, especially whether or not the online option will be handled by North Andover teachers. Third, the logistics of making this hybrid model work in an educationally sound and safe way seem to be too complicated to handle with current staffing and resources. School committees and superintendents seem to universally be saying that the health and safety is their top priority. They also universally admit that remote learning is the safest way to provide instruction in this pandemic, but then we still seem to be pushing forward these hybrid models as the first choice. And I did hear that somebody else had used this analogy, but the cost-benefit balance of this hybrid model just doesn't seem to work out. There's a huge increase in risk and exposure over a fully remote model for only about 2 half days of in-person instruction that will be severely limited in quality based on the necessary restrictions. I've even heard it suggested that on remote days, students can simply live stream the class while the other cohort is being taught. If you get the necessary information just as well remotely, then why add the exposure of having half the kids in the classroom and hundreds of kids and staff in the building? The limitations of no group work, no close student-teacher interactions, and no shared equipment is going to reduce classroom instruction to straight lecturing, which is just as effective remotely. I've also heard that many people say that if the hybrid plan is adopted, then we inevitably still need to be prepared to switch to the full remote instruction at some point. Remember that this means that some students and faculty will have contracted COVID and had the opportunity to spread it to their fellow students and staff. Not to mention that switching will once again leave teachers guessing as to how their lessons should be prepared rather than the more thorough preparation they would have if we simply planned remote from the start. Finally, how are we supposed to make an informed decision between the online learning academy and the hybrid option without all of the details? The timeline for this major decision is way too tight, with school committee voting on the 10th and the deadline right now set at the 11th. I just don't think it's fair for North Andover Public Schools not to provide education for the many families who will not send their kids to school because of high-risk situations with the students or family members, or even just out of general caution and good sense. Simply throwing out some self-directed state program that parents have not had a chance to examine is simply unacceptable. I think we should immediately move to full remote to start the year to give teachers and families what time is left to prepare and make arrangements. The town could begin figuring out how to support those families that need additional help with childcare, etc. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate your comments, and we would ask you to hang up the phone now.
Okay, thank you.
I have the next caller being called right now. This is Kathleen Taras.
Wow.
Hello, is this Kathleen? Kathleen Taras?
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
So here's where we get into a little bit of trouble because the software is glitchy and I can't hang up on this person. Or I don't know that I can hang up on this person. Okay. We'll have to assume that that's going to hang up at some point, or it's also going to record us. So we will not hear from Kathleen Taras tonight. I have her written statement. Would the committee want me to read her written statement? I will do so.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
You can't try it. You can't try
Dear
it.
members, Mr. McDevitt, can you please set the timer
I can.
for 3 minutes? Dear members of the school committee. Ooh. Hello, is this Kathleen? Kathleen, this is Helen Picard from North Andover.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
You need to hang up your phone, Kathleen. So this is the challenge of technology. We've done a bold new thing. I will try once again to call her, and then I will move into reading her comment.
Wow.
Hello, this is Kathleen. Kathleen?
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
All right, we gave that the old college try, and I'm going to read your comments into the record. Dear members of the school committee, I'm writing to express my concern for the start of the school year. In my opinion, it is both dangerous and unworkable to return to the buildings in an in-person or hybrid cohort model. A fully remote return ensures safety and effective teaching. A truly safe return must be our first concern. First, the latest science data shows aerosol transmission and surface transmission at levels that make it unsafe to return in person. Peer-reviewed research published on July 29th found 63.2% of in-room air samples to be positive, including samples taken 2 meters from the participant's bed. Additionally, samples of patients' cellular phones were 77.8% positive for the viral RNA, and toilets in the room were 81% positive. There is no practical way to keep children safe if the air carries the virus and the phones and bathrooms are contaminated. Second, children are indeed susceptible to infection and capable of carrying the virus, with a large study finding that older children spread coronavirus as much as adults. Outbreaks have been rampant in the United States.
You have reached the maximum time permitted for recording your message.
In schools.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2. To erase and re-record, press 3.
You already start again, Helen, on that one. Just start the top.
Yep.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2. To erase and re-record, press 3.
Can we unplug that?
Can we mute it?
Just press 1. Oh, we can't. That's right. Okay.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1.
Because
to
I'm
listen
not
to your
the person
message,
that
press
set up the
2.
meeting.
To erase and re-record, press 3.
If someone knows Kathleen, text her and tell her to hang up her phone, please.
Sorry you're having trouble. Your message has been sent. Please try again later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, I'm going to start that paragraph again, but I'm not going to start from the top. So we had gotten through her first point. And all of these will be available in writing to school committee members to review following the meeting. So second, children are indeed susceptible to infection and capable of carrying the virus. In a large study and finding that older children spread coronavirus as much as adults, outbreaks have been rampant in the US and abroad in schools and camps that have opened even with precautions. A Missouri summer camp outbreak infected 82 children despite precautions like wearing masks, social distancing, limiting groups, and banning outside visitors. An Indiana school had to quarantine students for 14 days after just 1 day of classes when a student tested positive. Schools in England have seen 44 outbreaks despite limited class sizes to 15 and wearing masks. Learning cannot happen effectively if students are prevented from collaborating.
You have reached the maximum
unable to
time
see
permitted
each
for
other's
recording your
faces.
message. If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2. To erase and re-record, press 3.
I believe Kathy DeTroia is running it.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2. To erase and re-record, press 3.
I'm trying to text the number that we have.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2.
The
To
first
erase
one very
and
well, Helen.
re-record,
You're doing a
press
great job.
3.
right.
Someone text Kathleen and tell her to hang up her phone.
Sorry you're having trouble. Your message has been sent. Please try again later. Goodbye.
We're at third. Third, as of last week, the majority of teachers, both locally and statewide, support a fully remote return to start of the school year. Everyone wants to return as soon as possible in person, but the recent data has revealed that it is simply not safe to do so. I understand the concerns with childcare, and many teachers share those hardships, but in reopening part-time and reclosing the school suddenly when there's an outbreak and quarantining cohorts, when there's exposures, does not solve the childcare problem. Announcing a fully remote return allows parents to make meaningful plans. I too have a child in school, and I have made a decision based on science that he will return to school 100% remote. My first responsibility as a parent is to keep him safe. Additionally, many teachers will not be able to return in person due to medical conditions or high-risk household members. The inconsistency, lack of qualified teachers, and potential danger far outweigh any possible benefits. I urge you to support a fully remote return to school with the agreement that we can revisit in person and hybrid at a time when we can assure safety. The sooner we can plan for remote learning, the more robust and engaging our curriculum will be. Our children have thus far been largely spared the worst of the virus, so let's keep it that way. Thank you, respectfully, Kathleen Taras, science teacher, North Andover Public Schools. And I'm sorry, I don't have her town of residence, but I do know that it's in New Hampshire. So that's all our phone calls. I appreciate the indulgence of the committee and the community as we try a new technology. It's clear that the person who sets up the meeting will have to be the producer so that we can hang up if there's any kind of a glitch. So from here, we move on to the written comments that have been submitted to us. As I said, there's 120 on a document that has been shared with the school committee members. Ms. Mabley and Ms. Lynch have agreed to help read those comments. Mr. Teresi and Mr. McDevitt, do you have access to that document, and would you like to help read some of those comments?
Sure.
Sure.
I have it in front of me, yeah.
Yep, we have
Great.
it.
So what we can do is go round robin and read the comments in order that they are in there. I have a separate set of documents that were sent by email to me, so I will go round robin and read through these. I thank Ms. Mabley for spending some time today sorting through those comments and trying to label them with what the main topic was, although many are extensive and have many, many questions or many, many comments on more than one topic. But I did the same with these email comments. And just to give you a sense of things, I have about 20 email comments. I have 7 that are the main topic is more time. I have 10 whose main topic is fully remote. I have 1 whose main topic is screening and tracking. I have 2 that's main topic is OLA, which is our Online Learning Academy. And I have 3 that the main topic is logistics. We can read them in the order that we received them and see what happens. I will be switching in my packets through the different topics. So I've been speaking for quite a while, and so I will invite Ms. Lynch to begin reading the comments from our community members. Many of these are less than 3 minutes long. Some of them may be more than 3 minutes long. So I will again ask Mr. McDevitt to help us by serving as the timer. Is that okay with you, Mr. McDevitt?
That's perfectly fine.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Lynch.
And I'm just reading them from the top down until you tell me to stop?
Yep, you can do that. I would suggest that you're probably going to want to read, I don't know, 3 or 4 of them. And if you want to start with what the topic is, which is over on the far right-hand side, that might help people set their mindset for listening.
Okay.
Actually, sorry, pardon me, Ms. Lynch, but can I just interrupt for 1 second? That the ones that are highlighted in yellow are the ones that Ms. Picard called, I believe. So you don't.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, thanks.
Comments listed in those.
Some of them have, yeah.
So the first one says hybrid queries. This is David Palmisano, 84 Pembroke Road. I feel like the amount of in-school time at the high school is not adequate. I have three specific questions. First, why can't students from the cohort that is at home remotely join the class that is happening in person? This would double the amount of material that can be taught rather than have teachers teach everything twice. Second, under the proposed plan, what specifically are the students doing on days that their cohort is at home? Third, it was my understanding from last week's meeting that students are being dismissed before lunch because we can't figure out how to safely have in-school lunch. Is this correct? And what are the issues with serving lunch? All right, next is Joe McMillan. And she is at 184 Carterfield Road, and the topic is OLA. And that one just went away.
Oh, whoa, hang on.
Yeah, who did that? Mine went away too.
That was Ms. Picard. I was trying to mute myself with Control D. So
Okay.
it's just in the wrong document. Thank you.
All right. I understand that if a family chooses the remote academy, the option is for the entire school year. What if a family chooses the hybrid model? Would they have the option to switch to the remote academy should they decide, or would they need to stay with the hybrid model for the entire school year? All right. Next is Octavia Lagrassi, 80 Copley Circle. And the subject of this is reconsider fully in person. I beg you all to reconsider this plan. As a working mother and woman, this is a complete disaster. Women more than anyone are suffering because of these ridiculous hours. We will be forced to leave our jobs. Massachusetts is in phase 3 of the economic reopening plan. Nobody was given a choice whether or not to go back to work regardless of safety. Go back or your unemployment benefits end. Summer Fun has managed to keep kids safe all summer with teenagers at the helm. Our kids are willing to do the work and wear the mask. Are they not worth it? My salon has served 3,000 appointments since we opened in May. No COVID. Can't we do better for these kids? They deserve better. And then the next one is Jen Thorne, 255 Old Cart Way, and this is about OLA. Please provide more detail in the remote academy option. For example, what is the curriculum? Who are the teachers? Is this live remote instruction every day? What are the hours? We need details on this program in order to make an educated decision by August 7th. Thank you. All right, you want me to stop or do another one?
I think it'd be great if you stop, and I will ask Ms. Mably to read a series of comments.
Want to answer the question at the end?
Um,
Oh, okay.
Holly, can you just tell me where you stopped there? After Jen Thorne you did, right?
Looks like row 9.
Yes.
Jen
Okay,
Lee.
thank you.
Jen Lee.
Thank you very much. Get my attractive spectacles. So this is from Jennifer Lee. I do not see an address. I do. 217 Bear Hill Road. These are overall questions. Number 1, for hybrid, will remote portion be live instruction or taped? Percentage each way? Number 2, for remote academy, live instruction or recorded? Percentage each way? Number 3, when and will class lists be available? Number 4, which teachers are teaching remote? Number 5, what if families need to rely on friends for driving childcare but are not in the same cohort due to last name? Can request be granted to facilitate attendance? Number 6, for remote, is there opportunity to meet teachers and classmates prior to class? So important for facilitating how to teach a child. Number 7, if there is a child or admin with a cough, what is the procedure to decipher if it's just a cold? What is procedure while finding out for rest of cohort? Number 8, if someone is infected, what does that mean for the cohort, that student? How long will they be home? What learning will take place in interim? Number 9, if you select remote, but then school opens back up, why would a child be prevented from returning to school that year? Why can't there be some flexibility given to times for so many unpredictables? Number 10, will schools take donations for air purification systems? They aren't that expensive and could equip many or all rooms with them, especially for older buildings. Number 11, why can't the classrooms be set up to be live interactive now? Meaning for the Monday, Thursday group, why are they live in classroom and the Tuesday, Friday group hears the lesson live? Same with the other days. Other districts have implemented this. Number 12, if fewer children return than anticipated, will they consider adding a day or changing the planned schedule? That's it. Thank you, Jennifer Lee. The next one is from Jennifer Thorne. We just had this one. Oh no, it's a different one. It's also Jennifer Thorne again, that Ms. Bietzke already read, 255 Old Cart Way. What happens to the learning when a student or teacher has to quarantine for 14 days due to exposure outside of school? And what happens if there's a positive case within the school? Next is Michelle Filial, 277 Farnham Street. Will there be any consideration in offering lunches at school? With the lack of transportation, there will be a scramble to pick up children from 2 different schools. How are the students being split alphabetically? Working parents need this information as soon as possible. When it is a decision on Kid Stop being made, will there be any school-led help to set up carpools for working parents to transport students home? Thank you. Dana Pena, 278 Barker Street. For the Remote Learning Academy, it seems like these kids will be totally separate from the school environment. For those of us opting for remote for safety reasons, is there any reason our children can't participate in the virtual learning from their own classroom? My daughter will be in 1st grade at Kittredge, and if her teacher is teaching at least half of the class virtually on any given day, why can the remote learners not participate this way? I'm hesitant to say that I want her to be remote all year no matter what, because really most of us will want our children in school the second that it's safe to be there. Especially for young kids, I feel like it would be beneficial for them to be part of these groups at their own school. And I'll do one more. Brittany Bragg, 226 Main Street, or 26 Main Street, Unit 2. First, thank you for the hard work put into creating the first draft. I have some concerns that I would like addressed. Number 1, will there be any student or staff testing for the virus prior to returning to school or while in school? If so, how often? Number 2, many of us who have been given the okay to work from home currently have that okay until the end of the calendar year. I strongly think the district needs to reconsider forcing families to commit to the Remote Learning Academy for the full academic year. Families should have the option to transition back to the hybrid/in-person model or out between terms. Number 3, while I understand the hope to decrease the amount of time between in-person instruction, students have with their teachers, the Monday, Thursday/Tuesday, Friday model increases the risk of exposure to the entire class if a teacher comes up positive for the virus since you trace back 2 days. This results in the entire class having to quarantine despite having been split. I would suggest that the groups be split Monday, Tuesday/Thursday, Friday to reduce the amount of exposure. And while there is greater time between in-person instruction, there is benefit to having 2 consistent days with the teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mably. Mr. McDevitt, would you like to read some?
Before we do, I'm wondering if we could have the administration answer some of the questions. I mean, we've heard from probably 15 or so, and we haven't had any at this point.
Surely, if that is the desire, I am happy to entertain that. We're doing it in chunks, so this is just as good a time as any to have some input from the administration. Thank you, Mr. McDevitt, for the suggestion. And Dr. Gilligan, I will turn to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McDevitt. I was actually just about to ask if we could, but I have my mask on, so you couldn't really get my facial expression. I think one of the biggest challenges for folks has been understanding the continuum of what a hybrid looks like, and for what typically in a lot of districts you have a majority of students that will be participating in, and versus what was remote academy, and the difference between remote in the hybrid and remote academy, which we kind of rephrased to online academy so that people could understand it a little bit better. And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Lorene Marks to explain the differences, because there are some key differences, but there's also we have some really clear answers around some of the questions that folks had tonight.
All right, good evening. I'll go over an explanation of all of the plans. So the plan for all Massachusetts towns that we needed to submit, so for every school district, included a plan where students could potentially move between 3 scenarios: in person, hybrid, or remote. So that is what has been presented. And at the time of the school committee last week, we were looking at a hybrid model for students in our district. So the remote teaching as part of that would be the North Andover students who may have been in a classroom for part of the time under a hybrid model, now needing to move to a remote model due to current conditions on the ground, meaning a potential increase in COVID cases. The remote learning would look very different in this than it did in the spring. There will be more opportunities for live synchronous teaching and learning. There would be some computer-based and some non-computer-based activities. Grades would be given and assessments would be given. There would be a set schedule for all students during that remote time, and attendance would be taken every day at elementary and periodically throughout the day, and in secondary level for every class.
Ms. Marks, could I stop for 1 second? Dr. Mealy, do we have that slide that Ms. Marks was kind of just showing on the continuum?
Is that the 8-4 through 8-11 one?
I don't know, Ms. Marks, if you could see it on the screen.
I cannot right now, but I can see it on my own.
She can present.
I have it here in front of me.
If there's a way to share that, that would
She
be
can present.
beneficial, I think.
Who has control right now of the computer?
Well, she can present.
Well, anyone can present into the meeting. So Ms. Marks, if you would like to present a screen into the meeting.
I can try. I was not aware that that was going to be.
Lorraine, what number slide is it? I have it up and I can present so
Thank
it's easier
you.
for you to talk.
Number 1, Marcy, thank you.
Well, that's easy.
Thank you, Ms. McBusy. While Ms. Bacuzzi gets that out, Mr. Gilligan, Dr. Gilligan, will these slides be available to the community and linked to the agenda following the meeting?
We can. I think the reason I wanted it was important to get them on the screen is I think Ms. Marks' narrative really helps explain the differences.
I will agree, and I think it will be helpful for folks to be able to look at that in their own time.
Is this correct? This way.
Yes, thank you, Marcy. So the picture there, the visual there, is what North Andover School District and all districts in Massachusetts picture were asked to present. And students who were attending would move fluidly as needed between those 3 models. So I spoke a little bit about the differences if we were in a remote model. On the next slide, Marcy, if you could go to the hybrid learning slide. So just some differences there. Again, as some of our community members who've made public comment have said, there is no perfect scenario. Each has its pluses and its minuses. So I know that there's been some question about why Monday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday model, and why an early release. So a lot of that was based on parent feedback that we received. One of the things that we were trying to do with the Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday was to allow for more accountability. If students were seen on Monday and then again on Thursday, it would not leave a 5-day period of time where they were not seen by a teacher and not engaged in that kind of instruction. I know on the other side of the coin, some may say, well, it may be safer to bring students in on Monday and Tuesday back to back because of the whole cohort piece. So again, as I said, there's pluses and minuses, but that was our effort at every level to make sure that there was more accountability and more connection with the teachers. Also, the early release.
Sorry, one quick, Ms. Bacuzzi, is there any way you can change it to presentation mode rather than, so we can just see the screen? Sorry, it's tiny.
She's about to do the same.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, Ms. Marks, I apologize.
That's okay. One of the other questions was about the early release time and lunch. And one of the pieces that went into that thinking was, again, that connection with teachers. If teachers were teaching all day, they would not have the opportunity to connect with those students that they were not teaching that day. And by providing an early release at every level, it provided some level of connection with students that were remote on those days. And again, based on parent feedback, how could we try to reasonably meet some of those requests and concerns? Are remote in the hybrid model, and that allows for practice for remote learning. And it also keeps all students in sync in terms of pacing lessons. So for example, on Monday and Tuesday, students would receive the same instruction. They would all receive the same instruction on Wednesday, and then they could move forward. Thursday and Friday groups would again receive the same instruction. All students would be in sync in terms of pacing. At the elementary level, another question had to do with assessment. At the elementary level, we would be using programs such as Lexia, ST Math, which students are familiar with already, and Zern. They would be used both in person and remotely. So it provides for that continuity. It also provides a great deal of assessment data that we would continue to use with our students. We also have the MAP assessment, which we have used in grades 3 through 5 and a little bit at the middle school with certain students. That will be available for all of our elementary students and all of our middle school students to help provide assessment data as well. The high school is a little different because it's actually more course specific and content specific. So that, I hope, answers some of the questions around the hybrid learning that people had. And then onto the Online Learning Academy, the next slide. Marcy. So the Online Learning Academy is available, again, every district needs to provide an online learning academy, a remote learning academy for all students. When the state first started to talk about this, it was primarily for students who were immunocompromised, either themselves or a family member, and they were not going to be comfortable sending their child to school. It has expanded, and other families who are not comfortable sending their child to school could also use this option. The state had also suggested at the time they started to talk about this, that when students chose this, they chose this for a full year. A lot of that has to do with us trying to be able to manage and plan where our students are and what sort of staffing we have to cover the various types of education we're going to be providing. I've heard some questions already tonight about whether students could come in at maybe a trimester point. And I certainly think that's something that we could talk about. I've also heard questions about if, as we all hope, the virus lessens and we're safe in Massachusetts, could we actually have students come back into school, and could students who have signed on for this because they were concerned with the situation at this time, then join school in person? And I think that's certainly an option as well. So again, the information that we are getting from the state, the information that we're getting from the CDC, things are changing constantly, and I think our plans are going to have to be flexible and be able to change with that. So students who opt for this would still be North Andover students. I heard that as a question as well. So they would have the rights of a North Andover student. They would get North Andover, for example, at the high school, North Andover credit. Our elementary and middle school students would be graded on a North Andover report card. So they would be considered North Andover students. The difficulty and some of the challenge and why we're asking for information on who is interested in attending this is because we have to see what the numbers are. So for example, if there are a lot of families that are interested in this option, it's going to change the class sizes at whatever level most of the kids might be at. It may be across all our levels, elementary, middle, and high school. It may be more at one level. It will change the class sizes. It will then change the way we need to use our teachers. So we cannot make those plans until we have an idea of how many students are interested in this option. So I know it's difficult and challenging for families. It's also difficult and challenging for us as a school system because we can't make a plan until we know what we're actually dealing with. Also come in with staff who may be immunocompromised and unable to return to school. We have to gather that information and get them information on what options are available for them. That's a possibility. Some of those staff may also be then instructors. We are looking at synchronous and asynchronous learning for those students. It would be a typical school day, just like the remote learning would be. The expectations would be similar for students in terms of attendance. It would follow, the schedule would follow a typical school day. on the student's grade level, and it would include all major disciplines. We are also looking to include electives. We may need to partner with neighboring school districts. So for example, if we have just one student, say it was an AP chemistry student at the high school, we may need to partner with another district who had an AP chemistry teacher. We may not have that available. So those are all the types of things and issues that come up with this online learning academy. So I think that is some of the questions that came up, and also explaining a little bit about why we're looking to get an idea of what kind of numbers that we're working with.
So Ms. Marks, what you're saying is that if a student could not return or a parent felt uncomfortable in them returning, that they will be North Andover students. And let's just say, for example, let's say they were in Thompson in a particular grade. There may be opportunities for them to connect with the Thompson school still, absolutely. But if we were using teachers from North Andover that, say, couldn't return, that we matched up, it may be a cohort of second graders from across the town of North Andover that are being educated by a staff member that could not possibly return for a similar issue. The same across all levels. In addition, there could be some other components, right? You talked about, we've been talking with some other communities about partnering, particularly at the high school level and some of the electives. Yeah, another component is some of possibly the online options and programming that we have. And then last but not least, the state is looking to provide a platform to districts at a reduced rate, which to my knowledge, they have not announced as of yet. The remote academy guidance came out just a week ago. But the big key you're saying, Ms. Marks, is really those folks who know they have to have their students stay home for a specific reason, whether it's a pre-existing medical condition or they have a family member or the possibility of they may be uncomfortable and unwilling to come. That this would be the option for them. And once we have a sense of the numbers, and a lot of districts are facing this at this time, they have numbers of what people are thinking about coming back in the July, and this is right around the same time many communities are doing the same. So I appreciate that. If we could go back to the first slide, I have a question, Ms. Marks.
Yep. Marcy, do you mind moving that slide?
Going.
Because thank
you.
Yeah. So this was the one that's where there's what I think folks had some confusion about. So last week we came in here with a preliminary recommendation for a hybrid model. And that means, I think, a couple things, is what you're saying. So hypothetically, say a town was doing this, and they all are in Massachusetts, and just say, for example, that community decided to start remotely for the year. They were going to phase it in, for example. I saw this in the paper yesterday somewhere. So the first 2 weeks of remote on that continuum, that would not be part of the online academy.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
And depending on conditions when school opens, these classes and kids and programming would be able to go between any of these models. So they could shift with the schedules that they have into any of the models back and forth depending on conditions.
Correct.
Okay.
So the online, the OLA, the Online Learning Academy would be for those students, families who are not comfortable having their students in the North Andover schools shifting between these three models. So if they had concerns about health, for example, and they did not, we started out remote, but they knew that there was a possibility that in a month, if things were good and conditions were good in Massachusetts and the virus was at a very low percentile, that we would then shift into a hybrid model and possibly, if it continued, eventually into an in-person model. If they were not willing to take that chance, they would be a candidate for that Online Learning Academy. Does that help clarify that?
So I'd like to have an opportunity for the committee members to ask for clarifying comments or their questions on what Ms. Marks has just presented. And so I would start with David Teresi, if you have any questions or comments or clarifiers that you'd like from Ms. Marks.
Not at this time, Ms. Picard.
Thank you. Mr. McDevitt?
Not right now for Mrs. Marks. Based on some of the questions, I have some questions for Mrs. Barzak, if we're going to jump to that after this.
I will take that under advisement for the moment and stick with Ms. Marks.
Okay.
Ms. Lynch, do you have any clarifying questions for Ms. Marks?
I do. I have one. So I know that one of the reasons that families have to choose by either this Friday or next Tuesday is so that you can figure out space issues. So if a significant number of students do choose OLA, could the rest possibly then do a full day in person since there'll be space in the classrooms?
I think those are all things that we would have to look at. You know, that's not a decision that I make alone. So certainly those are all conditions. The numbers, where the numbers fall are definitely going to impact some of the decisions that we make.
So, Ms. Lynch, to that end, there are some districts gathering data right now that they know they'll have very large numbers, you know, and in different places here in the Merrimack Valley. It really depends on the numbers and what grade levels they would be at. But certainly
Is that something this district would consider though?
Certainly enrollment would be impacted by the number of folks that, you know, would decide to opt into Online Learning Academy, or as Chair Picard has branded as OLA.
Ole, ole, ole.
Yeah, that could impact how things are arranged. Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Ms. Mably?
So since I've had the benefit of reading the 125 comments already, categorizing them, I know a lot of questions that are coming up, and it did come up already a little bit, which is on slide number 2, Ms. Bacuzzi. For the hybrid learning, I think if there's any way you can clarify what the student is doing, who is, thank you, is not at school. So if I'm a cohort A and I'm in school on Monday, what am I doing on Tuesday? I know at the end I'm gonna, if I'm in elementary school, I'm gonna meet up with my class and my teachers, and I know in middle school or high school you're gonna meet with teachers. What else am I doing all morning, roughly?
You would be given assignments relative to what you were taught the day before. So you would be practicing what you were taught the day before at home.
So almost like executing my homework, but I would do it the next day instead of at night.
Yes. Practicing the skills and concepts that you were taught.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mably. My question, Ms. Marks, I understand how, if we go back to the first slide, on the continuum, Ms. Bacuzzi, can you go back to the first slide? Thank you, you're excellent at this work. We've all gained so many technical skills through this period. So I understand that if we were in a hybrid learning environment with the cohorts on Tuesday and Friday, Monday and Thursday, if there were an issue that arose that the entire school might go into remote learning. I understand that, and then those cohorts would stay together and that remote learning would take place in the way that you all explained. What I don't understand is if there's an individual student who is COVID exposed and needs to quarantine, if they can't be in school on their in-school days, how do they continue in the cohort? And that's at any level, at high school, elementary, or middle school.
Okay. And I think that's one of the pieces we still need to work out, and that's part of that will be based on numbers, what sort of teaching staff we have available, what sort of support staff we have available. So that's part of the fine tuning that's going to go into the plan once we have a better idea of what sort of numbers we're looking at in each scenario, and then looking at deploying our staff appropriately.
And so that's numbers of students, not numbers of COVID cases.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Which
Helen,
is
I think if I hear what you're saying, a different way to look at it would be, you're saying there could be potentially a group that has to be quarantined, and
I'm not, Dr. Gilligan, I'm not talking about a group, I'm talking about an individual.
okay,
One student, right?
got it. Yeah, okay.
Right. If it was a group that was quarantined, it may be the classroom and the teacher may be able to do something for the class if that class then had to go remote. So that's a different scenario than what Helen is asking about, one particular student who may have picked up COVID somewhere other than in the school and needs to be able to access educational content.
Or even been exposed. You know, a visiting, whatever, college student home, exposes a younger sibling, and now we've got a younger sibling who shouldn't be exposing the rest of the school community for 14 days or until there's a test. So I've heard—
Again, it speaks to the challenge that we're all facing in terms of, it is difficult to ask parents to make some decisions, but until some decisions are made, we can't deploy the people that we have and finalize some plans. So we certainly understand the challenge. And again, like I said, things are constantly changing, constantly being updated. We are looking to be flexible. I mean, I'm certainly, if someone didn't opt for the online academy and a situation changed in their life and they contacted us, it's not going to be like the doors are bolted and it's never going to happen. I mean, we understand that for all of us, this needs to be a somewhat flexible situation, but without some idea of what we're dealing with in each of these scenarios, we can't begin to finalize a plan and answer some of those kinds of questions because we need to know what staffing we're going to have available.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. So I heard Mr. McDevitt wishing that we would pivot to Ms. Barzak. And so if that would be acceptable to the rest, we shall do that. Mr. McDevitt, are you wanting to ask a specific question, or Ms. Barzak, do you have a presentation of some sort to give to us?
Well, based on your question, I'm wondering if I can ask a question of Mr. Grant right now. So if one student has to drop out of the class, they're not going to obviously be attending school for roughly 2 weeks. They'll miss 4 in-person days. I think that there's been a number of questions about live streaming, and I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to what the challenges are for that.
So the challenges to live streaming, there are a couple, and no district has really tested this out 100% with every student in the building. But if every teacher had to live stream, it could, as you can see right now, there's some glitchiness in some of our streams, and there's only 10 of us. When you have 4,000 streaming, it can get pretty extensive with the network. So we're testing our network. We're upgrading our bandwidth just to make sure that we have enough bandwidth to support that, and trying to segment the traffic away from our firewall so that it just kind of heads right out to the internet. So that's one of the challenges. The other challenge is just the equipment in the classroom, the microphones, the cameras, having those available. If the teacher can use their laptop. So there is, I mean, you can do it. It may not be perfect, but there is a possibility to do that.
Mike, would it be fair to say, so I think one of the top priorities this summer was around thinking about equity. And I don't know if you're prepared to say tonight exactly that we can be a one-to-one district, but we did loan out over 1,200 Chromebooks last year. And even with that, I heard from many families that they didn't come pick one up. They thought maybe someone else was more deserving or could use it. And their kids didn't have their own individual devices. And I think that was one of the common themes that I heard from folks. So, to start the school year, anyone in need, But really, at some point, based on the ordering of the 2,400 Chromebooks this summer, or earlier to be proactive, I guess there's a big backlog in terms of those coming in. I think was really smart on your end. I think the upgrade from, if you want to talk a little bit about the upgrade from the Google Suite to Enterprise, a little bit more about the work we're trying to do to have the capacity to work around the firewall, and I appreciate the work you're doing with the FiOS piece, and then looking at solutions around video conferencing, some of our other apps, and even the potential to get at some more two-way communication in that sense. I think it's something that I don't want you to sell yourself short on, because it's been a lot of work. So.
Yeah, no, I can just mention that we did in the spring, get Chromebooks ordered as possible, so that, because there is a supply issue, and we hope to have, we've already received about 1,200 Chromebooks, and those have all been enrolled. We're going to be getting another 1,200 Chromebooks probably within the next couple of weeks. So we'll have about 2,400 brand new Chromebooks that we can then supplement what we currently have, which could be close to and should be enough for one for each student, grades 1 through 12, and that should be able to be sufficient for any student that needs a device. Should be able to have access to one. The other thing we're looking at is trying to provide some support for parents that do not have internet access. So we're looking at being able to support parents and families that do not have internet at home in the event that we are remote or we're in some hybrid model. So the challenge is trying to come up with technology that's going to satisfy all three types of learning models. So in respect to that, we did do the Chromebooks. We're looking at upgrading our infrastructure, and we're also looking at upgrading G Suite for education. So Google had a special rate going on that ended July 31st, which we were able to take advantage of. Only paying for teachers to upgrade the version of G Suite to G Suite Enterprise, which provides us a lot more resources and features within Google Meet. Because right now we're currently using the free version, and Google provided Google Meet, the enhanced version, up until September. So we're going to lose the enhanced version if we didn't upgrade to Enterprise. So it provides some more additional features, and we don't lose what we currently have. And also, in addition to that, many other additional benefits come along with the G Suite, cloud search, some security features that on the back end that we're able to do a lot with. So it was a really good deal. It actually, if we were to pay for the going rate, Google charges $48 per user per year, which would be for all students and staff, and it would run about $250,000 per year. So the rate we're paying right now is $24 per user per year, which is only for staff members, and students are free. So it's about $18,000, and we're able to leverage that for the next 3 years if we wanted to for the same rate. We're not locked into it, so if we decide we don't want it, but we have the ability to have that, the advanced features for the next 3 years at $18,000 a year instead of the $250,000. So I felt it was worth it to make that move, to have the additional features. And what else do we have to do? Greg, what else did you mention?
Well, I just mentioned that, critically, the ability to have that learning management system of Google and the Meet and the chat, and now the expanded functions, along with other, types of video conferencing or small group pieces. I know that that's something that you've been looking at. But also to that end, I wanted you really to say, I appreciate your work on the infrastructure in and of itself, because it really may give us the ability to continue to enhance and even be more creative as the year progresses, looking at, the different cameras and tripods, et cetera, so.
Mhm.
I just want to
Yep.
interject for a moment that Ms. Mabley has let me know that she's had a technical difficulty and she'll be joining us back as soon as she can. So, is it the will of the committee to continue to read comments, to continue to ask direct questions to the staff that are with us? Andrew, you've had an opportunity to ask a couple of questions. I'll go to David. David, do you have any questions at this time that you want to ask?
Questions, comments? I just think, just to be respectful to the people who took the time, I think you have to go through this. I know there's some people who are texting me and saying it's kind of redundant, but a lot of people took the time to weigh in, and I think we need to let them. Unfortunately, we have to do the public hearing this way, and so
Yep,
I know a
agree.
lot of
Thank
the
you.
comments are similar, but I think we need to get through this.
I think so too. Holly, do you have anything that you want to do before we get back to the public comment?
No.
Okay. Amy, welcome back. We're going back to the public comment at this time. And so, Mr. McDevitt, I would ask you to continue. I believe that we're on row 14.
Yep, I will. I just want to say, I don't think it's really fair to go for 2 hours of just reading public comments without any information coming back.
That's correct. And I'm sorry, I discussed this earlier with Ms. Mabley, and I probably did not make it clear at the beginning of this that it was my intention that we read a series of comments from the public, and then we pause and give Dr. Gilligan's group an opportunity to respond to some of those things. So I would think that every 15 or so comments,
Okay.
we'll want to pause again and go back to Dr. Gilligan.
All right, fair enough. So we'll go next to Stephanie Hurst at 56 Elm Street. How will the kindergarten AM and P-horts be determined? I have a kindergarten student as well as a second and third grader. If my kindergarten student is in the PM cohort, there will be no overlap when she is at school at the same time as her older siblings, making childcare and working much more difficult as there will be 0 hours when all of our kids are in school at the same time. If she is in the AM cohort, there will be about 5 hours of overlap a week, which isn't much, but is better than nothing. I am I am concerned about the minimal amount of hours my second and third grader will be in school, especially seeing as they will be in school fewer hours than my kindergarten student. All right, we will now move on to, and I apologize if I say any of these names incorrectly, Elizabeth Tangstrom at 155 Chestnut Street. Which hybrid?
Mr. McDevitt.
Yes.
If I can interrupt for just a minute. I do find it helpful to have the main point of the comment read that
Sure.
Ms. Mabley added for us. That's to the far right column. I know it's hard when you've got all those pieces.
Perfect, no problem. So again, Elizabeth Tangstrom, 155 Chestnut Street. These are hybrid questions. Which option, hybrid or remote academy, do I have a better chance of getting my children more live teaching? I am not interested in another 4 months of strangers on YouTube, outdated movies, or pre-recorded slides. We'll go next to Victoria Fantasia at 71 Waverly Road. It is OLA. Can more information be shared regarding the structure of the remote learning academy option? Will there be live instruction from a district teacher, or will this be pre-recorded lessons? Will students be provided with textbooks and workbooks like they would if they were in the school buildings? Will they have the opportunity to interact remotely with other students in the remote learning academy? Will students receive grades for the work done? Thank you in advance for answering these questions regarding the Remote Learning Academy. It will be helpful in deciding if this will be a good option for our family or if we should start researching homeschool curriculums. We are now going to Noel with no last name at 211 Candlestick Road. It is a hybrid question. I have a question regarding the hybrid plan. If cases continue to rise for COVID, what would be the plan of attack for the people that choose the hybrid way of learning? What is the threshold to close the school, stop hybrid, and shift to online only? The next one seems to be a repeat, so perhaps she didn't think it went through, and there it is twice. So we'll go to Andrea Cross at 124 Blueberry Hill Lane. Also a hybrid question. If we will be having 2 cohorts with Wednesdays being a day for deeper cleaning of classrooms, doesn't it make more sense to have cohort A attend Monday and Tuesday and cohort B attend Thursday and Friday to avoid cross-contamination as much as possible? Again, looks like a repeat there. We will now go to Christmas Carol. She is a teacher, so I do not think I need to read her address. Is that correct? I think that's preferred.
You can read the town of her residence.
Okay, so North Andover. Before we have a vaccine widely administered, the consequences of infection in a public school will result in an unresolvable misery. Do not indirectly afflict suffering. Do not invite logistical and litigious nightmares. We are talking months. Children are generally resilient. We are capable of designing alternative remote learning that will tide us over until help is here. Without a vaccine readily available, it isn't a question of if, but when and how many students and faculty members will be exposed and negatively impacted by this virus. We have the capacity and capability for designing and implementing remote learning, which can simultaneously meet our curricular objectives and keep students and faculty members safe. Compliance due to external pressures should not impact decisions that could result in significant suffering of students or faculty members.
Mr. McNutt, can you read one more, and then we'll invite Ms.
Sure, no
Teresa.
problem. I'm not going to say this correctly. Diane Frymuth, I'm sorry. Also a teacher from Merrimack, Massachusetts. I have been teaching at North Andover High School since 1992. I want to go back to school, but not until it is safe. At this point in time, remote learning is the safest option for the children and adults who call the North Andover Public Schools their second home. Until the recent uptick in cases in our Commonwealth, we are now at 3% positivity rate.
That's not true. Sorry.
Okay. We haven't seen in months, which we haven't seen in months. The staff, the children, and all of our families are at risk if we rush to an indoor setting in which proper social distancing is nearly impossible to maintain. We miss school for many reasons, but I hear from both students and parents that socialization is the top one. Unfortunately, the virus takes away the practices and activities that allow this to happen in the way that we will associate with going to school. I believe teachers should be engaged in robust professional development for the first 2 weeks in September so that we can provide a proper and educationally sound start to the 2020-2021 school year for our children. As conditions allow, we should start a gradual phased reopening as Massachusetts is doing in the private sector in order to bring our students back to school. For working parents, a group to which I belong, this presents challenges. However, the returning to school before it is safe is not worth the possible tragic outcomes. Please consider this as you make your decision. So, back to you, Mrs. Picard.
Thank you. Mr. Teresi, can you begin reading where Mr. McDevitt left off? And
Yep,
I
this seems
apologize that I've lost the line number, so if somebody
That's
can tell me
fine.
that promptly.
I think we're on Julie Hartshorn, who's a teacher.
Correct.
I believe the hybrid plan of returning to school does not make sense for our district. We should be beginning the year remotely to keep our kids and staff members safe. The numbers in mass are ticking upwards, and inevitably will be Have to close again. A study done in Chicago and published in JAMA Pediatrics suggests that small children infected with the virus carry just as much. These are our teachers. In South Korea, a study of 65,000 people suggests that school reopening will trigger more outbreaks. There is simply not enough evidence pointing otherwise. We need to be following scientific discoveries and data constantly because we all know it is ever changing. It seems we would be putting our amazing community at risk than we need to do. Fantastic. Ann Bedreau, 165 Green Street. Another teacher. As a teacher in the public schools, I am deeply concerned with the ability to return to school safely. I am concerned with the safety of our students and our staff. I realize that our students' social and emotional welfare is a critical issue at this time. I realize that our students' educational needs need to be met. I recognize the challenges presented by educating our children in any format, especially remote learning. However, the overriding concern must be a safe, capital S-A-F-E, safe return to school. I read recently that in the spring, the state had predicted approximately 2,500 deaths in Massachusetts. I don't know where she read that. Sadly, the number of people who have lost their lives in Massachusetts is predicted to be 4 times that number prior to September 1st. Please consider that our schools should be not open until there is a safe way to return. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration of a remote plan. Thank you. Patrick McGrady, we heard from Eric Quinoyer.
Eric Canoia, he's a teacher at North Andover High School.
Yeah, okay. As much as we would all love to get back to normalcy, I think it's important that we take a deep breath and not rush into anything. I'm glad we're not doing that. If you have had a chance to follow some of the news from down south, where some schools have already started going back to school with various return models, there have been cases of kids getting the virus, leading to teachers and students have to leave school for extended periods of time. With numbers still rising, it seems as if we would be working backwards to put the teachers and students back in school together. In theory, it might seem like a good idea after being out so long, but it seems crazy to me to put that many people at risk. Even if it's only a slight chance, it's still a chance. Then what happens if someone does get it? Then where are all the fingers going to be pointed? It's a very unfortunate situation that we are in, but one that needs to be handled with patience, not patience, Eric, and understanding on all ends. I believe we need to continue to be cautious and wait for the curve to start to go down considerably to allow for people to feel comfortable being in the building together. Anything else would seem to be productive to negative learning environment that could negatively impact all of us. Repetitively redundant. This another teacher? Yeah. Why don't someone else go? I think it's the same MTA propaganda over and over again, so someone else go.
This is Mrs. Picard, and I will read some of the comments that I have on various topics. Okay, so this is Alyssa Cataldo at 117 Brookfield Drive. You'll see that she also offered to call into the meeting, but when I called the number, I was unsuccessful in reaching her today. So I'll read into the comment what she has. Dear school committee, first off, I would like to thank you for all your hard work during these trying times. I can't imagine your positions are easy. I would like to address my concerns regarding the preliminary plan for the fall. I feel like the plan for kindergarten is feasible, 5 half days, but I would like to know why it is remarkably different for the other grades in schools. I have 3 school-aged children, and I think that we as a community can do so much better. Remote learning in the spring was a complete fail, and in my opinion, my kids learned nothing in terms of academics. I'm afraid of that again. My oldest is on an IEP and does as much and needs as much help as she can get. Why can't we try 5 full days and have a backup plan if that doesn't work? My guess is there's going to be some families that won't send their children, which will give more space in the classrooms for those who want to send their kids. Thank you, Alyssa Cataldo. Reading from another topic. This one is on screening and tracking. It is from Geraldine Macari at 189 Baker Street in North Andover. It reads, will the faculty staff be COVID tested prior to opening school? What kind of screening policy do we have in place for both staff and students on a daily basis? Knowing that many kids suffer from seasonal allergies and we will be entering flu season, what plans are in place to proceed with kids that may have a sneeze or a sniffle? For the middle school and high school kids that have after school activities, what is the plan of action on those days? If a teacher or student is positive for COVID-19, they can be asymptomatic and still test positive for 6 to 8 weeks. How will this affect the curriculum of both the child and the teacher? Thank you. I have a question, a number of questions on the OLA as well as homeschool. So some of these may have already been addressed, but I'll go ahead and read them. This is from David Bicknell at 48 Patriot Street. There are 3 bullet points. 1, can North Andover Public Schools provide homeschooling alternatives, for example, programs, curriculums, co-ops, etc., that are MA compliant? I'd like to see further guidance on what online programs, resources, and sample curriculums, if available, for parents that would meet MA standards. I would also like to understand what the public curricular opportunities that homeschoolers would still have access to at North Andover Public Schools, for example, related arts, etc. Simply providing the notice of intent form does not provide enough background information for parents considering this option. 2, in the hybrid model, it seems to me that teachers and students will only be getting through 3/5 of a typical weekly lesson plan with the hybrid model, with less face time with teachers. Please demonstrate how can teachers and students will still be able to meet the quality of instruction, learning standards, and curriculum guidelines that we have been accustomed to. Number 3, clarification. In the recent overview of schooling options for families email, it says, quote, for planning purposes, the survey in which you will be asked to choose your children's schooling option for the upcoming year, unquote. Considering there are more questions than answers at this point, is it truly for planning purposes only, or will parents be committing to choose an option for the year? Also, Dr. Gilligan and committee members referenced contracts, references, and teachers that still all need to be signed and finalized. For families choosing Online Learning Academy, or OLA, I would like to understand all additional curriculum resources, plans, etc. that North Andover Public School would offer before making the final addition. I'll read one more, and then I will pass it on to Dr. Gilligan's team to answer some questions. Does that sound good to the committee?
Sure.
Okay, I see some nods. Okay.
Yes.
This kind person, Chris Nobley, 317 Hillside Road, used really large font for me. Helen, amid the excellent and right-minded discussions around the purpose North Andover return to public school plan, I believe 2 considerations have not been well defined. I'd like to see both be addressed in detail as the plan moves forward towards finalization. By specifically detailing the 2 items, I think it would be important to quantify time, staffing, and money, what the trade-offs are, and the related contingencies. Both feed into establishing confidence from parents, as well as affirm the depth of consideration and planning by Greg and the district. 1, concisely detail the differences between daily and deep cleaning. Why are there differences? What are the important considerations weighing each type? What are the circumstances that there may be changes in the protocol? 2, what is the criteria and measure that would trigger a partial or full shift to all remote learning? This should be addressed across multiple scenarios, classrooms, cohorts, school buildings, etc. Furthermore, how will parents be informed of the trends of tens of such measures in preparation for a potential shift to full remote classroom, cohort, etc.? There's sufficient time right now, I believe, to have the discussion and at least initial response vetted for parents. To me, these are additional gauges for the depth and strength of the plan, which is ultimately test by implementation. Be happy to chat more if you want to get in touch. Chris, thank you, Mr. Lovely, for that. And Dr. Gilligan, I would like to turn it back to your.
I would say there was one thing I haven't heard really explained tonight. You know, I think that I really appreciate Miss Marks. I hope you still have power up there. You did a really nice job, I think, explaining the continuum of, you know, what typically in most districts, and probably North Andover, you have a majority of students that would attend, whether it started in hybrid, remote, or all in with the safety precautions. And then the second piece, the online learning academy, I appreciate explaining that difference. I think that's was a really hard one to folks, especially since people were calling it remote learning academy and the difference between the two options. But could you tell folks a little bit about homeschool? Because you know, if someone was going to opt into online learning academy, they'd still be a North Andover student, they'd still do all these things. But homeschool is something that's been around for quite some time, and you're in charge of it. Would you mind just talking about what homeschooling means? Because I think that's one folks aren't really probably know much about.
Sure. So homeschooling, again, is an option for anyone in Massachusetts and always has been. So a family can choose to educate their child themselves at home. What they need, they set the curriculum. So it happens in various ways. There are families that gather together in smaller cohorts with other families of homeschoolers, and they rely on each other's expertise in various areas. There are curriculums that are published for homeschoolers that some people use. Sometimes it's simply homegrown by a family. They have to provide a plan to me and a letter of intent to me that then I have to review. If I have questions or concerns about the plan, I then contact the family and we have a conversation about that. But if the plan looks okay, then I send a letter, they get a letter of approval from me for that plan. They also have to send information in at the end of the year in terms of their child's progress with the plan, in terms of how well they've done, what they've learned, what their accomplishments have been. So that would be homeschooling, which is separate from any of the other options that we have talked about. We do have some families who have for the past number of years homeschooled in North Andover. It's not a lot of families, but we do have a few families, as does every district.
Great, thanks, Ms. Marks. I think one of the other components that we've heard, and I think I've talked to many family members, and I really appreciate the emails and the calls, and as I mentioned, the volume of emails has been extraordinary, and we really appreciate it, and this is what we wanted. I mean, we have several working groups, and I think this is very valuable. But I wanted to talk a little bit about, because what you read in the news sometimes is about a governor shutting down a state, or a governor ordering a school back to, state back to school. And here in Massachusetts, as you saw last March, the governor shut down the school systems across the Commonwealth. And at the same time, going back now, the state you have all these different communities, struggling and grappling with the same decision. And, so whether a community based on, and I can either let Cheryl or Brian jump in a little bit on this, based on spread, based on where we are at that specific time, certainly it would be the school department working with the Board of Health to make those decisions. There's very comprehensive guidance and details from the state, and that would be something that I think, Brian, if you just want to talk a little bit about where we are with the virus now, compared to where we were last week, and then a little bit more on the thresholds, I think, of what people are interested in. And I think it's just a few definitions around that.
Hi, and thanks. So first off, we're at about a little over 2% positive test rate. Last week, we were at 1.8. So it hasn't gone up that much. There's a small little uptick, but I wouldn't really classify it as a huge spike. And I think moving forward, if you're looking at any type of spike in the schools, we would take that as all the data comes in, and we would be analyzing various different peaks, spikes, caseload, state, local, things like that, before any decisions were made. We've dealt with this in the past in terms of flu and norovirus outbreaks in school districts. So it's all on a school-by-school basis, district basis, and you would analyze the data as it comes in before any decisions are made. and we would make that in cooperation with the school district.
Right, so everything that we would do would be in combination with the Board of Health, Mass DPH, as well as state and other local officials. Okay.
I am returning to the committee members to see if they'd like to hear from any other members of Dr. Gilligan's staff with their questions. And I will start again with Mr. Teresi.
Start with who? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might as well get some comments. It's already 7:45, and we still have a long way to go with these comments. So let me get this out because it's pretty frustrating. So we've had a lot of emails, a lot of comments over the last week, and most of them are super respectful and thankful and appreciative of the hard choices we have to make. So I really thank all the parents who have submitted such comments. There's no easy answer. You know, people have their opinions, and these are opinions, they are beliefs. I mean, people always say we got to follow the science, follow the data when it comes to this stuff, and I think, you know, people on either side, whether to go back to school or stay home, can pick the science and pick the data that supports their argument. You know, I happened to read a bunch of teacher comments, and you know, they were so definitive in their comments, but there are plenty of doctors and health experts that say it's completely safe to go back to school. So I guess I get a little upset when I hear people talk with that kind of, you know, complete certainty on this stuff, because it's not. A lot of it's beliefs. A lot of it's going to be, what do I think is best for my kid, you know, my children? Do I want them to go back to school? And I wish it was so simple. And maybe, you know, on some level, I think it is that simple. We could just ask the parents, you know, do you want to send your kids back to school? And we'll make a plan for them. And if you don't want to send your kids back to school, we'll have a comprehensive, as much as we can, remote learning experience for them, or the OLA, whatever we're calling it now. I wish it was that simple, but you know, after hearing Ryan and Lisa's comments at the beginning and reading the comments that I wrote, I mean, I think this is just a futile exercise we're doing right now, Greg. I gotta be honest with you. If our teachers aren't willing to teach, what's the point of even talking about a hybrid plan? I gotta be honest with you, I feel like the teachers, and mostly it's coming from the larger Boston teachers unions, the MTA and the AFT, you know, we had a bunch of teachers work with us all summer long for these hybrid plans. And I know we had a lot of engagement and stuff, but now all of a sudden, in the last week, the goalposts have completely been moved. You know, on Monday it was, okay, well, we're not gonna go back to the 16th, and we're gonna go from 180 days to 170 days. You know, later in the week, and now, you know, I read, you know, AFT finally caught up with MTA and say, no, we're not going back to school. So what's it gonna be? I mean, if the teachers aren't willing to teach, why have this conversation? Let's just cut to the chase and do remote learning. But I tell you, the teachers got to own that. The teachers have to be responsible for telling our parents that they're not going back to teach classes. Because I empathize, I sympathize with them. I'm obviously of the opinion that I believe our kids can go back to school safely. And I'd like to see more of it. And I verbalized that last week, that I think we need more in-class instruction. But again, what are our options if our teachers aren't going to go back to the classroom? So, you know, I apologize for my frustration. I apologize for editorializing a little bit when I read the comments. You know, I apologize to the 3 or 4 that I read. So, but my frustration level, and I hate to throw the word disingenuous around, but to me, it was very disrespectful for the teachers to participate in this process over the last 2 months, and then in the last week, just say, nah, we're not gonna go back. And that's crystal clear from these comments tonight and from what's going on in Boston. So I'm a little fed up with it. I think it's still, I still think we should get through this and give the people who took the time to, you know, write their comments as best we can. But I think this exercise is futile if the teachers aren't gonna teach. So that's my 2 cents. And anyone will follow that? Go ahead.
I'm gonna turn to Ms. Mably. I do have. You guys okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to Ms. Mably, and then I'm gonna make a suggestion. Go ahead, Ms. Mably.
Hi, so related to what Mr. Teresi was just talking about, I would be curious to know, and I would imagine it's data we're allowed to know, but the union just took a vote, it said, right in their letter. I would be interested to know what the vote was, like what the wording was that they were voting on, and I would like to know what the outcome of the vote was. I think that would be very beneficial to us. I don't know if we're entitled to hear that information, but it would help me a lot.
Dr. Gilligan, is there anything you can comment there, or?
Yeah, I would say this. I would say that as superintendent and as an educator, there's nothing I believe more than getting as many kids back into our building as possible. And, you know, we've been working tirelessly with all sorts of folks. I would have to say that, you know, the group, particularly the teachers I worked with this summer, the administrators, I think everyone realizes the value of that human connection, because we really got to talk about, the kids have been out of school now for some time without any of that type of interaction. And we know that that's critical, first and foremost. And then if we can't attend to that, we can't attend to the academic piece. So I know really working hard, I think I mentioned last week, looking at the elementary model, we were really looking to try to bring elementary in every day. And when we looked at the feasibility study in the classroom, it came down to, okay, are we gonna put everyone in at 3 feet? Because, you know, at 3 feet, we can fit the class size in probably almost all of our schools, with the exception of the Brad Street, because of the layout. You know, and Mass DESC saying 3 feet's the minimum, but you should strive for 6, and the CDC was saying 6. So, you know, the goal of the recommendation of the district leadership, taking all this into account, is there's no doubt in my mind that my goal, I think the folks that I work with want to get as many kids back as possible. At the same time, I think that there's been a few questions tonight a little bit about, you know, why an early release, or why this other component. I think that when we're talking about dealing with, I think, 4,714 kids, you know, for us, the number one risk mitigation strategy here in Massachusetts has been social distancing and the hygiene piece. I don't know, and we all have kids. I mean, I have 2 of my own. But being in a school, one of the things that we looked at the hybrid, that hybrid can go to more in school, or it could go to remote. And that's the flexibility of it. The challenge is when you're in school, even with half the population. So you have half the population within the school. It is, have you seen first graders at recess and trying to socially distance? Or what is it going to look like going to the restroom, and what type of experience is that going to be? You know, wearing a mask for that long in the daytime, even with breaks. So some of that became really clear that those are things that I think we could build stamina and work to, but the physically distanced piece. And then I think the other part goes to pedagogy, about what's best practice, because I think there are some challenges when you are in a more of a stand and deliver mode, or even so, you know, sometimes I think that screen time isn't always the right answer, of having so many kids on a screen, remote, or you know, in person, or a hybrid, whatever you're working with. It's got to be a combination of things around what's best practice. So I just think there's some challenges. I know that I've received emails, equal amount, from folks citing research saying why it's a terrible idea. Kids should go back to school, and that I'd really be putting people at risk. I've got other emails citing evidence saying that we should absolutely be back in school. I know as superintendent of schools that safety is number one to me, you know, and I think us recommending this model based on where we were last week has the flexibility to grow either way. I appreciate the input, the parent input, all the different input throughout the course of the summer. So I guess that's really what I would just add.
All right. I'd like to step in here and make a suggestion for us. I've counted the email comments and the teacher comments still to be read. And of those, there are 9 teacher comments and 35 in email, and 35 in our document. Ms. Mabley, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe all of those are in support of fully remote learning for the start of the school year.
Correct. Every teacher comment that I saw on this document was in favor of fully remote, yes.
So I agree with Mr. Teresi that we need to be respectful with the time and the energy that people put forward into submitting their public comments. But we do have the authority to limit public comment and how much time we spend. It's possible that we could be reading teacher comments for fully remote learning for many, many minutes. If each one of these is 3 minutes, which, so my suggestion to the committee at this time is that we read the names of the teachers who submitted these comments in support of fully remote learning. And then we continue with the comments. When we return to comments, that we read those comments that are not the teacher comments in fully remote. Yes, Ms. Mabley.
You had mentioned earlier, Ms. Picard, that we would be posting all of these comments somewhere. Is that still correct?
You and I talked about that, and
I thought you said it earlier. Sorry.
I don't think we said it in this meeting.
Okay.
I would like to check with council to see if we can do that, or if there's any reason that we can't do that. I would like to provide the written documentation of this meeting since it was all submitted in writing, and certainly Ms. Zagari is not capturing word for word what we have. So it would be my intention to check with council to see if there's any reason that we can't post this entire document. The entire document is available to all the school committee members. And I would add that we did receive teacher comments that were not part of public comment, but were submitted either to myself as the chair or to the school committee as a whole from teachers who were supporting in-person, non-remote. They're not in public comment, but we do have teachers who have supported in-person and non-remote learning. So I want the committee to be aware of that. I have compiled all of those and will share with the committee all the information we've gotten. I was waiting until we received all our public comment. We're starting to get new emails now. So be prepared. So I want to check in with the committee and see if it sounds reasonable to you that we read the names of the teachers from these 35, 44 submissions, so that we acknowledge their submission, but not read the verbatim all the work that they provided to us. And again, it will be available to all of you to read on your own outside of the meeting. So I will go through the roll to see if that sounds all right to you. David?
I think that's a good way of doing it. I think anyone who submitted public comment, they should be published publicly, because it's if we did this live, it'd be public as well. So I think they should be available. But I said that's a good way to do it, Helen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDevitt?
So I will agree, but I would say if any of the teachers who have submitted comments have also identified themselves as being parents of kids, I think that that's a different perspective, and I would say that they would count as a resident.
And I'm not sure we document it as such.
I could quickly check that.
Some of them do. For example, I'm
Some of them
looking at
do.
one who happens to be a neighbor of mine, and she references in her first sentence herself and her children.
So what we can do, we'll finish going through the roll. Amy, are you okay with that proposal?
Only if we publish them afterward. If we find out that we can only do it by reading them, then I think we need to record and read them and publish them that way. We can't just not.
I imagine that we can publish them. I don't think there's any reason that we can't publish them, because they were submitted a public comment and they were also submitted to the school district, so it's public record.
Yes, thank you.
But I just do like to check things through, because we have not done that before, to my knowledge. And so, Holly, I'm turning to you. Is that a reasonable thing to do at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mabley, if you can look through and see which teachers are identified as parents as well, I will begin with the letters that I have in front of me that came through email and read those names out to the committee. And then I will ask either Ms. Mably or someone else to read the names that are in the spreadsheet aloud. So I have a letter from Ashley Tomich, who's a third grade teacher at Atkinson, from Cassandra Wilhite or Wilhity, or who is a first grade teacher. And she submits on behalf of the first grade team at Atkinson, Diana Beckley, Ann Chard, Lindsay Connolly, and Carrie Lotry, Lochrie.
Lockery.
Lockery, thank you. I have one from Alfred DeMoro, who submits on behalf of elementary school physical education department, and includes the names Trip DeMoro, Sean Morgan, Celine Murphy, Jason Gorente, Ali Buonafidio, and Kevin Griffin. I have a letter submitted by Andrea Liakos, NAM's chorus teacher. I have a letter submitted by Courtney Ahern on behalf of the elementary librarians, signed by Courtney Ahern, Hillary Alden, Elizabeth Sinclair Fisher. I have one from Sue Bayless. I have one from Allison Looney at North Andover High School. And I have one from Sarah Tompkins, art teacher at North Andover Middle School.
I wish it was Helen's cat right now. I think sure.
How are we doing, Ms. Mably? You are muted, Ms. Mably.
Sorry, I'm running a lot of docs here. So I don't know that every single one, because a lot of them didn't put their town and have common street names, but there are several who are in town and have students as well, or are in town and used to have students here. So I don't know how you want to proceed.
Why don't you read the names of the teachers that do not seem to be parents of students in town? And as we go through the rest of our reading, we can determine as we go if there's anything we need to include. Usually within the first couple of lines, like Mr. McDevitt said, we can tell if that's something we need to read.
Okay. Could someone tell me what line we left off on? Was it 28? Because I got cut off.
I think it was 28.
Thank you. So that's Ms. Sparks. She lives at 495 Main Street. I don't know if that's North Andover or any, there are a lot of main streets in the world, so.
That's the address of the middle school.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
Ms. Sparks?
You can dispense with the addresses for this exercise.
Okay, but I don't know if everybody lives in town or not, so I'm just looking for help.
I
All
see.
right.
Okay.
So there's another street here in Olkovakis. Yeah. Thank you. I'm screwing that up. So I don't know if she lives in town or not. And then Suzanne Mitchell, Kelly Roach, Carrie Harnois, who does live in town and has children in our school district. Laura Harrington, Elizabeth Murphy, who has students in our district. Jessica Mail. John Fryermuth. Kim Angelo. Kelly Roach. I think she came up earlier too. Amy Rapone. Ashley Gravel. Dana McDonald. Mike Motherway. Colette Hughes lives in town. Jessica Thurston. Laura Matias. Shayna Bebo. Colleen Hallbuck does live in town and has children in our district. Caroline Amison. I don't know if Shayna Bebo lives in town or not. Jennifer Paradise. Colleen Stevens. Sarah Kipp, who lives in town. Emily Sliva. Kathy Lee, who lives in town. Martha Wolfenden lives in town, and Michelle O'Leary. Kathleen Terrace, you already read that. More Doreen Rose. Kim Burdick lives in town. Ruth Delaware. Julie Nally lives in town. Kristen Havey, I believe, lives in town. Patrick Fury, not sure. Actually, looks like lives in town. Michael O'Leary. Oh, sorry, Michelle O'Leary comes up a couple times. Sorry, she repeats a few times. Same message. Lucy Fry. That's it. Other than if things just came in now, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to check those out.
Thank you, Ms. Mabley. I'm tired. I don't know about you guys.
Helen, you're doing a great job. This isn't easy, Helen.
This is important work, and I want us to carry forward. I'm not sure at this time if we should continue reading comments. I had given Mr. Teresi an opportunity to ask some questions, so I can return to Ms. Fitzke Lynch if you want to ask your own questions, or if you want to continue reading from the public comments, starting at line, I believe, 29.
So could we, I'm just throwing this out there for the committee, could we summarize the tenor of the comments rather than read every single one if we're going to submit them into public record anyway, and then just get to the questions that we all had and that some of the comments had?
I find that acceptable. Is everybody okay with that, Ms. Mabley?
Sure.
Somebody in the room said sure. Can I have another male voice say sure?
Sure, again?
Okay. All right. You're on, Ms. Lynch.
So I have a lot of questions, but I guess my first comment is that I really feel like, well, I actually go back to David's comment. If there's no chance that we're having any kind of in-person learning, then that would change some of my comments. So I don't know, do we start there?
I don't want to throw the towel in. I'm sure, Helen, can I jump in here?
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to throw in the towel. I think we got to power ahead. And then, you know, I don't know what your negotiation is with the union on this, but I think parents are split. And there's no right or wrong. I'm not criticizing people who want to keep their kids home, and I'm not promoting that people want to send their kids back. It's a tough, personal decision, what you think is best for your kids. And I respect both sides of it. But we can't do it unless we have the people who are going to teach our kids. And if this is what and this is coming across the state, this is not unique to the North Andover Teachers Association. If they're saying they're not going to go back and teach school, what are our options really? I mean, now I'm told they can't go out on strike. Public employees can't strike in Massachusetts, so that's not going to happen. I mean, when we negotiate, I don't know. Can we pay the people who go and teach more money? Pay them more to come to school and teach? You know, can we do something along those lines? I really want to have in-class teaching of some kind, more than what was presented last week. I think that's the best for our kids, and I think there's plenty of again, I'm gonna just say, because I feel there's plenty of scientific evidence that says that kids can't go, they can go back to school. So I want to power ahead there, but I really think that we're gonna be spinning our wheels for a long time if we don't have a partner that's willing to dance with us. And if they're getting their marching orders from Boston, from everything I've read and all the tea leaves that I've read, that I can read, I think it's pretty futile. So my suggestion is, you know, I know Helen and Amy, you're our negotiation team with them, that you need to have a real honest to goodness talk with those folks.
I am not on it.
I'm sorry.
Helen and I.
Oh,
It is
it's you,
this week,
oh, it's you
Devin
guys.
and I.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was Ellen and Amy. I apologize for that. Sorry about that. And you need to, and it needs to happen quickly. You know, I personally, I've told you last week, I'm not married to August 10th by any stretch of the imagination. I think parents need more time to make decisions. I don't think we owe DESE anything because they're doing a dance here. I mean, listen, it's not going to surprise me in 2 weeks if DESE pulls the rug underneath and says it's all remote learning. I'm not going to be surprised by that. It's been like that since March. So my preference would be, again, to, out of respect, read some of the comments or generalize the comments, but send Andrew and Helen and have a sit down with our union leadership and see what's going to happen here. That's what I would recommend.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. My thought about what Holly was saying is that we would generalize not just the teacher comments, but all the comments that we have going forward. Is that correct, Ms. Lynch?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like we need to power through some of these comments. I feel like we've been talking for a while. The administration had an opportunity to talk for a while. I will tell you that the additional emails that have come in are not for public comment at this time. There is some frustration at listening to the meeting and having difficulty listening to the meeting, both technically and with regards to respect. So we will try to continue with our utmost respect for everybody. And we will again say that this meeting will be available recorded. I'm very sorry for those people who are trying to watch from home and are not able to live stream at this time. I'm sure that's very frustrating, especially with the important topic at hand. So Holly, I'm coming back to you and I'm asking you to read, I don't know, 4 or 5 comments from the page.
So Helen, can I make just a suggestion or a comment here?
Yes.
Sorry, Holly. So I pushed last week for this meeting. I pushed really hard because, in my opinion, the plan came out at 6 o'clock and parents tuned in not necessarily knowing what was coming in, right? And there was a tremendous amount of information that came in or came out. And I felt, even having gotten it a little bit in advance, my mind was spinning about how we're not doing buses. How are we getting kids to school? How are they getting home from school? What does this look like? What is cohort A? What is cohort B? Who's learning when? With a teacher? Are they all with teachers? And everything that I look at here in the comments and the questions that are here are very specific questions. And if we don't answer these questions, parents can't make a decision. And if they can't make a decision, we can have this meeting every night. We could have this meeting from 6 to midnight every night. We can stream it on whatever. If we're not answering their questions, we should go home now. We really should. We've got questions here. What does it look like? Why is it only 4 hours? What happens when a kid gets sick? What's the protocol? My son's a counselor at Summer Fun. Every day he has to take his temperature. My daughter's a camper at Summer Fun. Every day they fill out a questionnaire. I know the health protocols that they go to every day. Are we doing that with school? Are we just letting kids walk in? What's the plan? I don't hear this. And I'm not hearing it from the administration. I need to know the answers to these questions so we can summarize, and I'm happy to have them summarized. But if we're not going to get answers, let's adjourn.
So I'm going to speak directly to that, Andrew. The administration has given us what answers they can in the time that we've provided them tonight. They have a plan to present a roundtable to answer many more questions. They will be continuing to get guidance throughout the month of August, and they will continue to build their plan. I see this as the, when you're building a house, you start with the structure of the house, and then you add on all the components to it. I feel like they have got the outline of the house, right? They've got I can't remember the words right now, so I appreciate somebody giving me
Framing.
words. Thank you. They've framed the house, and they're going to need time to put the siding on and to put the roof on, and those are all going to be really important. But we asked the community to comment, and we've asked the administration to give answers. We aren't going to have time tonight to get all the comments and all the answers. And plus, in addition to all 100 and however many comments we have tonight, they have thousands of comments that have come in that they are sorting and preparing to provide answers for. So tonight's exercise was an opportunity for public comment and public questions, more than it was an exercise for answers from our district. I think those answers are going to come on Thursday. I think more answers are going to come on Monday. And I think more answers are going to come over the next weeks as further guidance comes forward and as we gather information about what models folks are leaning towards. So I think that's where we are.
But can we get the answers we have today?
Well,
I'll accept that we don't have all of the answers, but I mean, I've got questions here of like, how are we doing? What do we do with an AP class in the high school? What's that look like? I don't know. And maybe we don't have the answers to that, but there's questions here we should know the answers to. And if you're telling me we don't have them, then we've just done a Q session, not a Q&A.
Helen, respectfully, I disagree that this meeting was just to read public comments. I thought the purpose of it, based on our meeting Thursday night, was to get answers because the plan had come out for us to ask our questions. Parents enough time and information to make the decision. I don't think we have time, a lot of time, if they're supposed to make a decision by either this Friday or next Tuesday.
So I would invite you, Ms. Lynch, to ask your questions to the administration so that they can answer them. And you can prioritize the questions that you've heard from the community or that you've read, so that we can get the answers that you feel are appropriate to get now. And we can pause public comment until we feel that we wish to continue. We do not have to read every single comment.
I think we do.
We can.
Madam Chair, may I say something?
In any meeting, the chair has the right and obligation to say we are ending public comment now. Go ahead, Dr. Gilligan.
Well, I was going to say, I think that some of the key things that we've covered tonight, are particularly around the online academy versus the continuum. I think that Andrew raises some good questions. I think that we could easily have Cheryl Bozak talk about what some of those screening protocols are. We'll put some of that out, and that will be pretty strict guidance from the state that we'll follow. And I can let her talk about that a little bit. And there was a couple other areas that I think that we have not highlighted tonight that I think are critical, and that we wanted to talk about. And one was students who receive special education services, 504 EL students, et cetera. In addition, you brought up transportation and where we are with that, and have Dr. Mealy talk a little bit about that, along with facilities and operations, were some of the areas that we thought were really important, and they seem to be some of the main questions coming in, Andrew.
Let's go with that then, Dr. Gilligan.
So, Ms. Nurse Bozak, if you just want to talk about currently what the state is recommending in terms of kids coming to school. I know you've read the guidance pretty comprehensively. And
so Mr. McDevitt made a good point about the summer, and we worked with Summer Fun, community programs, and summer school to develop those protocols on purpose so that parents would be used to filling out that form when they started school in September. So yes, that is the exact same protocol. we may have to modify it and have parents self-certify that it's the exact same questions that we would ask every day. And we did it this summer as well when staff came in for meetings. They did the self-certification in a Google form, and we checked it and called people if we had any questions. So we wanted everybody to be used to the same form, and we would be using it district-wide. The summer protocols, we done the training. Ms. Bacuzzi and I did a lot of summer training, Laura McDonald, for all of the summer staff for the ESY program, and we would anticipate that we would do the same training. As far as protocols, I'm meeting with the health department Thursday. Desi did give us a lot of protocols. For example, if someone does test positive, what would we do? That would be on an individual basis, and we're going to meet on Thursday to develop them and write them specifically for North Andover, because as was mentioned earlier, there's protocols from DESE and DPH, and sometimes they contradict each other, and we want to make sure we're all on the same page as a district, and everybody is comfortable and familiar. Just one example this week, a parent called because their child had a fever, and we followed the exact protocol. The child did not come into school. The child, is going to get tested before they come back. And if a family chooses not to be tested, we have a protocol that they have to stay home for 14 days. So, there's a lot of work still to be done to get it all, to get everybody educated on what the protocols are, but they are specific protocols and we're ready to implement them. Any other questions?
One of the
Ms.
questions I get often, Ms. Barzak, is people say, oh, are there going to be temperature checks? And, I think that's one of the common things I've heard from folks, and that's not recommended.
Right, so that's not recommended, but it is one of the self-certifications that we're asking parents to do at home before their child comes to school. So we won't be taking 5,000 temperatures when kids are at school, but we are asking that that's done before they arrive in the morning.
My children did both summer fun and community programs, and I thought it was important every single morning doing the temperature, seeing how the kids are feeling. And my only criticism would be if they had the same form for summer fun and community programs. But the point is, it's helpful and it works. It makes you check in with your kids, and you're taking the temperature every day. So,
Respectfully, Mr. Tracy, there are a lot of parents who, for various reasons, send their kids to school when they're not quite healthy. And there are families, I think, who will not be quite honest in completing those documents. And so it will be really important and incumbent upon us to emphasize how critical it is that we not send kids to school who are just a little bit sick at this point.
That's a very good point. And the nurses, we meet every single week, actually twice a week, and we talked about that today, that during Parent Academy, it'll be really important that we make sure that we set all of the expectations for parents, because we will have to send children home more often than we typically do because of symptoms, because we just can't take the chance. So we'll have protocols in place for how we'll do that, as well as educating people that will be the priority this year. During summer, the ESY programs, we require multiple phone numbers. We, make sure that we know that we can reach somebody within 10 minutes to pick up their child, where every school will have an isolation room, and we have protocols in place. We've purchased all of the PPE for the nursing staff to be able to have these isolation rooms to separate students when necessary. So we're certainly moving forward with these protocols and plans, and the nurses are working really hard at it.
Great, thanks, Cheryl. I appreciate all the work that you do to that, and that guidance will be critical as we implement those. One person we haven't heard from tonight, and I know, I don't know if I've heard it in a comment yet, but I know that I've talked to a lot of folks in the past week about students who are on individualized education plans or 504s, or may go to pre-K, those types of things. And I just wanted to see if the executive director of special education could talk a little bit about special education, because they've actually up and running this summer.
Yeah, and I can piggyback on just what Cheryl said a little bit. We've had what I think is a tremendous success with getting small groups of students in and teachers feeling comfortable. and teachers and teaching assistants feeling comfortable back into the setting. We did do really extensive training, I would say, just in a sense of making sure, I mean, I use the words dawning and doffing more than I would ever feel like I would ever use them in my life. But I think an important aspect of it is that they happened in person and in small groups, and then we showed up. So that, people felt comfortable asking questions. They did ask really great questions. So I think as far as training aspects, we have some great protocols in place that are working. In public comment, I think I heard one small comment about special education, and I think, like Dr. Gilligan said, I've heard from a lot of families. So I'm doing my best to get back to families, because they're really very individualized questions and conversations that people are having about their specific situation. And there is no blanket statement that's going to suffice when talking to families about students' needs. Remote education was tough for lots of students. It was particularly tough for, in general, our younger students, for all the reasons why we absolutely know. But we also have our students with complex needs who they're never going to be able to access remote learning in a sense like other students are going to be able to. And so for some time, those are the students that we focused on. And I think those parents would really feel like that we've met a lot of success. And I think those teachers really feel like they're feeling successful coming back into the building and being able to work with kids in a manner that feels familiar. We want to expand on that as much as possible. The guidance as far as who we bring back in person is similar to what they said for summer. It's students with complex needs. I talked about this a little bit the other night. We all feel like, all students have complex needs. They're all complex. So it's going to be a lot of difficult conversations and individualized conversations with families about what is, in a big picture, some choices that we're going to have to make. The expectation is that we're providing FAPE. So we're providing the expectations that we need to provide the exact services that are on the grid. That can be a combination of what's remote and what's in person. But our students who are in sub-separate programs, which means that they are not in a typical classroom for really any part of the day, if so, just really minimal, and students who receive a lot of their education in maybe more partial inclusion programs, which means they spend a significant amount of their day learning outside of the classrooms because that's just the setting that they need to be in to learn. We're going to have to tier it a little bit. So there is going to have to be some prioritizing of getting kids back into in-person learning, whether we are hybrid, remote, or some combination. So, there's a lot of conversations, but they really have to be individualized conversations, building-based conversation based on staff. So those are ongoing. We've met the whole summer. I have, as far as getting the information out to families, the combination of myself, Mary Lou, Cheryl Barzak, and the teachers, I really couldn't ask for a better group of people to work with to get the information out. It was lots of nerves, I think, in the weeks planning it, but it's gone well. I mean, that's really the feedback that I have received from families and staff, is that people are feeling good about it.
I would also affirm that we have received a number of comments that were not for public comment tonight, but were from families with children in special education services who were looking for specifics about how will my child's one-on-one be provided,
sure,
especially in a remote setting. So always when those come to us, we encourage folks to get in touch with their building people and or with you. But just so the committee knows, we did receive a number of those types of comments and questions that were not asked to be read into the public.
And a lot of those questions, because of the relationships that teachers develop with their families, go directly to the teachers as well. So they've received some of those and forwarded them to me. So there is definitely no shortage of questions, but it's hard to give specifics when we don't have what the Helen, to your point, we don't have what was the word, Amy? I forget. The
framing
of the house up yet. So giving the specifics without the framing is a little challenging. But the goal is, separate and aside from the guidance, is to have as much in-person learning for students on educational plans as possible.
So what you're saying, Marcy, is the challenge becomes if you're someone who's receiving service in a hybrid model, and then for a particular reason the district goes remote, those services are going to change, or they could possibly
They could change, they could not change. It's kid specific. It's conversations with families. It's having those individualized, some parents might make a decision that, for instance, if you're receiving an individualized service for reading instruction or writing, and we know the class sizes are going to be small if it's a remote situation, well, it might make sense for that kid to get the instruction in a classroom. So there's all types of individual decisions that we need to partner with families to make in the best interest of a student. I do want to, because a lot of questions have come up around OLA. I will use the acronym now. It makes it easier for me. Online Learning Academy. In regards to special education services. And I have, that I keep the, there is no specifics in the guidance regarding special education, but I am assuming, and it really is just an assumption at this point, that we will continue to provide services for students, whether similar to when students are homeschooled, that they would still be offered their special education services, likely remotely. Because again, limiting traffic, limiting different kids coming in and out of school. So that was a question that came up a few times as well.
Yep.
All right, I'm returning to you, Holly. Do you have specific questions that you want to ask of the administration that are present, or would you like to continue with public comment?
Well, I'm okay with doing either, but a lot of questions were raised in public comment. So we can either ask the questions from public comment or continue with the public comment. But for example, one that came up several times was in the remote option, asked this last meeting, and it was because we didn't want to have lunch. Anyway, why can't we extend it to a full day rather than do twice a week in person?
Dr. Gilligan?
I didn't understand the question. Could you say it again? You broke up there, Holly.
Sorry. So we got several public comments asking about why it has to be a partial day just so the kids aren't there for lunch when they're already there taking a snack break. And if we have the distancing protocols in place, is having lunch there really that unsafe versus, weighing it against the fact that they could get an additional 2 to 3 hours of in-person instruction?
Yeah, very valuable feedback.
I can respond.
Go ahead, Lorene.
So I think I had mentioned earlier, part of that was based on parent feedback and the desire to have some connection with students every day. If we release the students at lunch, it allows us to regroup and then meet with students who are actually on remote learning that day. So there's an opportunity to see those students and have a connection with those students. And again, as I said, that was based on a lot of the parent feedback that they were uncomfortable with their students going all day without some live connection with a teacher.
So,
and if the teachers were teaching all day, there's no opportunity for that because they're dealing with the students that are in front of them.
right, so that actually brings me to another question I had that was in the public comments. Under the remote plan, they're really getting less instruction than they got in the spring. Because if you're in cohort B, on the cohort A day, you're doing nothing until 1 o'clock in the afternoon where you might have a related arts or check in with a teacher. How they can keep up with the curriculum, which is now being shortened to 170 days, potentially, getting basically instruction less than half a week. Could cohort B be watching live teaching when cohort A is in school so that they're still getting that connection and they're doing something in the morning or assignments all morning?
That is partially a technology question. So that's going to be based on what we're able to do with the technology piece. And I know that Mr. Grant talked a little bit about that earlier, that we're investigating some options that might give us a broader range of opportunity to open up classrooms a little bit more.
Holly, and I'd say this, I'd say that, you know, the work that you can do, one of the thoughtful pieces going into this is the work that you can do with 11 students with those assignments, have some asynchronous work at home, and then have a check-in again with that work, bring them all together back on Wednesday, I think was really thoughtful in the sense of, I don't want to mistake necessarily just kids always being on a screen together as best practices. I think it's a combination of both. And I think the work that they can cover in one day with assignments working independently and then again together, you know, and I think that was the thought that went into it.
But how can we possibly achieve all the curriculum standards under this plan?
So we'd be covering the, go ahead, Lorraine.
Well, part of what we do is we look at what are those essential standards and make sure that those are what we're hitting. Similarly, we had to do the same thing in the spring. What were the essential standards? Because we can't do everything. Teacher training, they used to have kind of a bullseye, and in the center was what you need to know. And outside of that bigger circle were what's nice to know, sort of those enrichment pieces. So we would really have to be focusing on the bullet. What do we need to know?
And I'm just going to interject. You said the phrase, the same thing as we did in the spring. You are referring to the process by which you will determine what the essential standards are, not the process by which those standards will be delivered, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Correct. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you. Holly, I'm going to ask us to return to reading public comment. We'll go a few more rounds with public comment questions, and we will respectfully ask the administration to do all in your power using all the methods of communication that you have available over the next few days before we meet again to communicate with the public answers to as many of the questions as you possibly can and provide information about those questions that you can't answer. And letting folks know that we don't have an answer to certain aspects will be important. So Holly, can I ask you to read public comment?
Sure. So skipping the teacher comments?
Yes.
At this time, yes.
All right. We left off, I believe, on 34. That's what I had, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I see Amy nodding and putting her thumb up. So
that sounds about right.
I can't see because I have a comment.
I know, that's why I'm,
need
yeah, that's why I'm telling you what I see.
All right. So this is Allison Segul at, and the topic is hybrid queries. Schedule has calls at 8:30 and 12:30 for instruction. I have a younger child attending preschool with a 9 a.m. drop-off, 12:30 pickup. I have 2 elementary children who will be forced to miss important calls as I can't leave them home alone. I know many parents have the same interference with children's schedules. How will this work for our children when families have obligations that don't allow them on these live important calls with attendance taken? The next one is Stuart Hicks, 49 Brad Street Road, also hybrid. Wait, nope, I skipped. Oh, my thing is going all over the place, sorry.
Michelle.
Okay, Michelle DeLillis, thank you. 151 Candlestick Road. What is the plan to make parents responsible to not drop off their kids to school sick? Could we get event tents and do outside schooling with small groups like Summer Fun did? Maybe Group A goes to school 9 to 12 and Group B goes 12 to 3. What is the curriculum for online learning? Is there enough space for the kids, staff, and teachers to social distance? Will the days be shorter if there are no specials and no lunch? All right. Danielle Go to Bed, 315 Candlestick Road. Hybrid query. Thank you to all that are working so hard behind the scenes. We wanted to share our thoughts about the proposed hybrid model as it seems this is the most realistic option given current conditions. It is vital that the students, they feel this school year counts. Due to the circumstances of the last trimester, many of them feel they lost so much. As we have all listened to the experiences of other families within our surrounding communities, there are many successes to be had through the online learning programs, and we trust that some of their spring experiences can be carried into our own schools, as we must all agree we can do better and our kids deserve and need better. Our kids need to feel hope, motivated, challenged, and that they are being driven toward the goals of this school year no matter what the format is. The hybrid model is a good start, however, appears flawed. We understand that the Mass Teachers Union has stepped in and now reduced the number of acceptable school days to 170 to allow teachers adequate time to prepare. Why is it now okay that there are 10 fewer school days when we previously, so now it's hard for me to scroll up on my laptop here, so I can't read the rest of this question.
Ms. Mabley's raising her hand to do that for you.
Okay, I didn't know if you were ready, but I know where we are, so.
Go ahead, yeah.
You got to, okay. We understand that the Mass Teachers Union has stepped in and now reduced the number of acceptable school days to 170 to allow teachers adequate time to prepare. Why is it now okay that there are 10 fewer school days when we previously went through June, if necessary, and in reality, it is less than 170 when you look at the breakdown of actual teaching hours? For North Andover High School, what is the thought process behind shortened content blocks from 72 minutes, 5 days a week, with the exception of collab days, to 40 minutes days per week and 50 minutes on their fully remote day? Having seen the rigor and workload that AP and honors classes entail, it seems as if the students' needs are made less important than administration's plans to, quote, check off all the boxes, unquote, and satisfy the needs of the teachers union and themselves. Can something be added in, especially for those who are scheduled into AP/honors classes, rather than them seeing their classes cut so drastically? Could you kindly explain what the nearly hour and 3/4 every day for teacher prep and teacher collab is, and why that is necessary? When will the students be able to meet with guidance to discuss college planning, schedule challenges, or emotional issues they may be experiencing? How will students be able to receive extra help if needed from teachers? Consider eliminating advisory, quote unquote. I have never heard anything meaningful coming out of that time block that could offer up class time. Oops, I just did the same thing Holly did. As our elected members to advocate for the best education possible for our kids, please help support us in pushing the administration not to take the easy way out by appeasing the teachers unions and making the students an afterthought. Thank you for your consideration. Danielle and Mark, go to bed.
Holly, would you like to read some more?
Sure. All right. Stephanie Hurst.
No, Laura Harrington.
Oh, that's a teacher one though.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Beg your pardon.
Stephanie Hurst, 56 Elm Street. It's a hybrid. We are concerned about the limited number of hours our children will be in school. Could you please explain the rationale behind why kids can have snack in the classroom but not lunch? If they are providing bagged lunch, why can't they be eaten in the classroom or outside so that kids don't have to go home only to log into a Google meeting? All right. The next one's really long, but I'll start it. And because of the Google Sheets, it only allows me to see a portion of the really long ones.
Would you like me to read that, Holly? This is a hybrid question. I'm sorry, did you read the name of the person and the address? Okay. Again, we all have partial views. So this is Carolyn Sheridan, 99 Blueberry Hill Lane. I was so disappointed and upset that recess is not included in the school draft proposal. To me, this is unconscionable. All one has to do to learn about the importance of recess is to go to the CDC website and read their guidance regarding the reopening of schools, or read the AP's statement on the matter. Children have dealt with social isolation to some degree for months. To deprive them of the opportunity to interact outdoors where they are safest is cruel and will have a detrimental effect on their ability to learn. Also, I'm hearing a lot about classroom culture. How can a classroom culture be developed when children are not given the opportunity to play? My daughter cried when I told her there might not be recess. It makes no sense to them because summer fun ran. We've been doing outdoor play dates. Many kids are going to sports practices. My daughter's pediatrician encouraged us to do outdoor play dates and give my kids as much outdoor peer social interaction as possible. In addition, St. Michael's School, where my girls are transferring in September, is lengthening capitalized recess because they understand outdoors is the safest place for children and they understand the relationship between outdoor play and mental health. Please eliminate the closing circle and instead add lunch, eating at desks or outdoors, and recess in small groups. Dismissal at 2 p.m. Our town must do better because our children deserve better.
Helen, I would just add on that one piece that those were sample schedules. There'd certainly be opportunities for get kids outdoors as much as weather permits, mass breaks, taking a break, getting outdoors as individual classes. I think that's important to mention.
Thank you. Polly, do you want to read one more and then we'll move on?
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Carmel Calandra, 72 Mayflower Drive, also hybrid. This pertains to the high school. Has anyone looked into the potential class sizes when splitting alphabetically by last name? A quick look at one class suggests only 3 students in one of the cohorts. This seems unbalanced and unfair to the other half.
Thank you. And I will ask Mr. Teresi to read the next question. Starts with hybrid queries. We're on line 44.
Okay, Joseph Hicks, 49 Bradstreet Road. Will Kids Stop and Breakfast Club be available for families? For many, being able to work means having these programs available. I understand that by not serving lunch in the building and by sending students home early, there would be more time for cleaning. However, a 1 p.m. dismissal for elementary student makes it very hard for working parents to both provide for their family and ensure students can be safe in school. If cleaning will take that much time, then perhaps Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday court makes more sense. That way the building can be cleaned adequately between the groups and give more time for that cleaning on Wednesday. If students are going to be in school, then their time in the building should also be maximized. Also, I appreciate the district wanting to give more structure to remote learning, but again, this is predicated on a parent or other caregiver being present in home to manage the student's experience. Working parents will be unable to do this, and flexibility, and I can't pronounce
Asynchronous.
Thank you very much, would be appropriate. Lastly, making an informed decision that will impact my students for the entire, oops, I jumped too much there. I lost that, guys. I'm sorry. I think mine does the same thing as Holly does.
So it says, lastly, making an informed decision that will impact my students for the entire year cannot be done with such little information. What will full remote learning look like? I understand the need for the district to know how many families will opt for this choice before making plans, but families cannot make this choice without more details.
Okay, I think the next one I have then is Kate Lilleri, 15 Kittredge Road. This is my husband and I both work full time, so facilitating remote learning and pick up and drop off for our child in K and in 4th will be extremely difficult with the current hybrid plan. I feel it's most important for the kids to have as much live in-person instruction as possible. Could we split the cohorts into half days, an AM group and a PM group, like the kindergarten? But instead of leaving that early, couldn't they have some outdoor recess time with their peers? Summer fun has been very successful, and the kids need time with their peers and outside time. I personally would rather my child have 5 shorter days of live in-person instruction and time with peers than 2 longer days coupled with remote pre-recorded instruction. Next one is Ms. Parker, I think. 14 Katuitt Street. I'm a high school senior. If the state requires we attend 107 days of school this year, how will this be achieved with each cohort having only 2 hours of online school for 2 days a week? How would 2 hours of school count as a school day? Thank you. Good question.
I want to give a hoot hoot that that's a senior student who's writing into us. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Please continue, Mr. Teresi.
I think Lauren Perry, 176 Carter Field Road. DESE only requires kids in 2nd grade and up to wear masks, but Northern Public Schools is requiring all grades. What scientific data was used in making of this policy, specifically efficacy data on mask use in young students in this age group, along with safety data studies regarding the long-term wearing of the mask by young students of this age group? Question 2, how will this district address IEP supports for students from a remote platform with regard to free and appropriate education and inclusion, i.e. kids who would need support for general ed inclusion? How will related services such as speech, OT, and PT be delivered with kids being required to be in their online classrooms all day? How will the district address family schedules and other commitments with needing to have kids online all day? What considerations are being made for dual income families who will be greatly impacted by the new scheduling changes, need for additional childcare, additional time spent helping children with schoolwork, alternate work schedules? A lot of good questions.
Do you want to do one more and then we'll move
Yeah, I'll
to
do more. Stuart Hicks, 49 Bradstreet Road. What is the rationale for the in-person schedule ending at 1 p.m.? This is very challenging for working parents. There is no additional risk of exposure by completing a normal school day, i.e. a 3 p.m. dismissal. Lunches could be eaten in the classrooms. That's what I did. 4 additional hours of in-person learning is huge.
Thank you, Mr. Teresi. Mr. McDevitt, may I invite you to read some comments? I believe we need to start at line 54.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I believe that we need to start at line 54.
Yes, okay. So Jennifer Goldman, 28 Jared Place, public comment. I realize there is a lot of pressure on the school committee, superintendent, administrators, and teachers during this very difficult time. However, I cannot ignore the ongoing trend of lack of leadership, bidirectional communications, and shared truth and collaboration. For years, we have an apparent need for more modern learning methods, classrooms, buildings, and better professional development, technology, social workers, and open collaboration among the parents, residents, elected officials, and school administrators. I am disheartened to see it has taken such a huge crisis to surface these deficiencies for all to clearly see. I hope that the school committee changes this trend tonight and with the following steps. 1. Require North Andover Public Schools to modify the hybrid plan to include live, streamed teaching to students that remain at home due to parent choice or health necessities. 2, ask tough questions and make sure they are fully heard and publicly answered by the NAPS administrators. 3, increase bidirectional public and timely communications with residents. 4, document deficiencies and request a public sharing of short and long-term solutions. I thank the school committee members for hearing my public comments, and I trust you will do what is best for our students and our families. All right. Stuart Hicks is line 56. Is this a repeat?
Yeah, we did that already.
Okay.
No, it's
No?
not.
It's not? Okay.
It's a lot longer.
Okay. All right. No problem. Stuart Hicks, 49 Brad Street. Hello again. Why is a deep cleaning on Wednesdays necessary if the shorter cleaning between cohorts is sufficient? Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday seems to make more sense, allowing more time for teachers to reinforce lessons and students to absorb more on-site learnings and minimize the number of cohort changeovers, which could potentially improving safety. Will temperature checks be taken daily prior to entering the building? If done in the classroom, cross exposure could already happen. If a student or teacher staff tests positive, will the whole class have to quarantine? If a student presents with a fever, how will it be handled? Is there a designated testing for students and their families, or will any test be accepted? Regarding the proposed elimination of lunch and recess, cross-cohort exposure could already be limited by classes eating lunch together in their respective classrooms. During temperature weather, recess could be held outdoors by splitting space into self-contained sections monitored by teachers. During inclement weather, recess could occur in the classroom. It's unclear why early dismissal is required for more time to clean and sanitize each day, if the kindergarten can clean in between morning and afternoon class. A shortened day will absolutely require a longer period of after-school care. Will this be possible, especially if more families require it? When will parents be notified of any differences in how, where, and when IEP services will be delivered? I appreciate the thought that went into the remote learning schedule. However, by alternating between synchronous and asynchronous learning throughout the day is especially challenging for working parents. There is no opportunity to shift to accommodate working schedules. The schedule requires that a caregiver supervise and aid children for the full 6 hours. We'll next go to Jay Ayub, I apologize, on 300 Granville Lane. Has there been any consideration into the possibility of enough students electing full remote that feasibly there could be enough in-person learning every day while adhering to the guidelines? Next we have Mrs. LaRoche, Gentil LaRoche?
La Rochelle.
La Rochelle, sorry, I'm
Sorry.
197 Abbott Street. If we choose remote learning, will our child be assigned a teacher? Will they be able to meet their teacher and have them form some kind of connection and relationship? Michelle Chen at 287 Mass Ave. How come there is not a full in-school option to return if 62% of the parents who took the survey wanted this, and why is that not one of the options? Why not make everyone quarantine for 14 days prior to the start of school if they choose this option and/or require negative COVID tests? Also, why is the town not looking at town-specific data? How did summer fun go? 20 kids in a cohort, no issues. Why aren't there different options for different grades? Elementary students need the in-person more than the older grades, for example. And lastly, what is the plan on how the town is going to support working parents with respect to childcare and supporting remote learning to ensure all working parents are able to continue working, especially those with elementary students and younger kids at home?
Thank you, Mr. McDevitt. I'd like to read a couple, if that's all right with everybody.
Sure, have fun.
Thank you. This is, the main topic is remote concern. And the email is from David and Alyssa Evangelista, 28 Morningside Lane. Number one, in the spring, we found remote learning to be very loose and unstructured. Will there be more structured approach to ensure the entire curriculum is being taught? Two, we are concerned teachers union has too much control over rational decisions. We are hearing some don't want to return in person for safety or teach remotely because of poor quality and lack of tech. How will this be mitigated and appropriately addressed? Three, how will parents have a complete understanding of appropriate benchmarks which need to be achieved, and how can we be assured that we are receiving an outlined curriculum to ensure our children are on a steady path? Also, we request parental resources for educational supplementation. 4, how will assessments be accomplished upon returning to school in person or remote come September? We found remote learning in the spring was nowhere near adequate to ensure children were meeting benchmarks. If MCAS is to be put on hold for 5 years per report, how can we be sure our children are achieving? 5, are teachers being trained to provide optimal remote learning experiences? 6, how will administration ensure transparency with regards to safety, decision-making, overall process, so as to avoid parents being caught unprepared? 7, what if remote learning is of inadequate quality? What can be done to communicate that concern, and what are the anticipated plans to remedy any possible issues? Thank you for your time and efforts.
Can I just add, I'd like to add one thing. I think it's really important to add, because the spring, and I've seen this come up talking with colleagues across the region, across the state, superintendents I meet everywhere. It's a common theme. You know, the spring was a crisis with very little time to respond to, and I think it's really important that people understand that, you know, that was their experience, and it was really hard, and it was really hard for families. It was really hard for working families, you know, only one-parent families, a whole host of different folks with the challenges, and that we still face those challenges in the sense of some of these dynamics, but in terms of a schedule, you know, with synchronous times and grades and assignments, that part's very different, and I think it's just important to reiterate.
Yep, I don't think that we can possibly say that enough, that what we did in the spring is not what we'll be doing in the fall, even if we are still using some form of remote learning. I don't think we'll be able to say that enough. And I think even no matter how often we say it, families, until they experience something differently, will not be comfortable. So I appreciate you saying that, and I think we will continue to say that, and then we will need to deliver on it should we be in a remote model. Thank you.
And I would just say to Ms. Marks's point just earlier, I think it's really important that when you look at that continuum, that you understand that things can change. So depending on where you know, the virus, what will dictate where school districts are in September is where the virus is on the ground with that medical information at that time. And I think that's really critical, and that's why I think it's important to understand that continuum. I think the other component to understanding that piece is that depending over time how that goes, that continuum can change. So it could include, you know, when we can do so and get these routines down and everything safely, I think you'll see a lot of places that will phase in, you know, start with one thing, get that down, move to the next phase, and I think there will be benchmarks based on what that health data is. And I think it's just important to know that that's why on the continuum that Ms. Marks explained in the beginning, that, you know, it's been designed in a way that it can shift, you know, from hybrid to remote to possibly in person, you know, with all the safety precautions is one of the options the state has asked us to prepare. And I think that that's really important to know is what will dictate where school districts are is going to be the health data and where the virus is at that specific time.
Thank you, Dr. Gilligan. So my next comment that I have to read is from Andrew Furman, 5 Crossbow Lane. The current situation will likely be most impactful topic in the education of our children's lives. I want to thank you first for the long nights and many hours in consideration of the coming school year. Our students and community need your thoughtfulness and diligence now more than ever. And Superintendent Gilligan and his team need your input, your questions, and constructive criticism now more than ever. Please don't misconstrue it for poking holes. Rather, it is collaboratively making a decision which is best for our community as a whole. It is your job and duty to this administration, to our community, to provide such. I trust you are doing so, and thank you for your leadership. I have been an outspoken proponent for in-person learning. However, scanning the current environment, I am fearful that between now and the September start date, we may be forced to full remote learning. I'm concerned that so much attention has been placed on figuring out cohorts, schedules, and 3-foot versus 6-foot that enough focus has not been put on curriculum for remote learning. Curriculum for remote learning. Can the board and/or the administration publish details on how teachers will be supported with designing lesson plans, with how students and caregivers will be supported, and specifically, what new updated curriculum has been purchased to support full online learning? I look forward to the detailed release of this part of the plan in the coming days. Thank you for your continued support of our community and children. Respectfully submitted. I will continue with a few more. This is in support of fully remote, and it is from a parent. Mr. McDevitt, I've made a note here that line 39 is a teacher and parent. So perhaps after I read this, you would like to read 39, as you did point out that you wanted to make sure that teachers who were parents had an opportunity to speak.
Also, line 33, which is I was going to read, is also a teacher and a parent in town with multiple children.
Thank you, Ms. Mabley. This is from Patricia Mayer Mallet, 167 Barker Street. I admire and respect your decisions regarding COVID-19 thus far. Secondly, I join you in believing that all students need to be back in school for a variety of reasons. However, as the #1 goal in Massachusetts School Action Plan state, safety is of concern. Yes, that means safety for teachers, students, parents, and countless support services across North Andover schools. Therefore, I'm urging you to postpone the opening of all North Andover schools and continue with the practice of remote learning until we know more about this deadly virus. On behalf of my daughter, who is a high school biology teacher in North Andover and the grandmother of 3 students attending North Andover Public Schools, I implore you to make a decision that will keep my family protected from the risk of contracting COVID-19 by delaying school opening until the virus is under control. We are depending on the strength of your keen insight and ability not to follow the crowd. Please step forward and lead the way to being the first to announce North Andover will open schools when it is safe to do so. Speaking as a North Andover resident and retired school principal from Lynn, I'm honored to say I believe in the public schools and trust that you will keep us well. If I can be of further assistance to you, please contact me. Thank you for that comment. I'm going to read one more, and then I am going to pass it on to Mr. McDevitt and Ms. Mably to read those comments which we skipped. This is an OLA versus remote, and I feel like this has somewhat been answered by Ms. Marks, saying that we will need to be flexible in how we meet the needs of students. But this comment is from Jennifer Frezin, and she is at 35 Hawthorne Place. It appears from the current draft that if we choose not to accept the health risks associated with sending our child into school buildings twice a week, our only option is to completely disconnect her from the school community and plug into a remote learning program we have few specifics about. This feels needlessly punitive. If these are the only choices our family plans to choose hybrid, and our child will remain absent on the in-person days until we are no longer in the middle of a pandemic. Our preference would be for the district to start students off where they're going to end up, that is fully remote. We should focus on doing that well and establishing a functioning system so that we aren't setting ourselves up for the kind of chaos we experienced when we had no idea this was coming. We pretty much know what's coming. We don't know who benefits from an overly complicated exercise in wishful thinking. This is an impossible situation and not one that you or any other local school leaders can resolve. We need leadership from far higher up in the chain to support working parents, expanding testing, and ensuring that we will actually all be in this together instead of letting conspiracy theorists, and this town has its share of them, make their own rules. In the absence of that leadership, the can seems to have been kicked to you. We see that you are doing your best. We just ask that you be realistic about this district's ability to defend 7 buildings half full of people, some of whom are taking zero precautions outside of school, against a highly contagious virus. The physical safety of our students and staff should be the primary consideration. Mr. McDevitt.
Okay, so what number are we on now?
39. If you sorry, if you go back to 39, that was a teacher/parent in North Andover. And if you can read just that one, then I'm going to kick it over to Ms. Mably.
Okay, so I have 33 and 39 both as teachers and parents.
Right, that's right.
So am I skipping 33 here?
You can go right ahead and read 33. That will be helpful to us.
Perfect, all right.
Because I was going to if you didn't.
Okay, Carrie Harnois, 167 Barker Street. Hello, neighbor. Hello, I'm writing from the position of a teacher and a parent in this community, and it's my concern that my children and I do not return to in-school education until it is safe. Please take a minute to hear my concerns. My high school son will come into contact with at least 100 different people during his 2 days in school, while gaining only 80 minutes per subject of in-school instruction. The instruction will be compromised as good teaching practices is not applicable with correct safety guidelines. My 2 middle school students will come into contact with 12 students in their cohort, plus others in the building during trips to the restroom and transition at the end of the day. All 3 of these children will be dismissed midday and do not qualify for busing. As a single mom and a teacher at the high school, because I am required to stay in the building, I am not able to transport my children home, and I will come into contact with 100 students in my classroom, plus additional students and faculty. We have maintained our social distancing practices since the spring. If we return to hybrid learning, we are suddenly exposed in close contact to 225 people. Aside from other safety concerns I may harbor as a teacher at the high school or the impact it has had on extended family time, this exposure number alone is reason not to recommend hybrid model of instruction for students, their families, and the educators in our community. Thank you. All right, so I'm jumping now to 39 if you're crossing them off on your list there. 39, Elizabeth Murphy. I respectfully ask, this is a teacher and also a parent of a North Andover High School student. I respectfully ask that you read my concerns about returning to teaching 5th grade in the North Andover Public Schools. I have great concerns about the air quality in my classroom. The temperature in my room has reached 90 degrees in the late spring months and early fall. The vent that is supposed to be circulating air is on the lowest part of the wall in a corner that is on the opposite end of the room where the whiteboard and projector are located. As you can see, it is where I will be spending a lot of time and speaking. I will have most of the air particles coming out of me from speaking so much. The air circulator should be on high. I'm sorry if I'm reading this wrong. The air circulator should be high on the wall near the teacher for proper air circulation. Sorry, I got that. I am not sure if the air vent has worked in the past several years. I have been in that room. I also have concerns about the COVID-19 testing and getting results back in a timely manner. I absolutely would love to be in person with my new students in September, but not until it is safe. I believe a phased approach, beginning with remote learning, is the safest. I have a daughter who is a senior at North Andover High, and I live and teach in North Andover. I have a vested interest in the safety of my family, coworkers, and all of my students and their families. I want to teach in person when it is safe to do so. Right now, there are so many safety issues that need to be addressed. The school staff and students are deserving nothing but safe, well-ventilated buildings to teach and learn in. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I appreciate all of the work that is going into this complicated situation. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. McDevitt.
I'll keep reading. I have no problem with that. You just need to tell me what line, because I know now we're catching back up, and we're probably in the 40s here.
Dr. Mealy, is that something you want to just talk about briefly, or maybe at the end?
I would be happy to hear Dr. Mealy speak
Just,
about ventilation and
It's one of the,
facility
just operations and the work that you.
operations in general would be great. Thank
So
you.
it's not surprising that people will express concern about air quality and ventilation. I don't want people to infer from that concern that our buildings aren't already safe. I think if people remember 5 or 6 years ago, we did a town-wide ESCO project, which updated our systems, recommissioned them, and since then we have been doing the preventative maintenance on those systems to ensure that our air quality is good in our buildings. And it has been, and they get tested periodically, and our program includes changing out the filters at least as often as required, if not more. And we also date them when we put them in so anyone could look at them and see how long they've been in. So that's what happens now. I certainly understand the added concern that this brings. And so to address that, we are in the process of bringing on a firm to do the specs that we're choosing from a few firms, but we'll be closing the deal pretty soon. And what they're going to do is a list of things that include developing and implementing the protocols for cleaning and disinfecting our buildings per the CDC guidelines, developing a COVID-19 readiness plan, oversight of our staff who'll be performing the cleaning and disinfecting activities to ensure they're being done properly, cleanliness verification that includes testing for what they term biological residue, a COVID and health and safety protocol implementation, indoor air quality services, including management plans, assessments, real-time air monitoring, and air testing of indoor air quality. And someone just mentioned a room they had a concern about. We could certainly focus on those. And then all these services are going to be managed and supported in a digital collection platform that will allow for rapid reporting of findings, and it will be overseen by a certified industrial hygienist. So all of that is happening. Our goal, well, before I say that, one of the other comments that was made was about the Wednesday and the reason for it being so that we could do a deep cleaning. I'm not a big fan of the term deep cleaning, and it's not the reason that Wednesday is in there. That was just a when you're doing the pros and cons, they identified it as a pro that we could then go in and do a deep cleaning, when in fact our intent is to increase our custodial staffing so that we'll be able to disinfect our buildings every single night that we have students in the building, so that for the next day they've been disinfected. And the equipment that we're purchasing, the electrostatic sprayers, will allow us to quickly clean the kindergarten classrooms in between use, and they'll be dry in time for the next group. So all of that's happening. Our goal is that the mechanical systems, the cleaning and disinfectant protocols, and the training of our staff in implementing those are not the reason that our students cannot be back in the buildings, but there could be other reasons, but our goal is to make sure those are not the reasons. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that's the case. And then lastly, I just want to add, it came up a couple times, was transportation. That one's a difficult one to get around. You know, when we talk about bringing everybody back, we can't bring everybody back at the same time because we can only transport 25 students on a bus. So that kind of drives some of the modeling as well.
And
That's
Dr. Mealy, I think with the bus component, and I think Lucy will be asking, I think there was I believe a bus survey earlier this summer. I know that in many communities we're seeing ridership down, and I know that there are not, the availability of buses that are available beyond North Andover can become challenging. I hear there is one city within a shorter drive that their buses may be available. I'm not going to name the place, so I know that you're examining that. I know that the state has, in their guidance, pushed for biking and walking and all sorts of different components. But I also think that I do appreciate looking at legally who we can, because remember now, our bus capacity is at about 32% of what it was, or could have been, what it was in the past. But I do appreciate you also looking at, when Lucy sends that information out, what else may be available, if it's possible, and think about maybe, not the services that we've had in the past where you might get picked up at your front door, but kind of maybe back when I was in high school and you could walk down, I don't know, maybe a half mile and pick up a bus, at another location if it's an option. And I know you're exploring all those different options and the challenges that everyone faces with that in a 28 square mile community. And I just saw a presentation on the same thing in Andover the other day, same exact challenge. The other component I think that's really important is that Rick Gallant, I know Rick really kind of works under Jim's supervision, is talking about, he's actually, I think he has a day or two off. I don't think he's had a day or two off all summer. So we'll be talking with Rick Gallant. I did have just a brief conversation last week with Rick Gorman. I mean, I think Rick's probably run the most successful summer program in all of the state, if not New England. And, as we move to this next phase, and I really do appreciate one of our parents, who's the director of the YMCA in Andover, North Andover, has reached out. And it's not Frank Keneally, if you're thinking it's Frank.
No, I think it's someone else.
Claudia Sue.
It's Claudia.
So, we've been playing phone tag, but next week we will connect them, because I do think that we have to examine all options, hybrid, not hybrid, remote. There are going to be things that we as a community, and this is a strong community that has been resilient, has survived quite a few things, but I do know when there are challenges, this place rises to it. And I know folks are eager to help, and I think there's going to be, as we start the year, progress the year, there are going to be things we need help with, and I think parents are going to play a role in that.
Could I just add, I know you're working as hard as you can on the transportation piece, but that should not be the reason. That should not be one of the reasons. I think the parents would rally around carpooling and other means of transportation if it meant more time in school. I understand our limitations when it comes to it, but I would definitely speak for my neighborhood that we would definitely carpool and not take the bus just to get it done. So
yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot of rallying around for anything to really work, and that would be one example of it. To put it in perspective, if everybody who are legally obligated to transport chose the bus, the current hybrid model that has been put forward requires us to still need all 23 buses that we have. So in order to, just simple math, in order to bring all students back, it would require us to have a little over 40 buses, which just isn't out there.
Jim, what's a bus
Don't
roughly?
we get Havel's buses? Are we taking Havel's buses?
Actually, I was thinking it was another city. It was,
Well, I heard they didn't,
they're on the hook,
they
definitely.
didn't pay on our T last
They're
year.
on the hook.
Right, but asking people to do carpool cohorts just again increases what's going on, right? And I understand that, right? But you know, we can't say bike or walk to school and live across 114. Like, it's just not possible.
Yep.
It's barely safe to drive across it, never mind walk across it. So, you know, these are the questions that parents are asking, and again, I'm just struggling with. We should be able to, at the end of this meeting, take these questions. I'm going to make this up. There's 100 of them that are relatively unique. You know, there's a lot of patterns, and we should be able to put a document up that says, question number 1, is Kid Stop available? Yes or no? And if the answer is, it will be in a modified format, what do we think that's going to look like?
We don't doubt it at all that it'll be available. So I've had conversations with Rick, and you know, Gilly will say that he's under my supervision. He's one of those people that doesn't require any supervision. But I've had conversations with Rick, and he says, yeah, whatever it is, if it's the hybrid model, then we'll make sure that we have support there for the time between when school is out and the day officially ends, and then beyond what we normally have. So he's just waiting to see what it is we're going to ask him. But he says, of course we can have Kid Stop available in whatever model we do.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a follow-up question. If we've got kids at the kindergarten, just for example, if you go in the morning, what's Kid Stop potentially look like? Because you've now got the rest of the classrooms that are full.
Well, that's it. Yep, that's a completely different scenario, because in the elementary, let's say the elementary where you had the students getting out for 1 o'clock, right, was in the current hybrid
draft
model.
schedule, yep.
So we could certainly, because we have the space available for the elementary and the middle school, to continue with Kid Stop to the normal hour, we would. But kindergarten, we can't do that, because where are they going to go?
So if the answer to the question that some mom or dad is sitting at home saying, what do I do with my kindergartner? The answer is, it isn't possible, but it is possible for an elementary. That's an answer people are looking for. And again, we're not getting them. So let's read more questions, Helen.
I'm not sure what you mean by we're not getting that.
We're not getting answers to the questions. We're really not getting answers. Ellen, just read more questions. We've got, I don't know, 50 to go.
Thank you, Mr. McDevitt. I appreciate everybody's good humor and patience as we work our way through these difficult concepts. And it's hard to wait for answers. And it's hard to read all these questions. So I appreciate everybody's patience and good humor as much as possible. Ms. Mably, may I ask you to read?
Can someone tell me if we confirm if we're on line 60?
To the best of my knowledge, we are on, I'm sorry, I'm on Stuart Hicks, so I don't think that's
I think 60, Michael Liss.
That's what I thought, thank you. So Michael Liss, 30 Leanne Drive. Number 1, is there any way for on-site days to extend to 3 p.m.? This would make an enormous difference in accommodating work schedules. I think we just discussed that. Number 2, the remote academies appear to exist outside of North Andover Public Schools. Is this the case? Do they behave like a charter school where funding would be diverted from the North Andover Public Schools?
And the answer is no.
Say that again?
We know the answer to that is no.
Lorraine talked about that earlier. And number 3, if we choose the remote option and there is a vaccine in January, will those students be able to return to class with everyone else?
And I believe say
we believe so.
With that.
Okay, Abby Murphy, 96 Amberville Road. The proposed plan for North Andover School for the fall is basically failing our students. I have a son going into first grade, and at the present moment, unless things change, we will be pulling him out of school entirely. We're believers in public education, and we moved to this area specifically because we had heard great things about the schools, but I do not believe our child will learn well from the proposed plan at all. The proposal does not seem well thought out at all. I'm also a parent of a preschooler who attends preschool from 9 to 12:30, like many local preschools. And the current proposal has my son on virtual quote meetings at both those times on his remote days, which means he will miss those every single day. In addition, if the students are attending 2 class days a week, why can't we make those 2 days full days? They are already being exposed to kids on those specific days. Why cut the day short for them and have them home and jump on remote learning? This is an extreme burden for working families. I hope that this proposal is looked at with a more critical eye and understanding that this does not work for the majority of families in North Andover.
While you move to the next line, I'm going to editorialize and ask our superintendent and our assistant superintendent, who I know responded to parent requests to have contact every day, to please reconsider the lunch and extending the day for those students in elementary school who will be 2 days a week. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Weebly.
Thank you. Okay. Brian Middleton Cox, 48 Paddock Lane. Number 1, for elementary school students on their remote learning days, who is leading the instruction? How will the remote learning be different in the fall than it was in the spring? Number 2, will Kids Stop be available?
I found the answer to that is yes.
Laura Thibodeau.
Unless you have a kindergartner, then you're out of luck.
Correct. Thank you, Ms. Denton.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
Laura Thibodeau, 89 Surrey Drive. As a working parent to an incoming kindergartner, I'm wondering what resources will be available to working families that cannot facilitate these plans without help, without having to pay for additional services or bringing someone into our home that we cannot necessarily afford. Will there be any community programming such as after school or before school or other resources to help working families through this? For a 5-year-old who has trouble doing things independently to begin with, the very limited remote learning we completed in the spring for preschool was an absolute nightmare. He needs constant one-on-one attention to facilitate any kind of remote learning, which I'm unable to provide him as a working parent. For the kindergartners, who will be facilitating the remote learning during the time students are not physically present in school? Will there be any live synchronous learning facilitated by teachers remotely, or is it all asynchronous worksheets to be facilitated by parents? Can you please provide us with a sample schedule of remote learning for kindergarten? Maureen Kavinsky, 7 Laconia Circle. With the current schedule for hybrid learning, how will cohort A be accommodated due to Monday holidays? If we follow what was set forth, cohort A will be in school 1 day those weeks. So if I can editorialize that, this comes up repeatedly. Have we thought through an answer to that yet?
Yeah, so we have. I mean, I think that we put together this draft initial proposal that we had input from stakeholders from across the community. It's a draft. I think certainly one of the thoughts around holidays is, if it's a Monday holiday, we'll discuss and we can talk about, particularly around the calendar discussion, reserving the right to adjust. So if there's a Monday holiday, cohort A could possibly be Tuesday and Thursday, cohort B could be Wednesday and Friday. It's the possibility of looking at where those fall, and we have, and that will be part of the calendar discussion about laying that out for what that looks like for the year.
Thank you. Tracy Beasley, 65 Sugar Cane Lane. In the hybrid mode, I would ask that the school committee evaluate the options for a full day during in-person days versus the early release. With only 2 days in school, I believe that maximizing the time the kids are there is critical. I also ask that more clarification provided about what the remote days in the hybrid plan will look like and who is providing the synchronous learning during that time. Melissa Geddes, 10 Lancaster Road. I'm very concerned about children not being able to relationship or develop a connection with the teacher/classmates in their class with being in school for such minimal time, even more so with no social time from lunch or recess. Also, if we are forced to go all remote shortly after the return of school, that will make it even harder. Any thoughts on placing kids with students from their 2019/2020 class? That would provide a level of familiarity and comfort for many kids. They are already accustomed to being in class and online meetings together. Also, I'm finding putting the kids in cohorts alphabetically might be hard for many families. For instance, in my neighborhood, we are the only Franklin family in the second half of the alphabet. Carpooling and getting help from the neighbors when I can't be home won't be possible. What about putting kids to school by neighborhood or bus route? Lastly, why can't children have a 15-minute outdoor recess with masks on when the weather permits? Or why not rent tables for the blacktops outside and have outdoor classes as long as possible? Thank you. Erin Berturlia, 24 Wentworth Avenue. My son is currently in a small group 4-student partial inclusion program at Thompson. He has a one-on-one aide. Reading, writing, and math are delivered within this small group program. While he is pulled out not more than 60% of the day, he requires significant one-to-one assistance to properly access the curriculum and to attend at a level significant enough to absorb new material. How does the school committee plan on providing for students who currently have IEPs who cannot adequately access the curriculum remotely? I work from home and cannot sufficiently provide my son with the level of one-to-one attention throughout all of his remote learning activities that he requires. Why isn't consideration being given for this particular population of students who fall into a, quote, moderate needs category? How will his one-to-one aid provision be fulfilled if he is required to be remote 3 days per week?
Really thank Ms. Pacuzzi for addressing that generally, and we hope that that will be addressed specifically for this family as it is for so many other families.
Colette Hughes, 45 Country Lane. Since the closing of our school buildings on March 13th, I've lost 3 close family members. If there's a silver lining in these passings, it is that none of them had COVID. But COVID robbed us of time together while they were living and a celebration of their lives with all of our friends and family surrounding us. As hard as it was, following protocols to prevent the spread of this disease was and is still the right thing to do. Please do the right thing. Give us time to ensure our buildings are safe and this deadly virus is in check before opening schools and risking the lives of our students and staff. It's a difficult decision, but the correct one. Thank you for the work you've done for our community. Sincerely, Colette Hughes, teaching assistant, Franklin School, and she lives at 45 Country Lane, which I already said. Stephanie Godley, 28 Hewitt Avenue. I am very concerned about the minimal actual, quote, live engagement with teachers. This is not sustainable for kids to be motivated and engaged in learning. While I understand the challenges, we must do better. Can you please also address any options for extracurricular activities?
Yeah, the extracurricular activity one, that's been a good one. I think something like a community programs is something that's doable. I think one of the big questions, I think many people know band camp, the band camp that's pretty popular. I mean, they work really hard. I mean, they work hard every summer. That has been canceled. There were very strict guidance that came out in the past couple weeks around singing, music, all sorts of different components. The state provides new guidance just about every Friday afternoon. And to that end, there's 2 components. One, DESE, to my knowledge, unless they did so this afternoon, has made no ruling on interscholastic athletics or activities. And at the same time, kind of a separate organization that oversees athletics at the high school level anyway is the MI2A, the Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association. And they say they are going to have some type of announcement on September 14th with an update on sports at that time.
Thank you, Dr. Gilligan. I'm going to ask Ms. Lynch to read and then Mr. Teresi to read, and the chair is going to step away momentarily. Should there be any need for a chair to step in, Ms. Magley, I am passing the gavel to you momentarily.
Check.
Who's reading now? Me?
All right.
Next.
I'm on deck. All right.
Amy, did we leave off on Amy on 73?
Correct.
We
Yes,
did.
ma'am.
All right, this is Amy of 440. She did not leave a last name, of 440 Waverly Road. And the subject matter is fully in person. Kids are going back to school in other states, and this is a disease that will not be going away anytime soon. Why can't they go back full time and have proper hand washing stations and mandatory masks? Our children, especially young ones, aren't robots that can be taught over a computer. It was horrible this year trying to get my first grader to sit and learn on a Chromebook. Even going 4 full days would be ideal. Give them recess breaks and small groups. We have to get these kids back in school. We are harming them emotionally and socially. They need to be with other kids and learn in school. Another idea is going full-time in 3-week increments with deep cleaning on Wednesdays and then have a week off so schools can clean and prepare the following 3 weeks. We can get kids back to school and keep them healthy with proper masks and hand washing. Again, there may not be a vaccine for years, and we cannot go on like this with our children, and parents have to get back to work.
Ms. Lynn, can I interrupt for 1 second? Someone's phone keeps dinging really, really loudly, and I've had a couple people write in to say, can you please silence your phones? Thank you. Go ahead, Holly.
Okay. Christy Newsom, 8 Colby Court, and the subject is OLA. I am concerned about how remote learning is going to go. If parents choose to keep their kids home, how will that work? Will we still be NAP students? Also, I think virtual learning where the kids that are not physically in school can be there on screen in real time. Have it recorded also for those that want to look back or couldn't be on at that time. Remote learning kids are already so far behind from last year. If remote learning happens like it did at the end of school, when school does go back to all in person, kids are not going to know at all what is going on. And how about the kids with IEPs? My daughter had such a hard time with remote learning and got more behind than she already was before all this happened. Is this a separate one from Eric Cornoyer? It's in purple. It says hold off.
I'll go back and, yeah, he means, let me go back and check, just do the next one or whatever, and I'll check if we already did his.
All right, Jessica Thurston, 153 Featherston Ave, as a teacher and a parent. I must urge you to move North Andover to a fully remote learning model until it is safe to return to the physical buildings and we can resume teaching and learning under best practices. Given the restrictions necessary for social distancing, the experience in a classroom would be far from the norm and far from ideal. Let's keep everyone safe. Cindy Kuhn, 11 Brewster Street, online learning. Who is teaching the fully remote high school program? If it is a prepackaged non-North Andover taught program, how will our students be able to return to NAHS high school curriculum and finish their program on time?
Holly, I think you should go back and read that one because I don't see it elsewhere.
Okay. All right, Eric Cornoyer, 11 Whitetail Drive. As much as we would all love to get back to normalcy, I think it's important that we take a deep breath and not rush into anything. If you have had a chance to follow some of the news from down south, where some schools have already started going back to school with various...
Oh, I guess we did hear this, didn't we? Sorry. Yeah, we did. So I couldn't find his name elsewhere, but I
saw it earlier. It was in green.
You're right.
Now, but I think they're the same.
Thank you.
All right, Jack Kavinsky, doesn't have an address.
77.
All right. It's an overall question. Is there any way to find additional space to accommodate the 6-foot spacing requirement? How much space would be needed after all the remote and/or OLA students are removed? Mark LaRosa, 50 Sawmill Road, hybrid query. How are the cohorts being formed? I've heard by last name, which helps individual families. Have we proposed by address, which could help neighborhoods of kids and families? If they're put together anyway, then it not only makes sense, makes socializing easier, but more importantly, let's groups of parents live close, help share in the child care duties or costs so parents can still work.
Everyone in the room, please mute your phone. Somebody's phone is dinging constantly. It's really loud.
We're trying to find it, Amy. We can't see a phone.
Can you hear it going off? Because all of us are
yeah.
okay.
No, I got
Is it someone
you.
on the screen?
Maybe it's not me. So, but if we can keep looking, it's really distracting. I've had people mention.
I think it might be Holly's.
My laptop, because it's
fair
Apple.
enough.
Holly, how dare you?
You can mute your notifications.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd have to stop reading to go do it because I don't know how to do that. So.
All right, where are we at then? What number? 79?
Mark LaRosa, 79.
All right. Mark LaRosa, 50 Sawmill Road. How are the cohorts being formed? I have heard by last name, which helps individual families. Have we proposed by address, which could help neighborhoods of kids and families? If they're in school together anyway, then it not only makes socializing easier, but more importantly, lets group of parents who live close help share in childcare duties or costs so parents can still work. I've heard the same thing myself. Matthew
So I
Barnett.
think it's fair to say that we would ask the administration to seriously consider that kind of split rather than by last name.
So there's been a number of questions about what the cohorts are and how we're gonna divide them. So do we know?
Yeah, we've talked about dividing the cohorts alphabetically at that time, depending on how many people could not come to school because of medically compromised or another reason that they couldn't come, that could adjust the numbers. So like many districts, you know, they've given this general A through L or an A through M. That may adjust depending on how many people are actually in there. And we've looked at the, you know, looking at the numbers right now as well.
So would it be safe to say they will be assigned, and then if families request movement, they will be considered? So if I have an M and I wish to be in the front half of the alphabet because it works better for my schedule, can I request that my 3 children be moved? And the decision comes back, we can move them if we, through the other families that we have in town, are able to move a junior, a freshman, and a 7th grader.
It's something we can think about. I'm glad you brought it up. I think more importantly, the most important thing is keeping siblings together at different levels, and maybe siblings that have different last names as well, too.
Fair point.
I do think, just to add to that, I do think the neighborhood stuff has some credibility, though. I mean, I'll just, you know, speak for myself. I know our neighborhood, you know, the kids are interacting quite frequently. I'm sure that's happening in several neighborhoods. I know it's happening in several neighborhoods. And I think, you know, it's obviously more convenient for the parents, and you can rely on each other at carpool, and they've already been interacting with each other. So I think that's on the, I know it's a logistical issue for the school department, but we should really give it some thought, okay?
It's something folks have mentioned, and certainly, you know, if it was alpha, and would certainly appreciate the feedback. If it was alpha, though, those kids would be, you know, would be half of the kids from that neighborhood school on different days. You know, might not be exactly someone who lives in your
No, I just know, to my neighbor, for example, I know there is a D and a C that my kids have been hanging out with all summer that will never be in our class, our cohort, that there are Ts. But they've been interacting all year long.
Yep.
I think that's the point that a lot of people are making, that the neighborhood kids have already been, you know, interacting with each other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, where do we leave off? 80, 81?
I'd also say we're taking a lot of notes tonight. You know, we do
Yeah, I
plan
know.
on putting these in themes and filming a broadcast. Brian Fraser's been kind enough to do it on Thursday, to put out for the afternoon on Thursday, or Thursday evening.
I know. All right, thank you, Dr. Gillen. 81, you
Just
said?
before you start reading, Mr. Teresi, the chair is declaring that we will not accept further public comment that may be added at this time. If we receive public comment past number 135, we will save that for a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matthew Barnett, 40 Salem Street. While I appreciate a lot of time and energy has gone into the planning of the 3 options for returning to school in light of the emerging scientific understanding of the role children play in the transmission of the novel coronavirus, I urge you to proceed with a strictly remote learning model. Just a few days ago, the CDC published conclusions from an investigation into a COVID-19 outbreak at an overnight camp. Their report, right here, found, quote, high attack rates among persons in all age groups, despite efforts by camp officials to implement most recommended strategies to prevent transmission. Asymptomatic infection was common and potentially contributed to undetected transmission, as has been previously reported. This investigation adds to the body of evidence demonstrating that children of all ages are susceptible to SARS-CoV-2 infection and, contrary to earlier reports, might play an important role in transmission. The multiple measures adopted by the camp were not sufficient to prevent an outbreak in the context of substantial community transmission. A couple of weeks ago, a large-scale study in South Korea found children younger than 10 transmit to others much less often than adults do, but the risk is not zero. And those between the ages of 10 and 19 can spread the virus at least as well as adults do. Oops, I lost it. I can't scroll down and get the rest of it. I think that's enough anyways. Daniel DeCola, 72 Peachtree Lane. Question: if my students have been quarantined for a short period of time due to exposure, but it has not affected the classroom, how will their schedule transition? Will they continue to follow the schedule of their cohort and be considered absent for the in-school days? Will they transition to the schedule of the students doing all at-home learning? Will the teachers be making accommodations for this transition? Another question: who is available to my students for questions or concerns during the at-home days when their teachers are in class teaching the opposite cohorts?
And the first part we did hear from Ms. Marks that is going to need to be figured out in the next part of the plan. The second question I don't have an answer to.
Okay, that's teacher. All right, Kara Gieselman, 167 Carterfield Road. I do have concerns with the school day getting out at 1 p.m., children traveling home, eating lunch, and getting back on the end of the day meeting at 2 p.m. I feel as a parent this is going to be extremely difficult once the students leave the school. I believe they will feel as though their day is done. I would much prefer the children to eat lunch at their desk or outside and then end their day at school and then come home. I also am wondering if parents will have a say in if they would like an AM or PM kindergarten or how that will be decided. As a parent of 2 incoming kindergartners and 2 elementary students, coordinating their schedules is imperative to me. Thank you. Eric Robinson, 70 Rosemont Drive. Hello. I just wanted to voice my opinion that elementary school children should be back in the classroom more than 2 half days a week. Online learning was inadequate in the spring, although everyone did their best with the unprecedented circumstances. The state of Massachusetts has, quote-unquote, flattened the curve, and there is no certain timetable for a vaccine. We can't push off the education of our children indefinitely. I encourage you to find a way to get kids in schools more than 2 half days a week. Also, hundreds of kids in the town of North Andover, including my own, have attended summer fun. To my knowledge, there is no case of an outbreak at camp. I recognize this is not an apples-to-apples comparison. However, I see it as an encouraging sign. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mark LaRosa, did I just do Mark LaRosa? This is
Different question.
Different question. All right, you're right. You're right. It is a different question. Mark LaRosa, 50 Sawmill Road. In the spring, the only way to qualify for a Chromebook from the district was if you were also qualified for free lunch, and then only one per family that needed to be shared. That left my family forced to figure it out on our own. We borrowed, we shared, we got by. With 3 kids now being required to be online for live sessions at the same time, plus at least one parent forced to be working from home, is there a plan to provide technology to students? If not, then we need to prepare, and I'm sure many families don't have the ability to buy multiple computers right now given the economy. How will the kids be forced to be online if there's no assistance from the schools?
Just to be clear, that was one of the main investments we've made this summer, and most districts are struggling to get them right now. The governor's office is trying to help. We have 2,400. We believe we'll have them all in. And, you know, I'm not sure if we're exactly at 1-to-1 yet, depending on what comes in. But as Mike said, we should have a device to anyone that needs it for sure, for every single kid in the family, as well as us helping with the any type of internet connection. We applied for a significant technology grant on top of that. And more importantly, I don't think that, you know, last year we gave out 1,200 Chromebooks. I'm sorry if that was the message that's how it initially did start. I will say that one of the things that I did notice over time is people from all socioeconomic backgrounds coming in because A, they couldn't get Chromebooks on Amazon without a long delay, and then B, you know, what used to help, you know, a family, dad comes home from work, he has his work computer or an extra one, he lets the kid borrow it to do a homework assignment. When we're in traditional school, that works. But when you're trying to share devices, it's a challenge. And we know that. And that was the reason that, you know, I'm appreciative. I think one thing that I'm most appreciative of, one of the things that we fought for the budget this year in the winter is North Andover was in the bottom 3 percentile of spending in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on schools. And Melissa Murphy Rodriguez has been tremendous in her assistance and working with James and Lynn Savage and the team around the COVID money and around these different components. But the ability to be in the process of upgrading the infrastructure of the tech, the 2,400 laptops, the ability to, you know, buy desks, buy all the PPE before people got it. I'm proud of a community that has struggled with some of the resources to be able to have things now that make the biggest difference for equity. And all of our kids are going to be challenged. It's a challenging situation for everyone, but I cannot highlight enough. It's a challenge for every family. And there are other challenges that are even more significant for different families, different learning styles. And there is no one-size-fits-all or good answer for anyone. I will say that computer piece, I think, is critical. I think the internet piece for folks who are going to need it is critical. And believe, you know, I think we're pretty creative folks here. We have a can-do attitude, you know, and I hope folks. One of the things I hope folks understand is we've been prepping for a long time for the knowns. You know, there's some things we knew. We knew that there's a possibility we won't be back, so we're ordering PPE and technology and looking to upgrade this. We know that SEL is going to be of a big concern. We also know we went to town meeting and we signed a memorandum of agreement, you know, looking at staffing and what we need for staffing. You know, and I think that was June 16th or so. We know, I think what's really important to mention is that this is hard everywhere. We've had a lot of different really smart folks looking at this. We've asked for this input. We want this input. This is terrific to get this input. It can only help. But I also want people to remember that, you know, the challenge of when kids come to school in kindergarten, first, second grade, and I wouldn't have known this until Jim Marini made me an elementary principal a long time ago. Never stepped foot in a public elementary school in my life because, you know, I went to parochial school as a kid. We had to teach kids how to go to lunch and how to, you know, go to recess and how to develop norms in the classroom for how we treat each other with respect, to just as much as we taught routines around math, ELA, and all these things. And I think the challenge is that, and I want to just be frank, you know, it was a very difficult spring, and it was like this everywhere. And remote learning was a challenge for everyone. It wasn't just unique to North Andover. And we've made some significant preparations and are in a better shape. But this is not a great situation in any community. And, you know, I think that the state, and we didn't wait on their guidance, we had been preparing. It came out June 25th. New guidance comes out that are 30 and 35-page documents every week with different components. And to operationalize an operation, I think, and I could be wrong, Jim, that's almost 6,000 people that need the training around safety, around sanitization, around operations, around food services, around best practices with teaching and learning, around PD, and the list goes on and on. We've been very thoughtful and diligent about, and we're going to continue to work on that. And I think, like Ms. Marks, I think you did a really nice job explaining that continuum, because a lot of it will depend on where the virus is. And I really do appreciate kind of explaining that learning, the OLA, the online academy, and I'm glad we renamed it because a lot of communities haven't really explained it all that well. You know, at the end of the day, those are our kids. If we can find the right cohorts, you know, they might be first graders in a cohort being taught by a North Andover teacher across the district, but there may be opportunities for them to connect in-house. It's not a one-size-fits-all. You know, we may have to partner with another community and work with the Collective Bargaining Association on it and to run an AP course. you know, there may be different opportunities, particularly for electives in the high school in 11 and 12, versus how we're going to service kids who may have to stay home remotely, but they'll be connected with an educator from North Andover. I think the one piece is the state putting out their remote learning guidance last week on this component. Was we knew that, and we're thinking about all these different options. And I actually think that with the team we have around us and the teachers that we have here in North Andover, if someone can't come to school or they do not feel comfortable sending their kid to school, you know, I guess it should, maybe it seemed like you have to choose this, or this. It's really, it's an opt-in. Like, there's some really people, I think, that, you know, the options really depend on the numbers. And I think that this is a challenge that people are facing everywhere, but I also think we have a lot of things in the works and ideas that once we have those numbers, we'll be able to adjust to that, and that will impact school as well. So I just wanted to say that. I think some of the other things that I really, you know, working with Rick a lot and some of these other places, I think we're gonna be able to help with the childcare piece. But more importantly, like the establishment of a tech line. If we ever have to go completely remote, there'll be a time dedicated in the morning that parents can call in, or kids can call in, or email in. Well, unless their computer's broken, maybe it's a cell phone. You know, there are things that we've been thinking about, and within great detail. You know, and at this point, I think that when I talk to teachers, and I talk to a lot of folks, we're here a lot, we're here all summer. And when we talk to a lot of folks, I think everyone wants kids back physically, and no one more than me. And I felt like, oh boy, we're gonna be able to do this. Get like every single kid in the building every day. And I think people felt better, the warm weather came. But I also think that for as much as people felt better because the spring came, the summer came, it got a little warmer, you got out a little more. The challenges are significant. I mean, look at the restrictions in communities right now. I mean, I don't know if I mentioned last time, it was just a short while ago, I could start to get a haircut again. I mean, one day I cut Mr. Mealy's hair here in the office. You know, I think the challenges of like trying to go to a restaurant and all of those different components. I just want people to understand the complexities. Like, we take the safety part seriously, and we take the education part seriously. And the benefit of getting kids to at least be able to connect with kids at some level for the first time in a long time is huge value. And if we can get kids in safely, we want to do it. We recommended the hybrid because it has that continuum, and a lot of it will all depend on that virus. We'll continue to update folks. But, you know, it is a challenge, and we'll continue to work on it and continue to communicate this information.
So I understand everything that you're saying, and I'm going to go back to a conversation that Dr. Mealy and I had, and I think you probably thought I was being combative about it, right? But Kids Stop, if you're telling me, which is kind of the first I'm understanding, right? If I have an elementary school child, my child can go to school Monday, leave school at, I'm guessing 12:30. They can go to Kids Stop. They can have lunch there. They can play there. They can do whatever. They can maybe get some help with some work and get picked up at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. It's a game changer. That's the information parents need so that they're getting, so that they can make that decision. Right now they're looking at this going, I can't figure out how to get my kid to school and get home at 12:30 to pick them up. If we know Kids Stop's an option, we have to tell them so that they're aware of it. And that's how we get them back to safely. We know that we can do things, you know, in terms of guidelines and restrictions in terms of how close they're going to be and do all of those things safely. A huge concern of parents is the shortness of the day. But if you tell me Kids Stop's going to have some additional academic help for these kids so that they can get ready for the day that they're remote, because I've got a second grader who, guess what? They can't really read. So you know what do we do to help them? That's the information that I don't know how many people are watching, desperately trying to figure out so that they can make answers so that they can go forward with this. And that's, we're not there.
But it really begs the question, but that begs the question that we're gonna get, is if they can stay there for Kid Stop from 12:30 to 3 or 4, why can't they all stay there till 3 o'clock? Instead of going home at 12:45?
It's a valid point.
That's what we're gonna get. That's
Absolutely.
Well, we've
The
already
proposal-
gotten that, and we've already gotten, as Mark's telling us, that they will look into that modification.
Understood. So we would have students there, and then the cohorts that are coming in are touching base, so that teachers are touching base with their kids every single day. That's hugely valuable if that contact that they have in the afternoon is as meaningful as I know our teachers are gonna make it. But what parents are worried about is, how do I get my kid to school? How do I get my kid home from school? Those are huge concerns that they have.
absolutely, they're all concerns.
So, Andrew, I didn't take it as combative. We share the frustration in this. And the anticipation was that, one, we're not going to anticipate every single question that we're going to get. And this process, especially tonight, was where we were going. We thought we would be getting a lot of questions maybe we hadn't thought of yet, and having the opportunity to then get that information out. So my frustration is in that we can't answer the question until we get it. And then once we get it, we're going to try to answer it as quickly as we can. And we want to get people as much information as we possibly can. And that's why we encourage this kind of a forum.
I'm the first one to say, this is a meeting we should be, but we're not answering the questions.
But we're going to. That's it, just it. We can't answer them until we get them. And tonight, we're getting a lot of those questions.
We got some of these yesterday. We couldn't have put a slide up that said Kid Stops, this is how we think it's gonna work right now? I mean, read the next question, Helen.
The chair wishes to acknowledge that we are entering the fifth hour. We have completed 4 hours of this meeting. I believe it is the will of this committee to continue to read public comment until we have exhausted the public comment. However, if it becomes the will of this committee at some point to adjourn, I will need to have that information.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I guess I'd like to know what you think the process, or what are your expectations for. We're obviously gonna have to have a few more meetings. I'll just tell you, I'm not prepared. If this is put in front of me next Monday, unless there's significant changes, I'm prepared to vote no for it. I don't think. Again, I've said this before. I think August 10th is an artificial deadline. I don't think it's fair to parents. I don't think parents have enough information yet. What I would like to see happen, and this is just my opinion, and people can, put it to the side if they want, but I really think we need to get a handle on how many parents want to send their kids back to school. And I think to do that, they need to have a better understanding of OLA. They need to understand more about that. I think a lot of people have, again, speaking for myself, it's been a struggle to get to this point, but I feel like I want to have my kids in school as much as possible. And if that's the case, if there's 30% of the parents that don't want to send their kids back to school, okay, that changes the dynamic of what we can do inside the classroom. I know, Jim, you went over a slide last week that showed, what it was at 6 feet, what was it 3 feet, but what if it was only 18 kids in the class instead of 24 kids in the class? Could you put all 18 kids in that classroom? That's where I like to see it, and maybe we can't do this, but this is what I like to see happen. I like to see us, give the parents a couple weeks to digest this, have another meeting, more questions, put more meat on the bones on OLA, but I really think it comes down for parents to say, I'm prepared to send my kid back to school, in-person school, in some way, shape, or form. There'll be some parents, and I respect that decision. I respect their opinion on the scientific evidence that they want to keep their kids at home, and we're going to have that option for them. That's part of it. But I don't want to belabor the point. But Helen and Andrew, there needs to be a serious conversation with the teachers union about what they want to do, because I'm not sure I believe when you say everyone wants to see the kids back in school right now. I'm not sure. After reading these comments and seeing the quotes in the paper from union leadership, I'm not sure I believe that right now. So we need to solve that part of it all. And maybe we need to have a conversation, well, okay, well, I bet you 30% of them want to come to school, but are they gonna be all march lockstep with the union leadership? I mean, what if 30 or 40% want them to come back? Can we pay them more? The people that don't want to teach, can we pay them less? You know, we need to have that conversation, and it's a tough conversation to have, but our kids need it. Because, God, I mean, they lost a lot of school already, and as much as you guys have done a job trying to get Ola, it's never going to be the same. We all know it's not going to be the same. I know you're not pretending it's going to be the same.
I'm not sure though, David. I think that the component is this. You know, there are many communities, they're in the same boat as us.
They all are.
And what people need to know is there are some folks that definitely, there might be some people on the fence, whether I want to keep my home, keep a kid home or not. You know, that can wait. But the complexity in which we have to schedule, and I understand, I mean, please know that we've been thinking about this quite a bit. The state hasn't even announced any platforms, and they may not even be useful in the least bit. But once we know what grade levels the kids who definitely cannot return to school for a particular reason, medically, or their parents really feel unsafe about it, we're going to put together a program, David, with teachers that may not be able to return. And it's not as simple as just saying, like the state would say earlier, hey, we're going to match up the teachers with the kids. Well, if it's, 5 first graders and a chemistry teacher, that's not quite a match. So if we know who cannot return,
Doesn't want to return.
or is unwilling to return, David, and I understand that may seem hard I totally understand. At the same time, for the folks who definitely know I'm not sending my kid back to school because of a pre-existing condition or because I have this concern with the COVID virus, then it allows us to then make those decisions about, because we're gonna be able to match up, I may have to hire a teacher or two. We're gonna be able to match up that cohort. But just like a lot of districts, and I talked locally with 4 or 5 this morning, they're in the same boat. They have July information about who may return or may not return. They're sending out information next week, and the goal is to provide, most districts are saying it's definitely gonna be at least asynchronous. The goal is to provide synchronous pieces to them, but we've gotta know who definitely cannot return, and it gives us a lot clearer picture, because they are North Andover kids. They're gonna get a North Andover education with those standards. It just may look a little bit different than the traditional hybrid piece. When we put in the year, could be extenuating circumstances where there's an opportunity to merge.
I know those things have to be said. They have to be said like you said it. But the reality is, to make it work there needs to be the parent, especially for the elementary school and the middle schoolers, there has to be a parent home to make sure that happens. And as you can see by these comments, and just from my own personal experience, that is not workable for so many people. So you can have the greatest plan in place, and you could think it's going to be the same thing, or it's going to attempt to deliver the same standard, the same curriculum, but it's not. No matter what you do, Greg, whatever your team does, it's not unless there is an adult making sure they do those things. And what we're hearing over and over again is that's not going to be possible for so many people. So again, I am not upset at any of you or your team. This is a crap hand you guys were dealt, that we've all been dealt, and we got to deal with it. But I think we need to get the kids and the families that want to go back into the classroom, back in the classroom as much as possible. And I got to be honest with you, I just don't feel I'm getting that same kind of commitment from our teachers union right now.
Well, David, can I just add one piece to that? David, I know you referenced the paper and the MTA. I would say this. I would say that, I think Helen and Andrew mentioned that we are negotiating because all districts are at this point. I know, and Jim, you can speak up. I think that teachers are just like the regular public. And, they have different opinions and they have different feelings and they have different concerns. And I believe, when I say, David, like, the goal, and I said it from day one, is to bring as many kids back in person as we can, because that is what, that connection has been the missing piece. And what I would just say is, I think that this I think we have staff that want to do what's best for kids, and I think people have concerns, and I think we need to address those concerns. And I've heard it around HVAC, I've heard it around the other things, but the concerns staff have are the same concerns that parents have. And I think that is, I'll just go back to the beginning. We appreciate you poking holes in these things. It's not lost on us what the challenges are for working families. It's not lost on us some of the populations that we have in this community that struggle as economically disadvantaged, or EL students, special education, and a whole host of other challenges. It's not lost on us. So
I know it's not.
we were asked by the state to put together an initial draft, and we did. And the recommendation, because we're talking about bringing back this many people, you know, I think that based on the conditions on the ground at that time, that was the recommendation, and it's on that continuum. A lot of it, regardless of what a community picks, will be determined by where the virus is in September. And I haven't been keeping up because we've been working really hard here. You know, and I appreciate the team and the teachers, all the folks, the parents and the input. But, you know, as I look, I only know the folks locally in some other regions, what they're doing. You know, and I think they're very similar things. I'm not, you know, and I think this feedback is going to be helpful to us. So we're not taking it to be defensive. We were planning on listening more tonight and trying to provide as many answers as possible. And, you know, I think that, you know, I think we are poised in the position to get school up and running.
If I may, Mr. Teresi, you asked about how we envision the process. I am expecting after tonight, the superintendent and his team will be developing a frequently asked questions document. We've already been told that they're going to be developing a roundtable that they're going to record and share with the community on Thursday night, and they're going to try to answer as many of these questions as possible. This document that we've been working off of today, the spreadsheet, will be shared with the administration. I also have a document that I've created with the questions that the public has asked that were not part of public comment, and that is another 20 or 30 page document. I will also be sharing that with the committee. The administration also has something like 9,000 other questions through its Google form. So those are being coded and sorted, and so I anticipate that the administration is going to have a lot of questions, some shifting that's going to be happening because of the conversation tonight, and we're going to learn more on Thursday. I imagine on Monday they are going to have responded to all the questions that their Thursday roundtable will raise for them, and so on Monday the 10th of August, when this committee meets again, we will be hearing more answers and getting more information. If it is the will of this committee to vote, the state cannot make us vote. The state can tell us that we are required, that they can tell Dr. Gilligan that he is required to turn in a plan on the 10th of August. But in order for this committee to vote, we need a motion and we need a second, and then we will have a vote. If there is no motion and there is no second, then we will not have a vote. And if that happens, then our superintendent will have to ask for an extension from DESE. So I think until we feel satisfied that we have the answers to the questions that we need answered, we won't be taking a vote. I hope that we're ready to vote on Monday. I think that would be a service to our community. At the same time, lost my train of thought, so if you give me a second, it might come on. At the same time, I can't imagine that we have any choices other than this continuum, and where we begin is a choice that we have that will be made in part by the virus. We're not going to throw out and not have any hybrid option. We're not going to throw out and not have any in-person option. We're not going to throw out and not have any remote learning option, and we're certainly not going to throw out and not have the OLA. So our administration is going to continue down the path with the feedback from the community and with the support of this committee to provide the education that this community most wants to have in the safest way possible, that's going to serve our students best. Does that help you?
As much as it can, Helen.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
I said it can. It helps as much as it can.
Okay. So we are either at continuing to read public comment, continuing to ask questions of our administration, or we are at adjourning. So I will go round robin again back to, oh, I haven't read for a while. I'll read it to you. All the comments that I have from here are all asking for more time. So this is a public comment from Jillian DePrimiel, and I'm going to summarize it. She's got a lot of detail in here, but primarily she's asking for regarding the half day to switch to 2 full days. And then she has a request for a modification, which is if there are not full days, to omit the check-in and log on for those students who are in person, and make optional hours or something remote. It's important to her that families have an option at that 2 o'clock for the students who are in person. And then she has a number of questions about screening and tracking, many of which have been asked along the way. You know, what do we do if we have to wait 3 days for an appointment and then 5 days for results, and how are those students going to be served? And we are told that that is under development. And lastly, she asks if you choose the hybrid option and for whatever reason doesn't work out, you go into full remote. Can you opt into full remote, which I think she's talking about the OLA program, and we have heard from Ms. March that will be flexible and we'll do what we can. I have a very long question by Jack Kubinski, address 7 Laconia Circle. His first question is, have we considered full-time school? And we don't necessarily have to do 6 foot because it's a recommendation, and that 3 foot could be sufficient. And he gives a lot of examples and scientific information to support considering more children in school for more time. And it gives parents the choice for the best interest of their families. Another question, has anybody had access to our local data specifically around community programs and our summer athletics, which we have answered? And then an observation that the 7-year-olds cannot learn by sitting in front of a computer for hours on end, day after day, week after week. And I hope that did justice to your public comment, Jack. Thank you very much for including it. I have one from Jennifer Watson of 30 Huckleberry Lane in North Andover. Again, looking for more time and asking questions about synchronous versus asynchronous. While I understand it's a very challenging time, crafting a plan to meet the needs of teachers, etc. The draft plan, the current draft plan, significantly impedes learning. Taking high school as an example, pre-COVID, students had 5 classes a day, each class 75 minutes long, 375 minutes of instruction a week. The new hybrid plan is 165 minutes of class per week. If the remote class is on Wednesday and the afternoon remote sessions are used as teaching time versus check-in for office hours. Very little confidence that the teachers and parents will successfully make up the rest of the instruction, and more than 50% through asynchronous work. She'd like to understand what the teaching structure will be. The teachers teach cohort A on Monday and repeat the same instruction to cohort B on Tuesday, and if so, it seems that the pace of instruction is cut in half. She'd like to understand the synchronous remote learning sessions, what they will look like. Will teachers be covering new materials? And if not, how will they get through the year's material? She offers 2 suggestions. She'd like to see the in-person days be full days. That way students can get 75-minute classes. Lunch can take place in classrooms or outdoors. Makes the schedule easier for working parents. Second, she'd like remote cohort call-in via Zoom, GoToMeeting, Google Hangouts, whatever technology, on the days that they're physically remote, which would increase the learning time. This would not be as efficient as pre-COVID, but would far better than the draft plan as it stands. It's imperative that we provide the best opportunities to our students. The initial plan fails to do that. A couple of these were submitted in email as well as on the spreadsheet. So I might be wishful thinking that I'm almost at the end of what I have to read to you all. Michael Collins says, thank you for your commitment and hard work. He lives at 155 Granville Lane. Did we read a question from Michael Collins? Or just from somebody else on Granville Lane?
It was definitely Granville Lane, I don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to continue. The focus must be on the children. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly advocate that children be physically present in school. 8 hours a week isn't enough. Science and experts are clear that the risk to children from COVID is dwarfed by other physical, emotional, and social issues they face. And we must balance all risks through these decisions respectfully submitted. I have from Jennifer Lee, 217 Bear Hill Road, a very long public comment with 8 questions. I'll see if I can.
We might have read that one. I think I read that. So.
Yep.
I thought you did as well. Yeah.
Sorry, there's 2 Lees.
Okay. I'm going to skip this one from Jennifer Lee because if she were to come up to the microphone for a second time at this time of night, we might say, thank you very much, you've had your opportunity. But we will include that if we are able to publish all these, and I think that we will be able to do so. Which brings me to my last public comment that I have here. This is from Octavia Legras at 18 Copley Circle. She says she's a first timer. Welcome to North Andover School Committee public comment. She says, hello, I'm a new parent to this wonderful community. We have taken our child out of St. Michael's School and enrolled him for the coming year in 3rd grade at Franklin School. We moved here to this community for the amazing schools, recreational programs, general awesome spirit of the community. I'm so disappointed in this plan that is going forward to the North Andover public school system. Even the CDC, whose guidelines on reopening was updated last week, tells us the imperative for children to return to school in person learning. The last time I checked, they were the leading resource on public health, not teachers' unions. I hope we can come up with something better. They have managed to follow all the rules this summer, and they can certainly continue in the fall. I went from having a happy, content boy to having a child who doesn't want to leave the house anymore. Thanks to Rick Borman and his staff, they have managed to turn things around. I don't want to see the sad, depressed boy again in the fall. Thank you so much for taking the time to support our community. So thank you, Octavia. So I am going forward to Ms. Holly Lynch.
All right, so if I'm correct, we left off on 92, Jennifer Fiyoshi.
That is what I believe too.
This is an overall question. Hybrid option and then decide to switch to the online learning academy after the start of the school year.
Yes.
I understand some students are unable to wear masks. Will these students be placed in the same classrooms as students wearing masks? Idea of what school will look like in the fall for my student. Is it possible that my student will be in a classroom with students who are not wearing masks? What is the protocol for students who do not have a disability or health condition that either refuse to wear masks or do not wear them properly? behavioral issues that refuse to comply with mask wearing be handled? Will the district require students with behavioral issues to wear masks? Will they be sent home? If a student tests positive for COVID or is out of school quarantine, will the parents of the student sitting closest to that student be notified? Assume that in this scenario, all the students were wearing masks and sitting 6 feet apart. Will these parents be notified? Hello, 154 High Street. Subject matter says, my question is, if we opt for remote learning, will we be locked into that for the entire school year? Second comment, wouldn't it be best to send the first group of kids to school on Monday and Tuesday and have the school closed and disinfected on Wednesday, then have the second group of kids go Thursday and Friday? I feel like that would minimize the risk of spreading the virus. Couple teacher ones. Do you want me to read them or?
Yes.
All right. Emily Sliva. Okay, Emily Sliva. In terms of going back to any form of in-person learning, not until it's safe. We just don't know enough about the virus, and there are too many day-to-day concerns that are just impossible to address right now. It's not safe for us to be having these conversations, and if it's not safe for us to be having these conversations in person, then it's not safe for hundreds of students and faculty to put themselves at risk in person. If we decide to begin the school year with a remote plan, we can spend the next month planning accordingly so our students can have the best possible experience while prioritizing the health and safety of our community. Kathy Lee. I've been a teacher since 1984. When I earned my certification to teach, not once did I question my safety. I knew I wanted to help children learn and touch their hearts. I cannot do that if I don't feel confident in the safety of my workplace. You must keep in mind that children are children. They are not little adults. They are impulsive, curious, goofy, and silly. That is why we teachers love being with them, but they are not able to assess serious situations and understand consequences of their actions. I feel that following protocols and safety measures will be our only focus and not teaching and learning. Is that really what school should be? Teachers policing every move, every paper, every bathroom trip, every cough, every mask. Of course, I want to be in school with my students, learning, working on projects, sharing ideas together, doing experiments, connecting, and laughing. That is what all teachers want, but that is not an option right now. I cry when I think about my kids sitting for hours in their little isolated cubicles. How can I help a child one-on-one while maintaining social distancing? I actually truly enjoyed being able to help kids one-on-one remotely last spring when needed. Am I afraid for my health? Yes, 100%. Is it too soon to return? Yes, most certainly. There are too many changing variables. Can you as a school committee guarantee that all safety measures are in place and working? You cannot. Teachers and students cannot be guinea pigs. People's lives are at stake. I will be more effective as a teacher if I am not worried about my students' safety or my own. For me, that means remote. For now, that means remote. This is a temporary problem. It is big but temporary. I am happy to return to teach in person only when it is safe. Lisa Roberts, 31 Bridges Lane. This is regarding fully remote. Dear school committee members, thank you for all your hard work and dedication during this difficult time. In watching the last school committee meeting, I was disappointed in the lack of attention given to the 100% remote option around this, which I believe is hindering the interest in it. Should you have a significant amount of interest, which I do suspect you would if you made this part of the NAPS school plan, it would alleviate the amount of students in school, thus allowing for more safety standards to be met for those that need in-school classes. However, we continue to hear that NAPS is waiting for information from the state to provide us with more information. This does not allow us as parents to make an informed decision, especially since it seems to be a year-long decision we are stuck with. Nor do I, and I assume many of us, wish to depart from NAPS simply to acquire 100% remote learning for our children. By choosing the hybrid model you set forth last week, we are at the whim of your decision-making as to what model you choose and when. Clearly, you don't feel it's in the best interest of yourselves to meet in person, as this meeting is held remotely, so why do you continue to push for in-school learning or the hybrid when you don't hold in-person meetings? NAPS has always gone above and beyond in their schooling, and I'm proud to be a North Andover resident. I think it's time you continue this trend by bringing the 100% remote option under the NAPS wing. At the moment, we as parents feel almost forced out of NAPS simply for not feeling it's safe to send our kids to school. Martha Wolfenden, 92 Putnam Road. As a teacher in North Andover for 17 years.
I'm going to pause us for a moment here. I thought we had agreed earlier that the teachers were advocating as a voice to have this remote, and that we were only going to read the teacher ones who identified that they were teachers and had children in schools. Is that what I heard the committee agree to a couple of hours ago?
I think we get the gist of the teachers. I think we can move on. I think we get the gist.
Some of the teachers are also taxpayers and citizens who live in this town, and that's why I thought it was important to
Yeah,
read
I
what
agree
they
with the
said.
residents, but there's been a couple that aren't residents. And we can read them at the end though. I think the residents, including the teachers, should be read. But there's
And
one
that's
here
what
from
we were just
Atkinson, New
doing.
Hampshire, that we
Yeah.
want?
Okay, just checking in. Thank you.
Martha Wolfenden is a teacher,
Yep.
a resident.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, I
Thank
skipped.
you.
All right, I see what you're saying.
As a teacher in North Andover for 17 years and as a parent of 6 children who all graduated from the North Andover Public Schools, no one understands the need for students to be back in school more than me. However, as a teacher, I could not bear the burden of having one student, family member, or staff person become sick and potentially die in order to get back to in-person learning. Not now, not until it is safe to do so. As a parent, I understand the benefit of getting kids back in school, but we must be realistic in that it will not look like it did before March 13th. Students will not be able to socialize with their friends. Recess and lunch will be somber affairs, and students will have to do most all their work on computers. This situation may create even more anxiety and stress in our students and families. Considering the current metrics and North Andover's location in one of the top infected counties in the state, clearly we are not ready to resume any form of in-person learning. We must wait until it is safe to do so and then phase in thoughtfully and logically. Thank you. Jessica Holland, 116 Marble Ridge Road, regarding hybrid. Time and effort that has been put into the proposed plans for our kids to return to school. I trust that the school committee and administrators have the safety and well-being of the kids in mind. I also have concerns for teachers and school staff's safety and trust that the district has their health in mind as well. Concerns with the proposed hybrid model that has been drafted. My kids are students at Sargent and NAMS, and so would each have 2 half-days in person under the proposed hybrid model. I completely agree that schools cannot safely accommodate all students, teachers, and staff in person on a full-time basis at this point. So I do agree with the need for a hybrid model. The model already allows for 2 in-school sessions per week per cohort. Why are the planned in-school sessions only half-day with no lunch or recess time allowed? I have concerns with this for 2 reasons. First, if the kids are already in school for a half-day and snack time is built in, should it be a full day with lunch and recess time built in? Kids can either eat lunch in classrooms or outside if weather permits. Kids could bring lunches from home or buy a bagged lunch from the school. Recess could take place outside or in classrooms, gym, cafeteria, depending on weather. Space, since only a specific cohort will be in the building at a time. Time for movement and socialization during the day, and it can be done safely outdoors or indoors at a distance with masks on. Summer fun programs that have taken place this summer at Drummond and Sargent are good examples of how this can be done. Second, half-day sessions are a logistical nightmare for most parents, but especially working parents. As a household with 2 full-time working parents, it will be very difficult to drop off, pick up our children for 2 half-days per week. It allows us the ability to work from home, and this will still be a significant challenge for us. I can only imagine how difficult it will be for those families with jobs requiring them to be physically present and or with less understanding employers. Since the students will already be in school for part of the day, and assuming that lunch recess can take place, what is the rationale for half-day sessions? If time for sanitization is a concern, the schedule could be adjusted to have cohort A attend full days Monday and Tuesday, then cohort B attend full days Thursday and Friday. Thank you for your consideration. I recognize that there are many viewpoints and needs to take into account as the plan is finalized, and that the plan could very well change due to many factors. I look forward to your response. This next one is a resident or not.
Kathy Terrace?
She's a resident. She's
That's
a
the one
teacher.
that, she's not, but that's the one that
Yeah,
we
I-
tried to call and all that mess, and I thought Helen already read
I
it.
read that.
But
I
you
already
read that, I think.
I read that.
Yep.
And I also will tell you that that had a lot of links in it, and so it is included in the document that I will share with you on.
Okay. Kim Burdick, 59 Milk Street. Thank you for the opportunity to share these comments today. Please know that as a teacher and North Andover community member, my concerns and questions regarding feasibility and safety issues with the proposed return to school plans are far too numerous to discuss in this forum. That being said, after sitting through the school committee meeting last week, I am compelled to assure you that the educational staff in North Andover and throughout the state, for that matter, are working extremely hard. We are not working from home. We are living at work diligently, supporting, encouraging, and protecting the students of our community while helping them to continue to build the tenacity, resilience, and critical thinking skills necessary to be the global citizens needed for our collective future. Reopening of school is not a simple choice nor an us versus them debate. Rather, it is a serious community safety issue that has no perfect answer, but will require the input and resources of the entire community to address it effectively. Three things we do know amidst the sea of uncertainty are: first, we don't know what we don't know about this ever-changing virus. Second, by swiftly closing schools in March, we protected students, limited limited their exposure and significantly lessened the health impact this pandemic has had on them. The Google Sheets jumps on me when I have.
I can see it if you are stuck.
Yeah, so I can only see
Yeah.
up to impact this pandemic.
Okay.
And
So,
you've done quite a
I
bit,
got it.
Holly, so thank you so much. We'll let Amy take over from here.
Third, in the
Okay.
absence of an available, widely distributed vaccine, this virus poses serious obstacles to safe in-person interactions. I, like so many of you and the families we work with, have endured unimaginable decisions, struggles, and loss during this pandemic, all the while making significant sacrifices to protect our families, communities, as well as ourselves as best we can from illness time and again. It is for these reasons and for the continued protection of the health and safety of our entire community that I implore you to be diligent and make the difficult but vital decision to return to our school buildings for in-person learning and gatherings like this virtual school committee meeting, only when it is safe for everyone. We have a great deal of work to do before we can accomplish that. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Kim Burdick. Mike Collins. Did we do Mike Collins? 55 Granville Lane. Yeah, thank you for all your commitment and hard work. Our focus must be on the children of North Andover. The CDC, is this the one we've done a couple times?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics strongly advocate that students be physically present in schools. I'm asking North Andover Public Schools to revise the plan to allow for a much greater in-school experience rather than the 8-hour weekly classroom time consisting of only 2 half days. The online approach tends to be too lax and allows kids to hide or worse, quietly slip. The experience from the spring shows that most of the learning was done by kids alone or with their parents help rather than teachers. The science and experts are clear. The risk to children from COVID is dwarfed by their other physical, emotional, and social issues they face. We must balance all risks to kids in these decisions. I respectfully ask the school committee to vote no on this plan as drafted. Thank you. Julie Nally, 111 Phillips Brooks Road. I will begin my 24th year as a dedicated educator in North Andover. Please consider safety first when planning for fall 2020, not until it's safe for remote students, not until it's safe for staff, not for remote students, for students, not until it's safe for staff, not until it's safe for society. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Kristen Havey, 116 Village Green Drive. With regard to fall school programming, I want to thank the committees for proposing plans to maximize the health and safety of teachers and students in schools. I know this was very difficult, and many of the plans are being viewed as inconvenient. As a teacher and parent in town, I agree. Yes, they are inconvenient. But let's be real, a pandemic is inconvenient. I have serious concerns with the state's determination that 3 feet is an appropriate distance in schools when it is not recommended to the general public. I also have serious concerns about the air quality in our schools. Many of us have small windows that don't fully open. The classrooms on courtyards have limited airflow. Our ventilation systems do not bring in fresh air. As I watch schools open and cases rise around our country, I am thankful to be in a district that prioritizes safety and one that doesn't allow those who have lost sight of our number one priority, the lives and safety of those involved, to bully their decision making. I am not worried about my child falling behind. Behind who? Children across the nation, all nations, are in this same predicament. Instead, I am choosing to prioritize her physical and emotional well-being. She will grow up to be an educated adult regardless of what school plan we follow this year. I work with brilliant educators in a technology-driven age. I know that we can safely educate our students virtually until we can safely return to school. I recognize that face-to-face instruction is superior to remote instruction, and I want to be in the classroom with my students. School under these present conditions is not worth risking the lives of my students or colleagues. Patrick Fury, 101 Hathorn Way. Hello, I am writing to express my support for a full remote start to the school year, as I greatly believe students and staff should not return until it is safe to do so. I greatly appreciate the efforts of all people involved in trying to transition North Andover children back to some sense of normalcy. However, as we are starting to learn from schools returning to in-person learning around the country, we cannot guarantee the safety of students, teachers, and families in our NAMS community. I long to be back to work with students and my colleagues, but not until it's safe. Thanks. Sincerely, Patrick Fury, 6th grade math teacher. Cynthia Kuhn, this is about Ola, 11 Brewster Street. The remote program needs to be a North Andover top program. Otherwise, a child is totally isolated from their community and is out of the North Andover program of studies, particularly at the high school. They will lose ability to get in all their classes. The 5-class schedule is very limiting. Marnie McKay Perry, 40 Coventry Lane. So many thoughts, but here are only a few. First is, instead of going to school by last names, go by neighborhoods, since carpooling would be easier and you've cut back on busing. As far as the schedule, I think that 1 week on full-time, Group A is there, and 1 week off, Group B is remote, then rotate each week. I think it'll be easier for parents to plan and work this way. I think knowing they will be getting a break from remote learning is important, not only to their sanity, but their children's. Lunch could either be eaten in their classrooms or outside when weather permits. Recess could be staggered throughout the day, not necessarily attached to lunch as it normally is. Kids need as much face-to-face time with their teachers as possible, especially in the younger grades. Cynthia Kuhn again, 11 Brewster Street, another thought about transportation. We need busing for all students. This is not a walkable community. The high school in particular is not easily walkable. Parents cannot be picking students up at noon. There are not enough, quote, friends to transport the children of working parents. And then she also has the high school group remote day should be Mondays. The Monday-Thursday group should not be missing their in-person days on Monday holidays. Mark LaRosa, 50 Sawmill Road. This is a medically based comment. What is the protocol for when a student or teacher tests positive or shows symptoms in the school? Will the whole cohort be quarantined for 14 days if someone else is in the classroom tests positive? Will the other cohort as well because the teacher was exposed and saw both groups of kids? If so, will the kids continue school as fully remote during that time? If a teacher tests positive, will both cohorts be quarantined? What about the children that rode the bus with anyone in that cohort? What about siblings in the other schools and the people they saw? What if another family member not in school tests positive? Will anyone even be notified if another person tests positive, or does HIPAA prevent that? And we may be unknowingly spreading the virus. We just need a plan to understand ahead of time what action will be taken. We can't expect to wing it and find out that we'll never be notified as cases spread throughout the school. Patrick Spain about Ola again. Due to familial health issues, we will be choosing the remote option for kindergarten. My family's concern is that this option is almost entirely asynchronous and will not provide our daughter with any sense of community or connection with other kindergartners. We feel there needs to be more connection and synchronous learning from remote participants. We're almost done here, I think. No, I guess not. Josh Stacy, 90 Old Farm Road. This is about fully remote. Is there an option to start off the year fully remote and then, depending on how the situation is playing out, transition our kids into the hybrid mode? Making a decision for a full year commitment for 100% remote without any sense of how the in-class situation or school status will look is not ideal. Without any data, it seems premature to make such a commitment. And we did answer that. Michelle Wilson, 769 Forest Street, hybrid queries. We need to start school with the hybrid model. This remote learning in the spring did not work. My kids were not engaged and missed being in school with their teachers and friends. The hybrid model appears to be a safe way to get the kids back into school with their teachers for learning. This is Lucy Fry, 40 Farwood Drive. As a teacher, I am well aware of the value of in-class learning and understand the unique challenges that come with remote learning. However, until the safety of faculty, staff, and students is assured by the district, we should not be returning to in-class learning until in unprepared school buildings, fearing an outbreak that could spread far beyond our classrooms. And then there's a really long one.
Ms. Maitland, do you want to pass on?
I don't know. I'm using a colossal screen. That's why this one happens to be massive. So I can read this one and move on. This one, it's taking up my whole screen.
Then we'll move on to Mr. Tracy.
Okay. Jeff Kutz, 151 Boxford Street. Number 1, will the classes be quote unquote live for the remote students? Can they see and hear their teachers as the lessons are reviewed? So an actual class, not just in person? Does the proposed solution / Google Meet handle this function? If this is not the case, then the actual potential amount of teaching being received by each student is about 22% compared to last year, 2 days times 40 minutes versus 5 days times 73 minutes. This does not discount the extra 10 days before the start of school year, which equates to less education. Since more time is needed to prepare, is it unreasonable to have the year conclude on June 30th? Number 2, for holiday weeks, will the Monday, Tuesday schedule, this is the whole thing, he's asking the question about how do we deal with the Monday. Number 3, why is the day shorter rather than longer? If the kids are already at school and after school activities such as sports and clubs, etc., may not happen, shouldn't we be looking at lengthening the day? That way they can actually try to maintain the same curriculum and teaching as before. One of the many quote unquote benefits listed was that older high school students could care for NAMs and elementary school siblings. Isn't this also the case if dismissal was 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. for all grade levels? Should we really be trying to give teens even more idle time? Many worse things can happen under that scenario. Is lunch really that hard to figure out? Since only half the students will be attending on their days, there should be plenty of space to spread out cafeteria, gym, classrooms outside of weather permits. We could require bag lunches, whether brought from home or produced by the cafeteria with a lower section. It is only 2 days a week. Oops. Number 4, what is the plan when a child or teacher tests positive for COVID-19? Will that cohort be quarantined for 14 days? Will the other cohort rotate in to be a school? Wait, will the other cohort rotate in to be, that's too wide, hold on, at school? Sorry, it's wider than the thing. What about other winter illnesses, sniffles, common cold, flu? If the remote learning is not actually live, will parents be more apt to send their kids on those days when they may not feel great, but probably do not have COVID-19 for fear of missing even more learning? What is the plan if the numbers, especially in Massachusetts, do not increase, but actually come down? At what level do we look to go back to full time? DESE has already suggested the 3-foot guidelines, and we have opted for 6-foot guidelines. I know everyone is focused on the potential bad things that can happen, but is there a plan for the good news? The sense that I get is that the administration has their hand over the cancel button. So at the first signs of anything, all the kids will be back home. Number 5, I don't know the actual numbers, but I understand that North Andover has received a sizable grant from the state to help with reopening the schools. How is that money being spent? Can we see a somewhat detailed accounting? Is it for equipment? Is it for equipment technology to aid in the teachers in live remote teaching? I read that other school systems have spent it on large plastic bubbles for the students, Zoom technology, etc. Lastly, why are we not tapping into every available resource? I heard the other day that Rick Gorman from the North Andover Youth Center director has not even been asked for his guidance, even though he has managed to conduct the summer fun program for over the past 6 weeks for 800 plus kids, I believe. If the schools could use a little extra help, I just flipped it. If the schools could use a little extra help, why are we not asking for more parent involvement? It may take some effort, but I would guess that a lot of parents would be willing to take some shifts, quote unquote shifts, every now and then at the various schools to help ensure the best environment possible for our children.
Did I say Mr. Teresi at 122?
Okay, that's
Suzanne
Nobile. Nobile, have we read this one already? Or this?
Nope.
This is a different one?
We didn't. She hasn't said anything.
Oh, must have been Chris, I think. Okay, Suzanne Nobile, 317 Hillside Road, 1. I'd like to request a school committee hearing where there can be an exchange and an ongoing discussion between parents and the school committee, one at a time, not just a comment meeting. This is not business as usual. Don't feel it is okay to have one comment meeting, no feedback, and then have school committee vote on this August 10th with no further details about what, I gotta move this a little bit, hopefully I won't lose it, what will be voted on. It is my hope that if enough people are asking for this, the school committee will see this as a better opportunity to provide more transparent and broader understanding of the considerations which inform their decisions process. 2, I'd like to see a phased approach like the Methuen Public School Plan showed. Phase 1, staff returns to first to set up classrooms and participate in professional development to assist them to navigate in hybrid instruction. This would be helpful for them to practice while in school and test while in their homes. Testing, they have all the technology and internet access needed for both circumstances. Phase 2, most vulnerable come to school. Students complete a diagnostic to gauge learning loss. Grade K to 6 and 9th kids transition to hybrid first, all else on remote. Phase 3, all remaining students begin hybrid. I'm hoping this is after they've assessed any COVID impact that we're seeing as a result of all other kids in school throughout the nation. This plan provides for more optimal teacher preparation, minimizes their risk, and gives us time to assess whether we can safely, I might lose it here. Yeah, I lost it. Mine does the same thing as, I think.
I'll pick up.
Thank you.
Number 3, if kids are in school, I prefer Methuen's plan that they can rotate cohorts A and B from 2 consecutive days in school to 3 consecutive days in school every other week. Deep cleaning should not be on Wednesday and should be essential every day. With no opportunity to evaluate, number 4, with no opportunity to evaluate a remote-only learning experience prior to occurring, I object to not having the option to switch. 5, I'd like to see what COVID impact criteria is used to evaluate whether the schools need to go fully remote.
Just on the, I want to mention one thing on the website and the DESE guidance. There is a complete section there on the protocols and guidelines for communities around positive cases. Full of guidance.
Maria Nardella, 194 Riley Tavern Lane. Thank you for hosting another evening of information on the important topic of to allow for our kids to safely return to school. After reviewing the information and listening to the school committee meeting, I feel that I'm left with more questions than answers. In an effort to be brief, I'm listing my questions here and hope they will be answered during the course of the discussion tonight. Why isn't the option for 3-foot social distancing with all kids returning to school even being presented or discussed? While I understand there is much concern about the virus, many parents anticipated this being an option, and it seems it should have been presented, but instead seems to have been ruled out due to busing and movement concerns. There may be workarounds that haven't been thought of yet to allow the kids to go back full-time if families desired. On the topic of full-day learning, depending on the number of families who choose full remote learning, would the district reconsider the 6-foot versus 3-foot guidance they are currently using for the proposed back-to-school model and return children to the classroom full-time or at least more than two days? In the hybrid model, can the children all be learning from the same classroom with half the group being home, watching remotely, and commenting so teachers can respond or answer their questions in real time, just as the kids in the, I can't,
Classroom.
Thank you.
Having teachers repeat the lesson seems to be counterproductive. Number 3, when can families expect the online learning academy details to come out? The district is asking families to decide on August 7th, which is shifted. From what I heard stated at the committee meeting last week, information on what the model will be won't be released until August 10th. Number 4, what is the reason for discounting the idea of full-day in-school learning and hybrid model? Model presented seems to pose many challenges for working families as well as children to navigate returning home, possibly to an empty home, and getting back online. Number 5, I have heard on the news and read that there is a chance teachers will strike if the students in Massachusetts return to in-person learning. This is the case for North Andover, and we've addressed that. Where can families access the full curriculum for their child's grade levels? This is a public document that can be shared. In the spring, we had no way of gauging what the kids should have been doing and learning as far as the schedule went. If the children are to be home in the hybrid model, parents need much more support and information. Thank you for your time and consideration.
back to me?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, Sasha Weinrich, 21 Sawyer Road. Firstly, thank you for your efforts regarding the back-to-school reopening plan. It is appreciated. That being said, it would be helpful to have more clarity around the following items. 1, asynchronous versus synchronous virtual learning as it relates to both remote learning, my eyes are gone, online learning academy. Will the OLA be virtual live learning? If so, will it be instructed by North Andover teachers? B, will opting for OLA mean that your child is still enrolled in NAPS? C, will remote learning include live virtual learning, or will the 3 days at home be online? D, has continuous live learning been considered by the school administration and the school committee? For example, for those in the classroom, is it feasible for the classroom lesson to be broadcast live for those learning at home due to OLA or the hybrid model, with the ability for those students to participate, ask questions, etc., like they are in school? I greatly appreciate the additional clarity, as I believe we need more specifics regarding OLA and remote learning in order to make decisions regarding what model best meets the needs of our family. Is there more to that one, or is that it?
There's number 2, so.
I don't have, I can't get it.
All right, I'll jump in if that's all right.
That's more than all right.
Number 2, somebody just moved it. There you go. All right. Has the school administration or school committee researched or analyzed the option of bringing all younger students back to the classroom for full school days and the older students 100% remote in order to have proper facilities to maintain social distancing measures throughout the district? A, if so, what were your findings? B, if not, what's the reason that it wasn't explored? C, has any outreach been done to private real estate owners or other facilities to investigate if there are opportunities to spread out within those facilities to get more students back into the classroom? Again, I truly appreciate your work on the reopening plan and taking these questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew, for picking up the slack there. Rebecca Stronk, 657 Forest Street. I have a number of critical items that I'd like addressed. I would like to have the committee strongly consider 2 consecutive days of in-person schooling if the hybrid approach is considered. It will provide far more continuity of academic schedule. It would also allow for families to more effectively manage work schedules, as well as will allow for the Wednesday deep clean instead of cleaning every night. Also, why does the day end at 1 p.m., cutting out recess and lunch? Again, this puts a huge burden on figuring out logistics in families with 2 working parents. Also, choosing a learning teaching method for the entire school year is not acceptable. This makes many families feel that there is absolutely no planning that is taking place to get these things back to normal, with full in-school days for all. End of semester assessments and benchmarks need to be established to gauge how the district is doing, and they need to be clearly communicated to parents. Is there a plan for an end game? Amanda Noble, 35 Shannon Lane. In looking at other districts around and being part of a committee for the school district I work in, I think it would be good to look at the hybrid model that gives more consistency to the students and parents. I know from experience children work better when in a groove. I am fearful that 1 half day in school and then a home day and so on will be very disruptive to the learning. I would suggest looking at Westford's hybrid model. They have cohort A coming to school for 1 week in the morning and cohort B meeting virtually in the afternoon and then switching the following week. In speaking with other parents, this seems to be a better model for working parents. I think this is Rebecca again. Rebecca Strong, 657 Forest Street. There's been a lot of chatter lately in other communities about if teachers are to doing in classroom educating that they are allowed to bring their own children, unable to be left at home, to school and set up in a classroom and allowed to do his or her distance learning curriculum. This opportunity was presented to teachers, administrators only, and would be provided at no charge. Is this being considered in North Andover? How is this fair to all other working families who have to pay for and arrange care for their school-aged children who are remote learning? I certainly hope this isn't being considered, as it is unfair and frankly discriminatory, making it seem as if teachers are giving a priority over other essential workers. Please provide commentary. Also, would like to request a hearing so that there can be a meaningful exchange of ideas between concerned community members and the school committee. I'll keep going, yes, here. Liz Christopher at 42 Kachikowit Drive. Our fourth grader did not learn any new material, and she felt disconnected from the teachers and peers and wasn't comfortable with the Zoom call format. Her supplemental speech lessons discontinued, and after we were able to connect with the school, she was given a weekly list of words utilizing an app to help supplement her language skills. Our seventh grader learned no new material and was emotionally distraught throughout the remote learning period. A particular difficulty was the math teacher who posted answers to the math problems and required the kids to solve the problems and back into the answer, yet the answers posted by him were filled with errors or on a repeated basis. After speaking with the, I guess it would be principal, assistant principal, and guidance counselor, I guess,
That's my guess.
we were offered a different teacher. Mrs. Sylvester took over as teacher, and she was fabulous and very organized. The social and emotional toll it has taken on the kids cannot be expressed or conveyed. What is the plan to truly connect with the kids and to provide individualized attention and support when needed? Thank you. This does not need to be read aloud, so thank you, Chrissy. Are we back to Mark LaRosa again here? Is that where we're at?
New question for Mark.
Okay, 50 Sawmill Road. Mark, I'm actually in favor of remote learning or the hybrid model, but how do you expect to achieve this if your online meeting to discuss this with the school committee can't be streamed without failing? One meeting streamed online fails, so what have you done to make sure that when 60 different Zooms are going on in a school that it can be supported across all the schools in the district?
David, can I mention something about
Please.
that? I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but one of the things I think that's been very nice is Mr. Grant has had the ability to connect locally with the other IT directors, you know, and for us and here in North Andover, he's been starting to conduct stress tests with a certain amount of, you know, Google Meets going out, and he just met recently Friday with, you know, Methuen, Andover, Lawrence, Havel, and Drake at IT directors too, and they're all kind of in that same process, and it's a concern particularly for districts that haven't had the ability to test it because they haven't had to have all the teachers back in. So, just mention that.
Can I ask a question related to that?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that you mentioned Google Meets, which is what we're using here now, and I know we use Google everything, which I get. But is there any consideration being made, and I don't know if Mr. Grant is ready to answer this, to using Zoom instead or in addition, as it does have different functionality and does seem, I know that there have been things that have gone wrong for some people, but it does seem like it has a lot more opportunities to break out into groups and then come back together and things like that. I've used it for other things, so I just was curious if that's even being considered.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, Michael.
It's for anyone who's willing to answer it.
Yeah, so Zoom is, actually Google is working on matching a lot of the same features that Zoom has. And Google Meet, the benefit of having the same product tied to all of our other Google products is that like Google Classroom has Meet built into it. So we're using Google Classroom. Students are able to quickly just click on a link and it takes them into a Meet for that particular classroom. Google Meet is working on adding breakout rooms, more features for teachers to control the Meet session, to mute students, to maybe turn their cameras off. So we are looking at all the potential features that Google is working on as we speak, and they're looking at beefing up a lot of the features to match some of the other products that are out there, because they don't want to lose market share to other products either. So
That's excellent to hear. Do you have any basic timeline? Have they shared any kind of, I'm sure they would say by September 1st because they're not stupid, but I'm curious if you've been told.
Yeah, they haven't shared a specific timeline, but it is something I know that they're working on very, very quickly. They want to try to get those features out there, and they have been. Actually, they've released a few features that that have helped. Like the grid view was one that I know a lot of people were looking for, and that's one that they added over the summer or in the spring.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm going to interrupt the flow of things. we received a request from Delina Feldman after the meeting started to have a call to her. I am greatly reticent to call somebody at 11 o'clock at night. Because this wasn't in before the meeting started, I wasn't able to follow all this and call her early in the evening. So I feel like we are between a rock and a hard place because I feel like it's inappropriate to call her at 11 o'clock at night. And if she has been sitting there patiently waiting for her opportunity to be called, it is inappropriate to not call her. So what I will ask is, Delina Feldman, if you are watching, please go into the Google form and make a comment in the Google form, and I will call you. If I do not hear from you, and it will go right into this as a live document that's being updated. If I do not hear from you, I will not call you. Because I'm sorry, this is a difficult situation, and when I had your request to be called before the meeting started, I would have made sure that we got you first thing in the evening. So I apologize for that.
So, Mrs. Picard, I just dropped her a quick text, so
oh, good, excellent.
so she may respond that way. I'll let you
All
know.
right, that will. I mean, I certainly want to get her into the meeting if she wants to be in, but I certainly don't want to call her if she's got sleeping babies. Mr. Teresi, you want to continue? We're at 132.
Was that a real question?
Yeah. It is.
I would love to keep going. Where do you leave off? Galena, I'm sorry?
Holly Bags, 132.
Okay. Just for the record, the writing has gotten a lot smaller all of a sudden. Holly Bags, 53 Old Cart Way. I would really like full remote learning this school year as there is no vaccine. We should be concentrating on a safe option now. Thank you very much. Who did that? Sweet. Jenny Tucarella, 154 High Street. My question is, if we opt for remote learning, will we be locked into that for the entire school year? Second comment, wouldn't it be best to send the first group of kids to school on Monday and Tuesday and have the school closed and disinfected on Wednesday, and then have the second group of kids go to school Thursday and Friday? I feel like that would minimize the risk of spreading the virus. Patrick Spain, 136 Rocky Brook Road.
That's a repeat.
That's a repeat.
Okay. Andrea Grillo. If we choose 3 Walker Road, sorry. If we choose to send our children back with the NAPS model, are we allowed to start remote if hybrid is voted on? If we begin remote as a whole, are we allowed to keep our children remote if we do not feel it is safe for them to return once it is transitioning to hybrid? If we choose OLA, what happens with those on IEPs and 504 plans?
So just on the OLA piece, I mean, I know Lorene went over this, and it's a question that keeps coming up with the August 7th date, so I'm not sure if they're old questions or new questions. But it is part of the North Andover Public Schools. You know, people who receive special services would continue to have to receive those services. And as we mentioned before, those students, depending on how many who can't return for medical reasons and whatnot, they could be in a cohort in a grade level across the district. At the high school level, they could be involved in a particular class, but there could be an online option for a specific course or partner up with another district in AP. It's a combination of those things. But if you choose the OLA model, the 7th, we kind of changed that deadline. I realize a lot of folks may want more information, and certainly, I wouldn't say we're waiting on the state for more guidance, but that we are waiting on the state for a platform that they have an RFP out and they're going to provide that may be beneficial to North Andover at a reduced rate. But there'll be North Andover students. We'll try, because we'll have asynchronous work for them. We'll do everything on our opportunity, and there very well could be an opportunity for teachers to connect with them as a cohort and teach them synchronously, just like in a traditional Wednesday remote, or if the whole district went remote. And last but not least, we try to keep any community connection we have to their particular home school.
So that concludes our reading of the public comment that came in advance of the meeting or earlier in the meeting. And feels appropriate to me to make one last go around with the members to see if there's any additional questions or comments, concerns that we want to add before we close this meeting. We are, it is now 11:09. We begin meeting at 6 p.m. So I want to thank everybody again for their patience and energy and interest and commitment. Everybody, the members and the administrators, it's really tremendous what you've put in here tonight. On behalf of our community, I'm very, very thankful. So I will start with Holly this time. Holly, do you have any burning questions that you must have answered or comments that you want to make before we adjourn?
No, I mean, I assume we're meeting again before the 10th. Is that the plan, or we're meeting on the 10th but not voting on the 10th yet? I mean, I feel like we do need more answers.
So it's my understanding that Greg's team is going to be providing more answers in a recorded roundtable event on Thursday. And I assume all of the members will be watching, and I assume that we will meet on the 10th, and we will either be ready to vote or we will not, but there will be more information on the 10th. I do not believe that we will be meeting between now and the 10th.
Okay. I mean, I have some questions about the special ed stuff, but I know they can't be answered now. So
I think we should ask them now. That's my personal opinion.
Go ahead now.
So, all right. So, for example, kids that have social skills groups on their 504 plans or IEPs, like Lunch Bunch, how can that possibly work if we're not having lunch in school? And if we do a full remote option, and I know this was partially addressed too, but some kids actually need support to access to still access the curriculum. What would that look like? Not the online learning academy, the actual full remote part of it.
I hear Marcy talking with her microphone off.
Sorry, and I was so good too. No, I only got about 2 words out. So we've talked a lot about the difference of what B-Grid services, and I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Holly. That's a part of a lot of what we've talked about in how to implement better B-Grid services for students, because that definitely was a piece that was a learning process for us, and part of it was the description of how the state distinguishing between supports and resources and instruction. So there was the interpretation that a lot of people got, including us, was that a lot of those supports and resources took place of B-Grid services. So at this time, they've taken, that supports and resources category. I'm not going to say fully away, but it's more geared towards direct services. So similar to what I think someone brought up, I'm losing count of track about, the hope is thinking about things like having the opportunity for Google to have a scenario where there are breakout rooms, that it could mirror more traditionally what it would look like for TA support or teacher support in a B-Grid service by doing a small group, doing some preview, doing some review, either working with the kid during the class, before class, after class. So it can look a little bit more similar. So same thing regarding accommodations. I've talked to the principals, as they're planning things, because that's another piece that there was, we've had discussion about, in the sense that accommodations that are typically done in classes and in special education, they're implemented by TAs a lot of the times, but for 504 students, they're implemented by teachers. So we've talked a bit about how are those kids getting the academic support, particularly when we're looking at a group of students who might be younger or might not know that. So I'll go back. A lot of how they tried to mitigate that was to offer help sessions for students, which is a great idea, drop-in help sessions. But in most cases, the feedback that I was getting from families is that they don't know what they don't know. So they don't know they need an extra help session. So how do we build that in to be sort of organic in their programming as well? And I know like one of the people that I talked about it was with Mr. Gonsalves, and it was clearly about the additional time that teachers are going to have with students. It will be about, and this is regarding 504s as well as IEPs, the ability to check in with them too. So Be Grid services will definitely look different. And well, you had a first part of your question, Holly, that I missed.
The social groups that some kids require.
Yeah, I mean, they'll again pull them in a different way. Obviously, it's not going to be during lunch, but maybe it could be during those recess times. They'd have to be creative with those. I think lunch bunch is just, a nice way to be able to have typical peers in a scenario. But there are certainly many. Well, there could be many other opportunities to have a situation where you have maybe some typical peers, maybe not in a group, to work on those skills. But I think that term lunch bunch, we use it to fulfill, because we take them during lunch, but I do think there are other ways to do that.
And then I have another question. So a lot of the students who may not have as severe needs, so when you group them into the 3 categories, and they may not be the high needs that would require the 5 days in person, but because they have even low needs, the online learning exacerbates those needs and makes it very difficult for them to access the curriculum. How do we handle that?
Well, I think similarly, we are looking, the services that were once felt, I think, inadequate to parents. We were working on a model that was about half time, isn't going to be half time anymore. So hopefully they're getting more of what they need in a remote session, which will be helpful.
But what I'm suggesting is the remote session, no matter how much they get of it, it does not help some of these kids. Like the online, they just can't learn on a computer for whatever various reason or disability they have. But they may not be considered high enough needs for in-person. Right.
And a lot of it is going to be individual conversations with families. I don't foresee, I'd love to sit here and say we have discussed a mechanism for all students that are on IEPs to enter into in-person learning, but that's not where we're at. So a lot of it's going to rely on individual conversations with families to either implement some problem solving with that, or find a way that we can get to a meeting ground about it. So part of it is, I think that some of the hope of being in a hybrid model also was to do and we talked a lot about this for those who were able, again, a really high needs population who came in for summer, was to spend some time teaching them how to be remote learners, which is what I think Lorene had spoken about earlier too. Just in general, the curriculum's we're going to have to teach that as part of what we do in class. So again, as part of the hope of coming into a remote session, that is some of the work that could be done while we're here. And we'll see how that goes too.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. McDevitt?
Are we asking questions? What are we doing at this point?
We're having our last round. If you have questions you want to ask, comments, concerns.
So again, I'm going to go back to, we've been here for 5 hours and 17 minutes. And I really think we owe the community a very concise question and answer document, whether it's PowerPoint, whether it's a Word or a PDF document that has the answers. There's a number of repeated questions that are here, and I understand that. But we've been listening to the community for almost 5.5 hours, and we owe them, without a doubt, what these are going to look like. I can tell you right now, if I had an elementary school student, Dr. Gilligan, I have no idea if I would put them in or not, because I do not have enough information. And I hope that everyone else in this community also looks at this and says, I don't have enough information.
Even for the online academy?
I don't know what I would do. I don't know exactly how that looks. I don't know what the structure is. I just found out today that KidStop changes the game for me in terms of a working parent. That's new information to me. If I missed it last week, I was still fixated on the fact that there were no buses, and I needed to figure that out. And how we were going back to AM and PM kindergarten, and how other things that were just, I couldn't process all of the information that was there, and the community couldn't either. They've listened to us for hours, and we don't have these questions answered. And I will vote nothing on August 10th. I will take no vote unless we have answers to the parents in this community.
Well, Andrew, we're committed to answering the questions. I think that, you know, that we've presented a plan for the hybrid that I think's been thoughtful. I know it is not what folks specifically, it's not the best situation for everybody. I think this is a challenge in all communities. That's what we were tasked with. We certainly came here tonight looking to take feedback. And I do think that, you know, working with Rick Gallant, and as we get closer, it's going to have to figure out how many kids can he take, what's the possibility. But there has been, I will say this, folks have been really, Andrew, and I've heard this watching some other meetings, as they say, oh, there's more unanswered questions than answered, and not just here, but other places. I think that in terms of a hybrid, I think the struggle around transportation is something we're investigating and trying to look at the best. You know, I think the online academy piece, I think the clarity of what it will be for those, it could be some differences. And it's really a sense around what those numbers are. And I can understand that challenge of thinking like, well, do I want to keep my kid home or not? I think for those folks who know that they cannot send their kid to school, that is will be very helpful information to us, because we will have probably some staff that can't return, and we will be able to connect North Andover educators with those kids. I will say that you know, guidance has changed. I think it will continue to change over the next period of time, and a lot of it's going to depend on where the health is. So we're going to continue to pursue answering these questions, but if you have specific ones you want to give them to us, we'd be happy to you know, continue to strive to answer those.
So we can just rewind the last 5.5 hours to get those. And it's not acceptable to say to a parent, let me just go back a little bit here. You know, what does it mean if you're OLA and your child is still enrolled? Well, if you want your question answered, you can tune in at hour 3:44 and hear the question answered, and then hear the question asked, and then answered at 4:15, and then referenced again at 4:50 or 4:55, whatever the time is. I'm exhausted at this point. We don't have answers to these questions. I would love to see one document that says, here's the question and here's the answer. And I don't understand why we don't have, I get we don't have all the answers. I can understand that, and I think the community would actually understand, and this is an amazing community that partners with our students and our teachers and just each other in terms of helping what's going on. And I think if we said, look, we know that there's 100 questions, and we have 60 of them answered, and 30 of them, we're part way there. You'd have 200 parents who would say, let me help. Let me try to help with this. Let me see what I can do. I've gotten so many requests from people who literally are like, and then 10, just, this is unknown. And that's fine, Dr. Gilligan, right? That we can be okay with that. But I'm sitting here after 5.5 hours, and I still don't know the questions, and I still don't know the answers.
Well, Andrew, we'll be happy to look at the back of the tape. I think the OLA piece, Andrew?
Honestly, Dr. Gilligan, you shouldn't have to look at the tape.
Yeah.
You really shouldn't. If you can't answer the question, right now of what are we doing for holiday weeks with Mondays, then I don't know what's going on. That's a no-brainer right there. This is the answer. And then somebody says, oh my God, like, we only have 3 Mondays this year. That question was asked directly to you today, and you didn't say, we only have 3 Mondays this year.
Yep.
We have Martin Luther King Day, we have Memorial Day, and I'm forgetting one. Election Day is a Tuesday. We've got Veterans Day on a Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are the Thanksgiving break.
Yep.
That should be on the top of the administration's tongues.
Yep.
It really should. So if you have to rewind the tape to answer any of these questions.
Andrew, I would say this. I appreciate your feedback. I think we're certainly aware of the calendar, and it's certainly an issue that the calendar that we have to bring back to the committee to be looked at, negotiated. Certainly we're aware of those, and I hear what your questions are, and we're going to do our best as a team to answer them. I think that we came here tonight to listen. I think there are some great questions. I think personally, we have the ability to answer some more. I sense the frustration in your voice, and we're in a challenging situation, and I think that we've outlined a plan that's been thoughtful. I think there are some parts to it that we have to continue to work on, and answer more questions, and we're happy to do so.
Well, I think there's a lot of things that are thoughtful. There's a lot of questions that this community is going to be asking if they're not already asking. And to be perfectly honest, the teachers union is going to be asking questions too. So.
Thank you, Mr. McDevitt. Mr. Teresi?
I think I said a lot about the teachers union piece there. I understand Andrew's frustration. I still think it comes down to, parents need to make decisions about whether they're going to send their kids to school or not. And those are very personal decisions based on information they choose to look at or they choose not to look at. I know I've made my choice. I think we should have more in-school learning. I think that the plan as presented last week and that we talked about tonight needs more in-person schooling. That's definitely what I like to see in it. There's logistical questions, I guess, that I'm not saying they're not important, but I think overall, parents are going to make that decision whether to send their kids back or not, if there is a back to go to. So, I guess over the next few days, if you're going to, I know this is the initial draft, and it's so tough to talk with this. I know that was the initial draft that was presented last Thursday, Greg, and the timeline, you didn't ask for the timeline, and that's why I said the 10th is not important to me. I know they're not going to take our Chapter 78 away. I know they're not going to close down our schools. So I don't know what they hang over our heads if we don't deliver this by August 10th. I think it's just too much to ask. So I have no intention of voting for a plan on Monday at all. If someone made a motion, I'd most likely vote no on it. So I'd love to see you guys come back with more in-school learning. I think, as Andrew just mentioned, there needs to be more conversations with the teachers union on that. But parents need to know if there's going to have that in-school option. So, thank you, Helen. You did a good job chairing tonight. It wasn't easy with all trying to run a meeting like this is almost impossible. So, thanks for your patience, Helen.
Thank you, Mr. Teresi. Ms. Mably?
Thank you. So, sorry to inform my colleagues, I have a ton of questions. And I did see that there was a school committee somewhere in Colorado that spent 9 hours to then come up with going to a hybrid model. So for what it's worth, I will not take 9 hours. But to me, it comes down to a few things, pieces of data that we need, which everybody has mentioned. We need to know what students plan to do at this time, a fully remote start, what families and students plan to do a hybrid, because it seems like that's what we're offering. We need to know what teachers are willing to teach in person and what teachers need to, for whatever reason, teach remotely. I asked earlier, and I don't know if it's allowed, but I would like to ask again. I'd like to know what the vote was that they took today. I think that would indicate a lot for us. to have an idea, unless they answer the questionnaire, as to what they intend to do. Because I think that informs how we manage our online academy. It informs how we can actually teach in person. You know, if tons of kids opt for the remote and you could actually have a full day with kids in person, and if there are teachers willing to teach that, then that is pretty interesting. Curious, you had to give the state 3 different plans. What are they doing with them? Are they giving you feedback? Are they going to come back and tell you this plan's not viable? Do they have nothing to do with what we do? And if so, then I would have rather seen the time spent, you know, further developing some of our plans. I feel like we need we would like the questions answered, as everybody stated multiple times, but then for Monday, what it seems to me that we absolutely have to have ready to go. And I understand that at least I believe Monday was meant to be, okay, we're going to go with hybrid, let's say, and then you were going to take the month of August to put in all the tiny details of that model. That's what I understood, that we were voting to authorize you to move ahead and put all your energy into that one. It seems to me like we need to have the hybrid with 6 feet apart that you've presented, fleshed out to explore. Can we somehow, at least from grades 1 to 5, have 2 full days till 3 o'clock? I don't know how we handle, and I totally respect the challenge of having the rest of the time those kids are only remote. How do teachers teach both? I don't have the answers, but you know, those are some things that obviously you need to work out. We would have to have the online academy sorted out, but we would also have to have the full on remote for the district ready to go, because I think we heard it pretty clearly, and Lorraine did a nice job articulating, and I want to repeat, it will not be what was done in the spring. However, we need to, if school is closed outside of our hands on a Tuesday, we need to on Wednesday start with full remote learning, and everybody needs to know what that is. So I guess that means you have to put 3 full plans together, and that's pretty daunting.
I would just say that if you take a look at the hybrid on the continuum, the Wednesday remote day in the original plan, because it can move back and forth, has the example of the hybrid piece. The Wednesday day being fully remote was particularly important because those are the classes that kids would be remote in, and then there's a remote schedule example also in there as well.
That's right. So I recognize, and I hope people also recognize, so we're asking our school district to come up with 3, for I've heard tonight, 3 full plans, and we're asking them to solve problems for working families, how they're going to handle working. We're asking them to solve transportation, and find teachers if our teachers, we need more teachers in person, or we need more teachers remotely, or we need more substitutes, which I've heard is also very shorthanded. Mm-hmm. We're asking them to do all those things. We're asking a lot, and I just want to make sure people realize that, people have been working 24 hours a day. I know that. We have a long way to go still, and this is just really, really difficult. And I feel like everybody wants just what their plan is, and I think that we need to be open to compromise somehow. So a few of my questions, other than what I've already stated, do we know what the state's doing with our options, and do they have any say on things? I'd like, as I said, to see couple more full days figured out. What is the Parent Academy? That was mentioned, I know, by Cheryl, and it's been mentioned last week. If someone could quickly explain, what is the Parent Academy? What is that?
I can do that if you'd like. So it's Parent University, and what we're talking about is putting together some information for parents to better prepare them for whatever happens this year. So for example, we're going to provide some information on social emotional learning, signs of anxiety, coping, motivation, engagement. We're also talking about remote learning. What is the platform we're using? Google, what are the pieces of that? How do you access that? How do you get technology support? What is the structure of a good remote learning classroom look like? What should they expect? pieces to do with the content and the standards, especially around elementary teaching and the curriculums that are being used. So things like that. Cheryl mentioned earlier that the nurses were going to present on the Parent University around the expectations health-wise for sending students to school. We'll have some information around operations just so that parents know that when we're in school, these are the kind of things that are happening. For example, what's happening with bathrooms, what's happening with hallways, those kinds of pieces of information. And special ed and EL strategies as well. So we have a variety of things that we're working on to get set to present to parents late in the month.
And Lorene, do you see that as something that parents attend like this in person, or is it just a document that people reference?
It will actually be virtual. So it will be, so for example, I have an example already that one of our literacy coaches did, and it's just providing some virtual education. So there'll be a link to the university on the website, and parents can access that then when they are available to be able to do that. So it's not something they have to attend, and it's only going to be available at a specific moment in time. And the hope is that we will update that over the course of the year as conditions change and more information that would be helpful can be put out there. That's great.
And with that, I would suggest that has a mechanism for questions that people can submit if you haven't already thought of that. Last thing, well, two things. One is band and chorus, middle school, high school. Curious how that's going to be handled. Obviously, those things involve a lot of breathing and singing and spitting and things. So I don't know how that's being managed.
Yes, we have the guidance on that, Ms. Mabley, and you know, some of the different components we'd be looking at can be you know, done asynchronously in some other ways, and Ms. Marks has been working on that. So
thank you, because for some students that's a lifeline for them. And then last thing I'll just comment, I know that we have teachers who live in the surrounding communities, some of which that have already said that they're going fully remote to start. At least that's what they're claiming right now. And so I'm just curious how that affects our own staff and how they manage their students, and then manage teaching our students, and whether or not that means that they have to opt for remote only. So I just put that out there as well. So yeah, a lot of questions still open, and I look forward to the various answers.
Thank you, Ms. Mabley. Dr. Gilligan, it sounds like you have your marching orders. I thank all my committee colleagues for asking a lot of questions and having a lot of thoughts. I got an email from Diane Huster not too long ago saying how much she appreciated that the committee pushes the administration and the parents push the committee, and that is a positive thing in all directions. And I appreciate the openness of Dr. Gilligan and his team in accepting all that we've had to offer. And again, I started the evening with gratitude for the input, kindness, and generosity of everybody contributing. And I continue to express that gratitude. We will reconvene on the 10th of August. There will be information coming to families in a variety of ways from Dr. Gilligan and his team between now and then. There'll be more information shared on the 10th of August, and I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Lynch, seconded by Mr. Teresi.
Yes.
And we will have a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Lynch.
Yes.
Mr. Teresi.
Aye, aye, aye.
Mr. McDevitt.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
And Ms. Mabley.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. We are adjourned at 11:38 on August 4th, 2020. Thank you.